Our story begins in a year that witnessed terrible earthquakes, and as a result of these earthquakes, strange tombs appear all over the world. But they're not just ordinary tombs. They're places filled with treasures and magical weapons, treasures that go back to ancient civilizations and legends, and grant supernatural power to whoever finds them. And of course, after people found out that these treasures grant supernatural powers, powerful countries started seizing those tombs. Secret organizations also started fighting each other to control them. At this time, we see our hero Seo, who finds relics that give him a power through which he can know the locations of tombs containing treasures and weapons. And after he thinks his life will change for the better, prestigious state officials start monopolizing the relics and put laws on using them, so he has no choice but to serve these people. Here, our hero starts working at a company whose manager is named June, who exploits Seo's exceptional abilities and forms a team including our hero, and assigns them missions to steal from tombs. Seo starts stealing from places guarded by police, and because of him, Manager June becomes one of the biggest relic collectors. People start looking down on our hero because he works for a dictator, but he ignored their words and continued his work to be able to live in a world ruled by power and relics. The company manager feels that Seo and his team have developed a lot in their work and have become a threat to him, so he sets a trap for them and sends them on a difficult mission to get rid of them. Seo goes on the mission, and suddenly he faces a huge snake that attacks him, killing the whole team and cutting off our hero's leg. And while he can't understand what's happening, he crawls on the ground unable to breathe and says, "How could June do this to me? I never imagined I'd die this way." He looks ahead and finds the snake approaching him and attacking him, so Seo grabs a rock from the ground and hits the snake with it, but it doesn't affect it, so he says, "Wasn't it enough that you devoured all my friends? Here I am in front of you, show me what you'll do to me, and even if I die and become a ghost, I'll never leave June alone, and I'll do everything I can to destroy his life." Our hero hears a voice telling him, "Shut up, why are you talking so much?" Seo is surprised when he hears the voice, and says, "What did you say?" The voice replies, surprised, "Can you hear me?" Our hero says, "If you think this is the first time I've heard a voice like this, you're wrong. I don't know if you're a ruler or not, but get this snake out of here and let me go." The voice answers, "You know that with your weak body and this severed leg you won't be able to live? I know you're trying to hold on to life, but let me tell you, you won't live long, and this will be your end. Unfortunately, you had exceptional talent, but you didn't know how to use it until too late." So replies, "Don't talk to me like you know me well. Do you think I chose to live this way just thinking about my life?" He gets very angry and says, "Ah, you traitor June, I'll do anything to destroy you." The voice laughs, saying it's impressed by him and that it feels sad seeing him die this way. Our hero asks, "What do you mean?" The voice answers, "I'll give you a chance to see if you'll be able to seize the king's throne or not." Suddenly, a crow appears. It's the owner of the voice. Our hero closes his eyes, and when he opens them, he finds his leg is intact again, and there's no wound on his body. He looks around and finds himself in the police station, and there's an officer asking him for his name and information. So he says to himself, "Is what I'm living real or imaginary?" The officer yells at him saying, "You're going to make me lose my mind, boy. Won't you speak up and tell me your name so I can finish my work and leave? Or will you keep me in front of you all night?" The cop next to him replies, "Looks like we're in the year 2025. No one's going home." Seo is surprised when he hears the date and looks at the calendar on the wall. Finding the date is the 1st of January, year 2025. He looks next to him and sees a boy and his mother, and feels like he's seen them before. He remembers that this boy was a high school student, and they got into a fight because the boy was drunk, and because of the fight, Seo went to the police station for questioning. He remembers the crow's words and says to himself, "Is it possible I went back 15 years? If we're really in the year 2025, this means the world is still safe, and the relics haven't appeared yet. If that's the case, then I can collect all the relics in the future because I still remember everything. I'll try to start early before anyone else. It'll be very fun." His thoughts are interrupted by the sound of the boy's mother screaming at him saying, "Can't you hear me? What's wrong with you sitting there absent-minded not answering the officer? Do you think we're joking? You hit my son and he's still a student. What if you'd caused him permanent injury? Would you take responsibility for him? Look in front of you. You have two choices. Either pay money so we'll leave you alone, or you'll go to jail." Seo says to himself, "This woman is very chatty. I need to solve this matter first, then look into the relics issue." And even though this fight happened 15 years ago, our hero still remembers it like it happened today. And he also remembers that the boy started the problem first, and that he apologized to him back then, and that his mother was scamming them to reduce the money they asked for. He remembers he doesn't have any money, and even his tools and the old relics he had with him in his previous life are gone, and he doesn't have any job to bring money from. The woman gets angrier and says to him, "How dare you ignore me like this? Didn't you learn that when someone talks to you, you should answer?" She raises her hand to hit him with the pen, but Seo manages to easily block her. He's surprised by the speed he has and says to her while holding her hands, "Calm down a little, woman. Your son started the problem, and what you and your son are saying is all lies. They really weren't wrong when they said the boy takes after his mother." The boy attacks him to hit him, saying, "What are you saying, you dog? I was going to let you go, but it turns out you don't deserve it." Our hero moves away from the boy and grabs him and throws him to the ground. Our hero feels he's become faster, so he guesses that's maybe because of the side effects of the relics. The officer gets up to separate them and they start yelling at our hero. So our hero says, "Look, I don't have any money to give these people, so I can go to jail without a problem." The woman replies, "Have you gone crazy? Do you prefer to have a criminal record rather than pay us money?" Our hero looks at her thinking the record issue doesn't matter, because when the relics appear, the whole world will be in chaos. We see our hero in the cell thinking he needs to find a job as soon as possible so he has money. Suddenly words appear in front of him written in the air, so he hits his head and says, "Have I gone crazy? What are these things I'm imagining? The only thing that can do this is relics. Maybe the crow is the reason for what's happening to me. Are you watching me, crow? What did you do to me?" Here, a screen appears for him with writing saying that the basic tomb thief skills are 4, and that he has one of them, which is that he can see anything within 1 meter. He's surprised and says out loud, "Is this screen a game? Do you think my life is a game, Crow?" The screen appears again with writing, "New mission, reactivate the 4 basic skills. To become a complete tomb thief, you'll need to reveal the 4 skills hidden inside you." The officer hears his loud voice and says, "What's happening here? Calm down a little, please." Seo knows he's the only person who sees these screens, and indeed, he looks next to him and can notice a small insect with all its details, so he confirms that all the words on the screen are true. He remembers this skill was with him before because of the relics he had, so he looks back at the screen and says, "Have all the skills I had become like this? And if the skill I have now is one of the 4, there are still 3 others. If that happens, I won't need to search for any relics, and that's a good thing. But I wonder what this crow is planning. Relics don't help people like this on their own." 1. He hears Detective Kim's voice and sees him at the cell door. So Kim gets him out of jail and says, "I told you before that this boy is a criminal. I don't want you to worry about this case. I'll follow it myself." Our hero thanks him, and Kim was like his big brother. Our hero asks him if there are any reports about any strange phenomena or supernatural power. So Kim answers, "Have you been drinking something? What are you saying? But you know my wife has supernatural power. She knows where I hide money." Seo knows that no relic users have appeared yet. Kim pats him and continues, "Go home now and rest." Our hero says goodbye and goes home thinking this is the perfect time to work and use his skills to reach his goal. But the valuable relics that appeared now are all in Europe and America, and the problem is he doesn't have the money to be able to travel. On his way, he sees 4 men, and one says to another, "You're gonna stay like this with no job, boy? Don't you need to work on yourself a little, boy?" Our hero is shocked when he sees them and says to himself happily, "Now I know where I'll get money from." The man continues, "You really have no blood, Seo. Shouldn't you bow to your big brothers as soon as you see them?" Our hero remembers this man's name is Tai, and he works as a thief originally, but now he opened a gallery with his sister Ju, and the 2 of them do nothing but cause problems. And when our hero was in high school, he needed money, so he went to work for them temporarily. And when he decided to quit, they wouldn't let him and forced him to work for them until he turned 20. And of course, with no respect and constant threats about his salary. There's a blonde boy yelling at our hero saying, "Why don't you answer? Or do you want to get hit?" And before he can continue, our hero punches him and he falls to the ground. And everyone standing around is surprised by his strength. Seo says, "Come on, you idiot. Why are you here? Go and tell Junie that I won't work with him again." Tai replies, "Have you gone crazy? What do you mean you won't work?" Our hero continues, "And before I leave, I also want my wages and end of service compensation." Tai laughs and says, "Live long and see lots of garbage. What did you say, you animal?" And he moves to hit our hero, but Seo is faster than him and hits him in the face, then goes back to grab his head and gives him a knee strike again. Tai keeps calling for them to help him, but they're just standing there, shocked at how fast Seo has become. The 2 remaining guys attack together to hit him, but our hero is way faster, and with just 2 strikes, he drops them both to the ground and tells himself, "These are the results of 15 years of fighting, but it's nice that my body is fast, though it's not strong enough. I need to get rid of them right now." Tai gets up holding a knife and approaches Seo, saying, Did you forget that we took you in and made you a man? Is this how you repay our kindness? I need to get rid of you so you'll wake up. The blonde guy warns Tai that this knife was supposed to be sold and shouldn't be ruined. Our hero focuses on the knife and knows it's an artifact relic, so he's surprised to find it with someone like Tai and decides it should be his. Tai attacks him with the knife, so our hero quickly dodges and grabs his hand, directing the knife at his own neck, and turns toward Tai, saying, "Since when did you become a man, Tai, and know how to pull knives? I'm keeping this knife, and now I want you to watch and learn how we use these things." And of course, our hero, because he has experience with artifacts, can activate this knife's ability and can see inside their bodies. They attack him, but suddenly, Seo disappears from in front of them. They're baffled by how he did that. And our hero knows this weapon also has an invisibility ability. One of those who attacked him gets cut by the knife. Our hero stands in front of them and tells them he hasn't done anything to them yet, and if they don't pay the money he mentioned, they'll see another side of him they won't like and he'll finish them off. So Tai finally agrees to give him the money. We go to the art gallery now, and Jo is screaming at her brother over the phone saying how this hero beat them up and took the money, and that she won't let this lie slide. He replies, scared, saying, "I don't know how this happened. He didn't know anything about fighting, but he's completely changed now. Even his eyes have become scary." Jo asks, "How much did he lose?" Tai answers, "All the money in the bank and all the stuff we were going to exchange." Jo cuts him off. "You're an idiot, boy. I hope you didn't give him the Buddha statue too." We see our hero when he was searching them, counting the money and saying, "Is this all? Don't you have any other money?" They reply that's all they have. So Seo lets them know that if he searches them and finds something else, he won't leave a single piece of them intact. Here they pull out the statue and give it to him, and our hero says, "This looks very expensive. I'll take it." Tai tries to beg our hero to return it, but our hero walks away and leaves him without even looking back. Of course, Jo, after hearing what happened with Tai, says, "You're going to go get that statue back, you idiot." Our hero leaves them and goes to sell the statue. The shop owner tells him this statue isn't worth 50,000 and that it's only used for decoration. Seo is surprised, and the shop owner continues, "Trust me, I assure you no one will buy this statue from you." Seo asks himself, strange, so why was that scumbag Tai acting like it was worth millions? He walks down the street with the statue in his hand, thinking maybe he's the one who sees it as valuable, but because he doesn't own artifacts, he doesn't know how to determine its value. Suddenly a screen appears in front of him saying there's something strange inside the statue. So Seo confirms his suspicion and says, "It's not possible that Tai would die over this statue so much if it's worthless. Alright, I'll see what's inside." He throws the statue in the air and breaks it with the dagger he has. The statue breaks and a bottle comes out of it. Our hero grabs it and knows what's in it is drugs, and that they put them on cigarettes and smoke them, and that it's definitely very expensive, and definitely Tai and his sister are dealing in it. And the drugs and antiques they have, there's a lot of this inside them. He calls his friend Kim on the phone to confirm with him that the reward for reporting drug trafficking is 100 million. We go back to the gallery where Jo is talking to someone on the phone, saying, "You're misunderstanding, sir. I guarantee you the delay isn't because the goods aren't ready. I'm just taking precautions because I suspect someone is watching us." The man yells at her, so she apologizes and promises him she'll call him soon. She hangs up and says, "Is this guy an idiot? Does he think I'm scamming him?" She looks behind her and finds her brother standing there in pain with two people, and asks him without knowing who's with him if he brought back the statue or not. Tai tells her they've been exposed, and before she can ask what he means, the detective shows his ID badge and tells her there's a report against them for smuggling and distributing drugs. Jo gets nervous and says, "What drugs? We only have antiques. We're citizens who know the law well." Kim pulls out the drug bottle and says, "All criminals say the same thing when they're arrested. This bottle is evidence against you. We're sure you have a lot like it in the warehouse." She grits her teeth and says to herself, "Those bastards, how did they know we have another warehouse?" But it's not a problem. All the rooms are locked with passwords. She tells the detective, "I don't understand what you're talking about. If you don't have strong evidence, please don't falsely accuse me, and just because you're a detective doesn't mean you can interfere with our business." Kim raises the transmitter in his hand, and a voice comes out saying the inspectors found 600 antiques in the warehouse, all with drugs inside them. So they put handcuffs on her while she's screaming, "How were you able to open all these warehouses? They all have passwords." Kim laughs and tells her, "You're right, but we have our own methods too." We go to the warehouse with the antiques, and we find the inspector looking at Seo to know there's a room that hasn't been opened yet. Our hero opens it, so they ask him how he knew to do that, and he replies, "Because I have a strong memory." He remembers that this strong memory is one of the limited talents he has, which is why Jo kept exploiting him his whole life since he worked with them in the warehouse. And he knows the rooms have passwords, so he started memorizing them all, and never expected he might need these passwords someday. The inspector enters the room and finds a large amount of drugs in it, so Seo is happy he'll get a lot of money and that he'll collect artifacts very soon. The inspector thanks Seo for the service he's providing to the government, and our hero tells them he's happy to help them, and asks if he can speak with Detective Kim. The inspectors call Kim, who's arresting Joe, and ask him to let her talk to him. He tells her, "You should have treated me nicely. At least you could have given me my money." She's surprised when she hears his voice and asks him if all this is because of him, so he replies mockingly, "Didn't you know you should change the password every 6 months? Anyway, enjoy the time you'll spend in prison." She screams and tells him, "What are you saying, you animal? I'll finish you. Is this my end?" Our hero leaves to go to his house, and on the way he's surprised by a message from Kim telling him he'll receive the 100 million soon, and advises him not to waste it on something trivial. Seo tells himself Kim is worried about him, but from today he won't worry about him again because now he has the money that will help him search for artifacts and take them before Director June. Our hero arrives at his house, and sees that all the houses in the area have gone underground, so he suspects the artifacts did that. There are people standing around him screaming at each other, and there's a soldier standing among them calming them down. Our hero moves away from them and isn't surprised by people's reaction because it's natural for them to be scared of what happened. He remembers that in his previous life, when he was working for Joe, he got a call from his roommate telling him his house had disappeared, but he didn't know how to act then because he was working as a servant for them. And when he finished and returned home, the house was there and nothing had happened. And then he knew that someone nearby was going to take the artifacts, and they shouldn't give him a chance, and this artifact should be his. Suddenly, he hears someone saying, "Please don't shoot me." He looks and finds his roommate. The soldier yells at him while pointing the weapon at him and says, "You think I'm playing with you? Don't ask me too many questions. Stand where you are and don't move." Here Seo kicks the soldier and knocks him to the ground, saying, "How dare you raise a weapon at a civilian? I swear, Uncle Kim, you'll never change." Kim is amazed and surprised by his words. The soldier gets up and apologizes to Seo, so our hero asks him, "Why is the army here now? Isn't the police supposed to solve these problems?" And here he understands something's not right. He tries to trip up the soldier by asking, "Are you trying to enter the tombs?" The soldier tells him this is classified information, so Seo insists on knowing the reason, because it's possible the government is competing with him to find the artifacts, and he asks himself if the government knows these artifacts exist or not. He tells the soldier, "I want to know what the whole army is doing with all these weapons here. I live here and I have the right to know. It seems you don't appreciate the position you're in now, but you're making a big mistake. Do you know I can report you to the authorities for raising your weapon at a civilian? So don't put yourself in a harder position and tell me what you're doing here." The soldier points to the place and says, "We're here to see what this is and look around to know if there's something inside or not. Don't worry, we've secured the area well and even brought foreign experts, so I assure you everything will be fine." So Seo asks himself, are they going to blow up this shrine? Because it's impossible to open it any other way. Our hero thanks the soldier and goes to Kim, who asks him about his conversation with him, so our hero tells him he'd better stay in his place, and he leaves him and walks away. Kim is surprised by his behavior and calls out to him, but Seo doesn't pay him any attention. A little later on the road, we see Linda, an American intelligence agent, talking on the phone with someone asking if he's sure the Korean government doesn't know anything about these tombs. He answers, "Yes, I'm sure. Why do you keep asking this question?" She tells him it's because there's a very large number of soldiers present. He asks her if the mission is going well, so she tells him the explosions will start soon and everything is going perfectly. The person replies to focus well, search for the artifact, and try to take it. After she ends the call, she's surprised by someone greeting her, and it's Kiyoshi, one of the Japanese excavation team, who asks her, "Why are you surprised? I'm supposed to be here, not you. And that's natural because I'm Japanese and you're American and the distance between us is big, right? But you're very skilled at stealing." Linda replies, "We search for artifacts and take them to the international organization. Our mission is to maintain peace and do safety experiments on the artifacts." Kiyoshi says, "You've really told me things I didn't know. So we can take these artifacts if we prove we do safe experiments, right? We all know you won't allow this." Linda asks him how they'll believe them, so he answers that this talk is pointless and they're here for the same thing, and promises her this artifact will be his. She tells him, "As long as you're so confident in yourself, let's see what you'll do." At this time, our hero is hiding behind the wall listening to their conversation and thinks that even though these tombs appeared all over the world, and many people thought they were something cursed, many countries like America and Japan started to know their value and care about them, as they did secret research on artifacts and smuggled those in other countries. He looks at the two people and says to himself, "Ah, you dogs, I won't let you take the artifact from me, but why haven't they done anything yet? They shouldn't have time. They were supposed to say they'll blow up the shrine, but they're definitely watching the weather first, so I'll start. He looks at the ground as he walks and finds words written on the ground. He knows these are special symbols of the shrine, through which the relics present themselves as if they were characters in a story so people can know them. And if someone knew how to decode these symbols, the relics would tell them everything about themselves in detail. Our hero begins decoding the symbols and learns the location of the tomb entrance. A screen appears with text that reads, "Exceptional Symbol Analyst, you have unlocked a new basic skill and become an F-level Tomb Raider. From today, you will be able to learn, understand, and speak any language. You will also be able to hear the voice of relics and talk to them." Our hero gets really happy when he sees this, and says all he has to do now is unlock the 2 remaining skills, and he'll have all the skills. He goes to the shrine entrance and grabs the knife he took from Tai, and with all his strength strikes the pillar. A strong light comes out from the symbol on the pillar, and another screen appears warning him that a dangerous aura is approaching him. Suddenly the ground explodes, and a terrible light shoots out from it, reaching the sky. Linda and Kyoshi see the light, and know it's coming from the shrine gate. Kyoshi runs and goes to the soldiers and tells them not to move from their positions because another explosion might happen, and not to let any creature come behind them. Linda runs after him and says, "You're a liar." He replies, "You know, if the soldiers interfere with our work, things will get really difficult." They reach the new hole in the ground, so Linda throws a stone in it and realizes it's deep. Kyoshi hears the sound of water and jumps into the hole. Our hero is actually down in the hole at this time. He hears the sound and knows Linda and Kyoshi are coming after him, but he plans to distract them a little and set a trap for them. Linda goes down after Kyoshi and is still blaming him for not planning before going down. They hear a sound approaching them, so they look around with the flashlight and find water approaching them. They try to escape from it, but it's no use. The water drags them along with it. Seo continues his way until he reaches the location of the relic. He takes out the knife and says, unfortunately, he doesn't have anything else with him and has to use it. He throws it in the water, and terrible whirlpools form from which a scary snake emerges. It asks, who dropped their belongings, and opens its mouth to stick out its tongue with 2 knives on it, 1 golden and 1 silver. It asks Seo, which one of them is yours? Before our hero answers, he remembers that this relic is called the Golden and Silver Axes, and that it's from a folktale from ancient legends, a famous story in other countries too. So he thinks Linda and Kyoshi might succeed in this test easily, but they're late, and this relic should be his. The snake knows that neither knife is his, so it holds out the golden knife and says to him, this one is definitely yours. But Seo, knowing that whoever answers correctly won't get the real knife but a fake one, and the relic will be lost to him, asks to see the knife first to know if it's his or not. The snake allows him to do so. Seo extends his hand on the snake's tongue to take the knife, then strikes the snake's mouth with it. The snake screams loudly and says, why are you doing this? You were close to succeeding in the test. Our hero replies, calm down a little. You know I never trust relics. Even if I succeeded in the test, how can I guarantee you'll reward me with something real and won't turn me into a crazy person? You never change. The snake is amazed by Seo's knowledge of these details. Our hero remembers that whoever possessed the golden and silver axes eventually turned into a serial killer, and that the number of victims because of this relic is very large. He replies to the snake, you were planning to give me a fake cursed relic, but luckily I was able to expose you. He attacks the snake and stabs the knife into it and tells him he must pay the price for his actions. The snake replies, if you think you'll get the relic this way, forget it. Seo remembers that if he can pass through the tombs with traps and succeed in the test, he'll receive the relic as a reward, and if he completes all the tests and succeeds in them, the relic will grant him many abilities, and a shared bond will form between him and it. But since relics were originally created to hate and harm humans, and after that bond is formed, humans will start suffering from diseases. Then relic users who have healing abilities will have authority and power. This is another reason director John exploited. Our hero forcefully stabs the knife into the snake and says to himself, I don't want that damn bond with relics. We'll see how much you can take, snake, because you'll be under my command. The snake tries to push our hero away, saying, let me go, you dog. Seo laughs and says, you're in pain, aren't you? We'll see how much you can take. Our hero remembers that he must have talent to be able to use relics, because if he doesn't have enough talent, the relic will impose its control over him. And that research has divided talents into 3 groups. The first is social talent, where the person can communicate healthily with relics. The second is dominance, where the person imposes his personality on the relic to make it obey him. And the third is compatibility, where there's great understanding between the person and the relic. Even though most people always prefer social talent because it's easy to use, its consequence isn't good, as relics begin spreading their toxic energy and cause diseases to their owners. Here our hero says to the snake, that's why I won't use social talent this time and I'll make you surrender to me, and if you refuse, I'll tear you to pieces. Do you think I won't do it? The snake replies that it thought humans wanted them. The snake actually dies, and Seo is surprised to get the golden axe. The screen appears with text saying he succeeded in unlocking a new title and skill, which is Tomb Excavator level F. Our hero is happy and realizes that all he needs now is to unlock one more skill to get all the skills. But the screen appears again to give him the title Relic Abuser, which means he has dominance talent, but his social talent is low. Seo is stunned and shouts, "You damn crow. After all I did and you consider me a relic abuser. It doesn't matter. Even if social talent is lacking, I won't use it anyway." Suddenly he hears a voice saying, "Finally found it." Linda and Kiyoshi appear, with Kiyoshi saying, "This is exactly what the prophet said." He grabs the bottle and throws it in the water. Linda asks him, "What are you doing?" Our hero is watching them and says to himself, "You're done, you idiots. Looks like they'll get in my way. Should I finish them off now or wait a little?" He looks behind him at the screen that appeared and points to the knife, telling him he's used more than half of it. He laughs and says, "Is this your way of teaching me, you crow?" We see Kiyoshi getting angry because the relic doesn't appear, and saying, "Linda, if there's a prophecy, that means there's another relic user." Linda replies, "In Japan?" Kiyoshi responds, "It doesn't matter now. There's someone else who knows about this relics and tombs thing. Someone else definitely took this relic before us." Linda agrees with him and looks at the ground and sees marks and traces of Seo's footsteps, so she's sure someone entered here. Seo is standing listening to them. He throws a stone on the ground and they hear the sound and get scared. He thinks about collapsing the tomb on them so they can't escape. Our hero gives a command with the golden axe for the tomb to collapse on them. The ground shakes under them, and we hear Linda telling Kiyoshi, "Run toward the gate. We have to get out of here as fast as we got in." At that moment, they don't know where to get out from. Seo leaves them and exits through another way. He remembers that when he returned to his apartment in his previous life, the dirt covering it had completely disappeared, and people were worried at first, but started returning to their homes again. We go to Kim, who is standing in the street lost in thought. He asks him, "What are you thinking about, Kim?" He tells him that the big hill that was covering the house has disappeared. Our hero replies, "Good, let's go inside the house because I'm dying of hunger." Kim is surprised by his reaction and asks him, "Are you sure the world is safe?" We now go to another place where we find Kiyoshi talking on the phone saying, "What are you saying? What do you mean there's a prophecy saying someone else from Korea will take the relic before us? Shouldn't you have told me? How did you not tell me this important information?" The person replies, "We found out too late. Do you know the relic user's characteristics?" Kiyoshi gets angry. "Don't tell me they didn't know how to read the kanji characters again. You said you have researchers working with this man. How couldn't they read them?" The person tells him that these researchers are children, and reassures him they'll do their best and this mistake won't happen again. He warns him that the person who took the relics isn't ordinary, and that the prophecy about him wasn't reassuring at all because this person will control the world. In our hero's house, we see him sitting in front of the computer, drinking and saying, "This language skill is very useful because it made him know how to search for all the information he wants in different languages, but unfortunately there's no useful information." He remembers that basically no relics have appeared yet, so he searches for Director John to know what he's planning, but he doesn't find any information about his company. Kim comes and stands next to him and looks at the computer and asks him if he can understand these languages. Our hero replies, "Yes, of course. Do you want me to tell you?" "Tell me, Kim. Haven't you heard any news about Director John's company?" Kim tells him he hasn't heard anything, and asks him why he's asking about this company. Our hero answers that he wants to know some information about its director. Kim asks him, "Do you want it for work or what? But what will you gain from this information? I don't think a big director like John would meet someone who's an intern in a small company." So our hero tells him he left work there. Kim asks him, "Then what's the use of this information? And why did you leave work?" But our hero is busy searching, so he doesn't answer him. Suddenly information appears about John's company, saying he opened an art gallery, so he decides to use this information and try to find out more news about John through it. We go to the antiques gallery, where we see inside Ty's men lamenting over the drugs the police took. One of them asks, "What do we do now since Ty and John were arrested? We won't know how to work alone. We're unemployed now." The blonde man named Seong replies, "Yes, I know this well. It's all because of that bastard named Seo. I'll never forgive him, and we must take revenge on him. I won't rest until I get our rights." Here he hears his phone ringing and gets angry when he sees it's Seo's number, so he answers. Seo asks coldly, "Why didn't you answer me quickly?" Seong shouts, "How dare you report Ty and John and they go to jail because of you." Our hero interrupts him, "Shut up and listen to me. You're still working, aren't you? Then you must pay back the money you owe. The man tells him, what do you want from us? Because of you all our possessions were confiscated. Our only option now is to close the gallery. Seo replies, since you haven't closed it yet, that means you're still working, and that's very good, but I want you to attend the auction at Midas. He thinks this auction is the biggest secret auction held in Las Vegas, known to have the world's greatest treasures, and that John attended this auction before and took very valuable relics from it, and that he must send them there to watch the place and gather information about John for him. He continues talking to Song, I want you during this month to go there and get some good relics and watch a certain person at the auction. This person's name is Jack. And if you don't find him, let me know. And if you give me wrong information, I'll finish you all off. And the name Jack is John's alias. Seong replies, are you delirious? What are you saying? How will we be able to enter a place like this? We were successful before because Joe had connections that helped us. Our hero tells them this talk doesn't concern him, and he won't be cheap like them and will pay them money in exchange for that, but this will be based on the quality of the information they'll bring. Seong insists they won't go to the auction even if he pays a lot of money. Seo tells him, I'm not telling you to choose whether to go or not. You'll go whether you like it or not. Seems like the previous blow didn't work with you. Think carefully about what I'm saying. If you want to know the details, I'll tell you next time. Be ready. We see our hero carrying a bag on his shoulder, saying to himself, great, John's matter is done. I'll go tonight to hunt for a new relic. We see our hero in the supermarket, hearing news on TV about a woman who tried to commit suicide by burning herself. He suspects this is related to the appearance of the second tomb. He hears someone say to him, are you going to keep standing there amazed like that? Move over and let me pass. The place is tight. He looks and finds Kiyoshi, remembering he saw him at the gold and silver axes relic. Since this man is here, the appearance of the second tomb must be somewhere close by. Kiyoshi will be the Japanese predictor for the relic. Kiyoshi is surprised when our hero says, won't you shut up? Why do you talk so much like that? Do you think I don't understand you? Kiyoshi laughs and says, didn't you say you're Japanese? Sorry. It's been a really tough day. He tells him, sorry, I don't understand you. I only speak Korean. Kiyoshi yells at him, are you trying to push it? You're the one who said that just now in Korean. Seo ignores him and goes to pay, saying to himself, all right, Kiyoshi, you started it and I'll show you. I know you have a relic with you and you're not even trying to hide your aura, which is expected from someone like you. Even though I don't know exactly what kind of relic it is, I'm sure I'll take it from you. Kiyoshi puts his hand on our hero's shoulder after talking to him a lot without our hero responding, telling him it's rude not to answer. So Seo opens a cold bottle in his face and splashes him, and Kiyoshi says, what did you do, you animal? You dirtied my clothes. As punishment, you'll pay for cleaning these clothes. Our hero responds coldly, sorry, someone must have shaken the bottle before I opened it. He reaches his hand into Kiyoshi's pocket and learns that the relic is in the form of a bracelet, and if he steals it now, Kiyoshi will notice. He tells Kiyoshi, calm down and relax. I don't have any money to clean your clothes. And besides, these clothes don't look expensive. He leans down and finds Kiyoshi's card that fell and gives it to him, telling him to pay attention to his belongings and not drop them. Kiyoshi pulls the card from Seo's hand, worried he might have seen it and knows who he is. Suddenly, an earthquake happens around them and everyone falls to the ground. Seo knows the tomb has started appearing, and that's why Kiyoshi is here. Kiyoshi is very happy that the prophecy is actually coming true. He talks to someone on the phone and tells them the tomb has appeared. The person replies, there's something you should know. The prophecy says the Korean who took the gold and silver axes relic is very close to you. And there's something illogical in the prophecy. It warns you about the cold thing. Kiyoshi remembers Seo splashing him with the cold thing. He gets angry and says, it can't be that this filthy person is the one the prophecy is talking about. He walked away from here. I'll look for him myself. And if there's anything else about the prophecy, tell me immediately. He runs to search for Seo, who is walking and asking himself, why is the aura in this place bloody? This tomb is completely different from the previous one. This time isn't like the previous times. A voice interrupts him saying, wait, don't move. Don't move if you don't want to get shot. It's Kiyoshi's voice, standing with a gun raised at our hero, ordering him to open his bag. Seo stands and gives no reaction, so Kiyoshi gets angry at Seo, ignoring him. Suddenly, they feel something strange around them, and the screen appears to Seo warning him of a very large force coming toward him. Here, the ground cracks, and a strong light comes out, filling the place. They find weapons emerging from everywhere around them, and people are scared and confused by what's happening. Seo says to himself, ah, you damn relic. You attracted all these people to hurt them. The tomb is full of broken weapons. I've been here before in my previous life. This is the katana sword relic. a Japanese relic known as Muramasa. This was a person famous for making swords during the time when the Muromachi ruled, and they considered swords works of art. Because their relationship at that time wasn't good with the military ruler Tokugawa, they decided to kill his father, grandfather, and brother with these weapons. So Tokugawa broke all the swords and spread the word at the time that these swords were cursed. So this will definitely be the new relic that hates humans intensely. Another screen appears with text. The bloody relic's aura is entering your body and your skin is being destroyed. You need to protect your body. He looks at his hand where wounds are forming and knows he must destroy this tomb as soon as possible. But he hears Kiyoshi's voice saying, "I told you don't move. Open your bag and empty your pockets." Seo tells him what he's doing is theft, and he won't listen to him. Kiyoshi laughs loudly and replies, "Do you want to die? If you don't want that, don't play with me." We find our hero raising his hands and telling him, "Go ahead, shoot me, but a piece of advice, don't do it because you won't be able to." Kiyoshi points the gun at his leg and says, "Ah, you dog. You think I'm joking? I'll make you regret what you did, meaning I have to shoot your leg so you'll believe." And he actually fires a bullet from the gun, but the bullet explodes in the gun and burns his hand. Our hero mocks him then and tells him, "See what happened? Don't you know that new weapons don't work in the tomb? That's because relics don't like to make things easy for humans." Kiyoshi asks our hero how he knew this information, and that he's definitely the person who took the gold and silver axes. Our hero grabs him by his clothes and drags him behind, saying, "This relic is mine now, so don't think about standing in my way." Our hero strikes a blow and embeds him in the ground. Kiyoshi is shocked when the mud turns into hands and things resembling humans grabbing him from every direction. Seo tells him, "Stay in your place, you fool. For your information, this trap will bother you a little." He then leaves him and runs. Here Kiyoshi looks around and finds people watching him and wondering what's going on. He reassures them that everything is under his control. He asks if anyone speaks Japanese, so someone approaches him and tells him he can speak Japanese. Kiyoshi asks him to help him, and indeed, the man prepares to help him, but the rest of the people stop him and warn him that Kiyoshi is a dangerous person with a gun. Kiyoshi takes out his card and tells him, "Don't be afraid and trust me. I'm from the Japanese excavation team, and I'll know how to deal well with situations like this, and I promise to get you all out of here safely." At this time, our hero is walking with the relic he stole from Kiyoshi's pocket in his hand when he fell to the ground. This relic is a rope in the form of a bracelet and a box containing rice cake. He remembers this relic is from a folk tale where a tiger tries to kill the mother to take the rice cake from her, tries to kill her daughters, but they save themselves through a rope thrown to them from the sky, and that this relic's level isn't high, but it will definitely be useful to him. The screen appears with text, "Little pickpocket, you've unlocked a new number, and now you have a Tomb Raider skill. Clever fingers rank F. Fingers through which you can know how to use any tool the right way just by touching it, and you now have greater ability to repair and steal relics. With this, you now have the 4 basic skills with which you'll be able to raid tombs, and you have a reward after you get out of this tomb." Seo says, "There's a reward too? This crow seems to be playing with me. Whatever, you'll be rewarded anyway." He's surprised by a loud voice in the place calling for help. He stands at the edge of the ground and finds many people below him, including a student holding a knife and attacking a person sitting on the ground. Our hero knows this is a new trap. He hears the people around trying to calm this student down, but she doesn't listen to them. Seo understands that the knife has taken control of her, and anyone who touches the knife will have the same thing happen to them. The more people it controls, the harder it will be for the remaining people to escape from the place, and thus, all the people in the pit will die. And the more dead there are, the more the bridge will form, and this is the nature of the sacrifice trap. Our hero calls out loudly to the people below and asks if the one who led them into this pit is the Japanese man. One of them replies, "Yes." As soon as he sang a song, the strange traps around him disappeared a little, and we were rescuing him from the rest when we found ourselves in this pit, and he said we must all die to protect the secret. Our hero goes down to the edge, thinking that the user of the prophecy relic is the one who ordered Kiyoshi to do this. The people are warning about the ground full of weapons, but he pulls out his dagger and cuts them all. Our hero descends into the pit, and the student starts approaching him. He decides to use the relic. He throws the rope and orders it to bind the girl, and indeed, the rope wraps around her and ties her to the ground. After Seo takes the knife from her, he hears the relic's voice saying, "Who are you? You're now required to eliminate all the humans in front of you." Our hero is surprised by a relic giving him an order. At this time, the screen appears, and our hero sees what's written on it and says, "What? A C-rank relic? What is this arrogance? You're worthless. Where's the tomb leader here?" And he throws the knife in the air. In front of him is the student after she woke up from the relic's effect, asking him to untie her. He gives the rope a command, and the rope returns around his hand again. Seo asks the people to walk behind him and not doubt him because he's a person, not a monster. We now go to another place full of weapons. We see Kyoshi laughing and saying, "Very good. I managed to get rid of all these witnesses, and I also found the location of the Muramasa relic. All I have to do now is take the relic and eliminate the filthy Korean who took my relics." He starts searching for the relic among all the weapons but finds them all fake. After he thinks he found it, he hears people's voices screaming, "Come here, you dog. How dare you try to kill us?" Kyoshi is confused and says, "How did he get them out of there?" They grab him by his clothes and throw him on the ground and stomp on him with their feet. And of course, Seo comes toward him and says, "You're the reason?" Seo replies, "Yes, of course. Who else would do this? It's strange you don't know how to locate relics even though you came here before me. I was right when I called you a fool." He grabs the golden axe and gives it a command to locate the relic. An aura forms around the Muramasa sword, and our hero tells Kyoshi that the relic was close to him, but Kyoshi doesn't believe this broken sword can be the relic sword. Our hero tells him, "That's normal because the relic doesn't reveal its true form until it's activated." Our hero is holding the sword in his hand, and hears the relic's voice saying, "There's someone else trying to control me. My body is tired and broken from the conditions here. If you want to use my power, you must provide 10 sacrifices, and I want human sacrifice to return to my normal state. If what I say doesn't happen, I'll bury you in your place with the remaining people." Kyoshi and the people hear this conversation and get scared because 10 people will die. Seo looks at the sword and says, "All relic weapons behave this way. Do you think you're testing me with this?" The relic replies, saying his words are correct, and orders him to eliminate 10 humans. Seo refuses and activates the domination skill. Tremendous energy comes out of the sword and our hero says, "The one who will be tested is you, not me. If you don't surrender, I'll break you to pieces. Come on, surrender, Muramasa." The relic replies, "How dare a human like you do this to me?" The energy increases and a shockwave comes out of it, and the sword returns intact with a blue aura on it. And with this, our hero has finished the second tomb. Here our hero takes the rope and hangs it on the edge of the pit, and asks the people to climb on it to get them out safely. They thank him and start to exit. Kyoshi sneaks in and enters among them, but Seo grabs him and tells him, "Come here to me and don't try to hide among them. Are you planning to eliminate them after they get out of here or what?" Kyoshi tenses up and replies, "Believe me, I won't do this. Just let me get out of here. If you let me go, I'll mediate for you with the government and get you to work with us. You'll get 10 billion yen. Do you understand what all this means if you work with our team? Plus, we have the predictive artifact, the guide to the future, which if you use it will make your life easier. What do you say?" Seo responds, "You really amuse me. What I know is that no one uses the guide to the future artifact except the original owner, so how do you expect me to know how to use it?" Kyoshi answers him that there's a team operating this artifact and they'll definitely help him, so our hero allows him to use the rope, but on the condition that he comes out last. Seo climbs up the rope, with Kyoshi behind him, who's thrilled that he managed to trick our hero with the 10 billion conversation. He apologizes to him afterward and tells him that he respects him a lot because he's a respectable person and that his team will welcome him greatly. Seo asks him to tell him about the Japanese team that activates the artifact because if they're not trustworthy, he won't work with them. Kyoshi reassures him and tells him that the team belongs to John's companies. As soon as Seo hears this, he kicks Kyoshi with his leg, making him fall back into the pit, and says to him, "Thanks for that nice piece of information. Looks like you're ready to do anything to stay alive. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said something like that. Who would want to work with filthy people like you?" He climbs up and leaves Kyoshi below. Kyoshi yells at him, "You'll have a heart attack to leave me to die." Wait! Our hero gets out of the pit, goes to his place, and enters the bathroom to wash up. He hears the voice of an artifact threatening him that it will finish him off because of what he did. Seo gets angry and says, "Shut up. Which one of you exactly is talking? Is it you, Muramasa?" He's holding the sword in his hand, so he throws it in the bathroom to torture it. Here he feels pain and looks at his hand to find it burned, and he knows this is because of using the domination skill. He remembers that to take any artifact, he must succeed in all the tests, but because he ignored several tests and controlled the artifact using the domination power, he'll suffer from damage, and the stronger the artifact, the more it will resist him, and that if he continues this way, his body won't hold up much longer. But he has no other choice because if he doesn't dominate the artifacts, they'll betray him in the end. A screen appears and tells him that since he left the shrine and unlocked the basic skills, he'll now get a reward for this quest. Two options appear for him to choose between for his reward, either the domination path or the social path. Our hero says, "To reward me, you crow, you give me only two choices. You want me to choose which path has more? This is also a test. Do you think I'll be quiet because my arm is in this condition? I'll choose the domination path." He clenches his fist hard and receives the reward, but he's annoyed and says, "Wasn't I supposed to get a new prize different from what I have? Why didn't I get anything else? Or are you trying to copy the rules of another game, you crow? Copy well then." He puts his hand in his pocket and finds small silver-colored pills. The screen points to them and tells him that this is a consumable artifact and that it's food. He says to himself, "So I'm supposed to eat it or what? Come on, I've reached this point. I have nothing to lose if I die after eating it. That's my fate then." He actually eats the pills and picks up the sword, regretting that he threw it from the beginning because of the smell. Suddenly he feels something strange and the sword drops from his hand to the ground, so he knows the effect of the pills has started working. He looks at his hand and finds it back to normal without any scratches. He asks himself, could these pills be a healing artifact? Lucky you. So, these healing artifacts are rare and powerful. The screen appears with writing saying that he resisted the side effects of the artifact, healed successfully, and now has a new skill of increased immunity tolerance type. He's surprised because it's the first time he's seen an ability like this and asks himself, was this ability made specifically for me or what? On the news broadcast, the announcer says that an earthquake occurred somewhere and because of it, a strange building appeared. This building had 5 people trapped inside, and these people said that the building had many traps like a wall full of swords, and one eyewitness said there was a person trying to harm them and that he identified them as being from the Japanese excavation team. The Korean government contacted the Japanese government and is waiting for their response, and that they must bear the consequences of what happened. Before the news could continue, we see someone turning off the TV, and we see his men in the official board meeting of the Japanese excavation team, saying to someone in front of them, "You animal, what have you done? The media is talking about the artifacts now. You brought shame to Japan. Kyoshi also exposed us before he died. Even his death is a loss." The person apologizes, and he's the leader of the Japanese excavation team. His name is Mori, and he's still defending himself when the man yells at him, "Weren't you the one who claimed to be smart and said you'd handle the matter of the Korean boy who appeared in the prophecy?" Mori replies, "Yes, we did say that, but the whole thing is that unexpected things happened, but the situation is different now. We can use the predictive artifact to determine his location." The man says to him, "Didn't you say that the user of the predictive artifact must communicate with the person whose location he'll determine at least once to know how to reach him?" Mori replies, "We can do this now because Kyoshi's location is being determined through the artifact, and since he spoke with the Korean and was with him, we can determine his location. Also, the researchers who aren't users of the Guide to the Future artifact are trying to find a way to use it without being the original owners, and that's why John's companies are willing to spend their time and money to complete this research." The man is convinced and gives him a new chance. Mori thanks him and promises it won't happen again, and they plan that they must eliminate our hero. We go to our hero who's lying on his bed looking at his hand and saying to himself, "This endurance ability is strange. Man, if it makes me able to withstand the poison of artifacts, that would be amazing. All artifact users suffer from these side effects. In my previous life, we reached a time when the healing artifact became something essential. Surely this ability was made just for me. All this is because of you, Crow, isn't it? I wonder why exactly are you planning? What will you gain when you favor me over other people? Answer. Or are you only good at talking to me on the screen?" Seo's phone rings, and it's Seong who's in Las Vegas making the call. Our hero answers Seong, who tells him, "I saw the list of people invited to the auction and found people among them whose names start with the letter J." Seo tells him that he'll go and search himself. As soon as he gets up from his place, the screen appears in front of him, and he sees what's written on it, which is that the predictive artifact has determined his location, and he says, "Is this the guide to the future or what?" I'm starting to get annoyed, but he's interrupted by Seong's voice asking him, "Where did you go?" Our hero confirms to him that he'll go to them, but not now because he has an important errand first. Our hero remembers someone named Prince Shotoku who was a politician and regent during the Asuka period in Japan, and that he wrote a predictive sutra called The Guide to the Future. Despite there being no evidence of this sutra's existence, some ancient books alluded to its existence, and this is considered the first artifact to be connected with humans, and that instead of being in a shrine, it chose to stay with whoever carries it, and chose a girl named Soka. One day, Soka was going to school and found the sutra on the ground, so she picked it up, and when she found it old, she left it and walked away. But the artifact kept following her everywhere until she got tired of it and cut it up and burned it, but it would appear in front of her again, which made her life terrifying and hellish. When the Japanese government learned about this matter, they started using the Guide to the Future to collect many artifacts, and from that time on, Soka and her family lived in comfort. But at some point, Soka decided to quit her studies and spend all her time reading the Guide to the Future, and because she didn't know how to read or understand kanji characters, she couldn't benefit from the artifact. Other artifact users came and took it from her. After that, Soka died. Our hero is sitting at Incheon Airport and says to himself, everything has changed now. These people have started determining my location, and not only that, but they're helping John. I won't let them, and I'll do everything I can to make their plans fail. We go to Soka's house where she's watching her favorite singer on TV, and one of the excavation team members calls her, and she doesn't answer. When he enters, she says, he's not handsome but he's a talented singer. He calls her to read the guide to the future, and she gets annoyed because this is her favorite song. The man replies, enough, you've watched it 4 times. She tells him that she loves these songs and enjoys them. There's a woman sitting who says to her, how are you, Soka? If there are any words you can't understand, try to look them up and tell us about them. She goes to read the book but suddenly screams, gets up from her place, trembles, and says, the words are very clear. They say I'm going to die, and it's all because of the Korean. Kyoshi died because of him. The woman calms her down and asks her if there are any other prophecies she knows that can predict the future. The man says, that's right. If this Korean is really going to come and kill you, then surely there are other prophecies talking about this matter. Soka is surprised and says to herself, if this is true, I won't let this Korean defeat me. At this time, our hero arrives at Haneda Airport, where Mori has gathered a team and says, listen everyone, we have an emergency. The Korean artifact user we're looking for has arrived here. One of them asks if they're going to detain him at the airport, and they answer through the guide to the future. The man says that what he knows is that the guide to the future won't be able to determine his location. Mori tells him that the guide to the future will only monitor his presence, and this will be a very good opportunity for them to eliminate him, and he orders them to start executing the plan. We see our hero sitting eating and saying, this sushi made by a skilled chef. I wonder when these bastards will attack me. He opens a notebook with writing saying that Soka will die, and continues, I was constantly threatening her life, so they won't leave me alone, and surely the guide to the future informed Soka about the curse I'm writing for her. Surely the curse caught the artifact's attention, and since they couldn't determine my location, it means I was moving at my leisure. Anyway, the Japanese soldiers are coming now. There are actually 3 team members waiting behind the door, including one named Roy, disguised as a chef. Soka appears with a plate in her hands and asks Roy, the boy inside wants to kill me. How will I go into him? He replies, all you'll do is just look at him, and then the artifact will be able to determine his location, and we'll be able to know everything about him. He doesn't even know what you look like, so don't be afraid. If anything happens, we'll come to you immediately. Soka is convinced by his words, and knows that the prediction ability is the strongest ability, meaning she's the strongest here. She enters to serve food to Seo. She admires him at first sight, and is surprised how the team is trying to eliminate him. Our hero thanks her, and knows that she's a user of the Guide to the Future artifact. He puts his hand on his sword and says to himself, I like that she came to meet me herself. Here Mori is watching all this through cameras and orders the team through the transmitter to intervene. Roy replies, what is she doing? All this inside. Wasn't she supposed to look at him and leave? What's in her head? Soka closes the door and says to Seo, can I be one of your fans? Sorry, I forgot you're not famous. All this while Mori and the team are going crazy from her actions. One of them says, maybe she's talking to him to extract information from him. Our hero asks Soka, what do you mean? She replies, I want to talk to you a little. You don't seem to understand me. Wait. She grabs her phone and writes him a message translated to Korean that she admires him and shows it to him. Seo understands and is surprised that she's acting this way, but he takes advantage of the opportunity and takes the phone and writes a message. Soka is happy when she reads it. At this time, the soldiers are standing and don't hear any sound, but suddenly the table falls to the ground and breaks, and they find themselves tied with ropes. They see our hero standing with Soka behind him. Seo says, I was sure you'd pull these pathetic moves, so I prepared the rope artifact for you. He walks with Soka, who looks at them, and Seo tells her, don't worry, I tied them up so they won't bother us. What do you say we go out for a walk? Just you and me. We see the conversation that happened between our hero and Soka when he wrote to her in Japanese. Go out with me for a walk. She says to him, what? You speak Japanese too? Seo replies, just enough. Tell me, you didn't come here alone. You definitely came with the Japanese team, right? Those guys are really boring. I wouldn't be surprised if they're forcing you to do tasks you don't want to do. They don't like me, so I guess they won't let you go out with me. She knows his words are actually true, and he puts his hand on her hair and says, come on, let's go out together, and you better listen to me. She says to herself, turns out he's a nice, sweet, and kind person. Is it possible that this nice guy would try to kill me? And here we see them when they left the room, and Soka continues to herself, since I looked at him, I should be able to predict his future. I forgot the future diary, but that's not important right now. She's walking behind him, but is shocked when Sio's sword is at her neck, and he says, I don't want to hear a sound, and give me your phone. He takes her phone and throws it on the ground and breaks it with his foot, so she screams, What are you doing? Our hero replies, Use your head and calm down. I'm getting rid of it so they can't track our location. I don't want anyone bothering us. Do you think I don't know who you are? You're a user of the future diary, right? She cries and says to herself, What am I going to do now? Turns out this guy is evil. They go to the cafeteria, and as soon as the door closes, Seo ties Soka's hand with rope. She tells him, You've gone way too far, you liar. I can't believe you tricked me with this date. Seo laughs and says, What are you saying? Aren't we spending time together? Is this a date or not? She gets scared and asks him, What are you going to do with me? You're not going to kill me, are you? Seo answers her, I was thinking about killing you and I was going to cut your neck with Muramasa, but your stupidity got us to where we are. Take out the future diary and write down everything in it here. He puts a notebook in front of her, so she tells him she left it at home. He grabs her arm and rolls up her sleeve and points to a tattoo and says, Do you think I didn't notice this tattoo? It appeared after you used the future diary, right? Touch the tattoo and call the future diary and it'll come to you here. I can't believe you don't know these basic things. She actually does what he says and is surprised when she finds the future diary in her hands, and she actually starts writing in the notebook. Seo tells her that if she forgets a single line, he'll kill her, so she must write everything she can and not even think about taking a break. He sits flipping through and playing with the phone while Soka keeps writing. After a while, she stops writing and tells him, My hand hurts. What more do you want? Look, I'll give you the future diary, but let me go. He tells her he doesn't want the artifact. He wants her to write only. He continues to himself, If I wanted the future diary, I would have taken it a long time ago, but I didn't do that because it's an S-rank artifact and that's a high and legendary rank in the artifact list. If I try to control a high-rank artifact, the damage will be huge. When I tried to control Muramasa, which is a rank lower than the diary, my skin burned, and if I try to control the diary, there won't be a single intact piece of my body, and unfortunately, I don't have a healing artifact. He's looking at his phone, but he senses something. We see Mori and two from the team entering the cafeteria, and the owner tries to stop them. So Mori replies, Get out of my face, don't hold us up. We'll finish our work quickly. Search the place well and check the rooms and see if there are any other doors. Our hero looks through the room door and says, Finally they arrived. How much have you written? She tells him she's almost done with the first diary. He takes the notebook and tells her that's enough. So she asks him, So should I understand from this that you'll let me go? He replies, There's still one thing left, and he grabs the sword. So Soka gets scared and tries to convince him not to kill her. Seo tells her, Do you think you're important to me? There's something you don't understand. You think you're using the artifact, but unfortunately, the artifact is the one exploiting you. Maybe this is the only way for you to get rid of it. And he raises the sword and strikes it into the future diary. The artifact screams and says, What are you doing, you animal? Soka stands there shocked and loses consciousness and falls to the ground from what happened. The screen appears with text, Destroyer of evil artifacts. You've unlocked a new title. With this, the domination stat increased and the social stat decreased, and your ability to threaten artifacts and spy increased to rank A. And because you destroyed a high-rank artifact, you've become known as the Mighty Hunter. Suddenly, the team breaks down the door and Mori looks at the destroyed future diary and asks, What happened to the artifact? Seo replies coolly, Why are you surprised? I destroyed it. But here Mori gets angry and gives an order to the team to kill our hero. Our hero says to him mockingly, You think you're joking? If you're a man, do it. Here, all this belonged to Kiyoshi, but don't fool yourselves, I heard his greed is worth fighting for. He throws him a C-rank mochi rice in the air, which is a consumable artifact, and as soon as Mori takes it, we find our hero disappeared. The team starts fighting over the mochi when they smell its sweet scent, so Mori screams while firing a shot from his gun. You dogs, the mochi is mine, have some blood, I'm the boss. But it's no use, and they keep fighting over it. We now see our hero on the plane, and he says to himself, No artifact smuggled me better than this mochi. Not only does it turn enemies against each other, but it also allows the user to teleport instantly. Let me look at the future diary and see what it says. Since the John Company was supporting the future diary, most likely Soka met John, and there'll definitely be something in the prophecies about John. He finds it and reads the writing that within a month, he must head to the underworld full of greed. In this place, an omen of doom for the world's greatest disaster will appear. He's sure this talk is related to the Midas auction held underground, and this is the place where Seong and his men went to search for John. And since there are 3 people with the same name, definitely John is one of them, and that's what the prophecy usually says. But the words, omen of doom, and world's greatest disaster have a big secret behind them. The plane moves and our hero remembers that the word great disaster is a description of the artifact's effect on the world, because the whole world became aware of shrines and artifacts and started searching for them. But according to what's written, this disaster started earlier than its time. He reads a sentence that says, "The ruler who will understand your greed will ask for your help." Seo says to himself, this means there's an artifact from the ruler class that will appear at the auction. I wonder if John took this artifact from the auction and because of it he'll be very strong? If that's the case, I'll take it from him. We go to the excavation team council committee, and in a room we see a person standing in front of 4 people, and he tells them that Soko woke up but she's still tired, and that the future diary seems to be completely destroyed. One of them screams, so they got injured and lost too, and in the middle of all this, Mori and his team were shooting at each other? What happened doesn't make sense. Do you think we're joking? The officer apologizes, and the man keeps yelling. There's a woman standing there spying on them and talking to someone on the phone, and tells him that the artifact was destroyed, and that the team lost. So he replies, "Are you serious? All this because of one person? Who's this bastard?" She suggests to him that they kill him, but he refuses. She tells him, "So the money we spent on the Future Diary project went to waste?" He tells her, "You're right, but think of it this way. If this person was able to destroy the artifact, it means he's very strong. Isn't it better for us to have him on our team?" She replies to him, "But he destroyed the artifact without hesitation. Suppose he does the same to our boss's artifacts. What will we do then?" The man laughs then and tells her they'll give him a large amount, and that money does everything. And he tells her all she has to do is watch Seo. We now go to Las Vegas and see our hero sitting somewhere drinking juice and waiting for Seong and his men. Why are they late? And after they enter, he asks them the reason. Seong points to the bartender and says, "This tall guy is the one who refused to let us in." The man replies that no one is allowed in here except those who will attend the auction. Seong says, "Look, he's insistent on kicking us out anyway. What did we do to him to treat us like this?" The man tells him that if he doesn't listen and leave nicely, he'll throw him out by force. Seong screams, "You know what? Be polite and speak to me in Korean." Our hero says to Seong, "So you're disguising yourself in America and asking them to speak to you in Korean too?" Our hero tells the bartender they're with him, so the man apologizes to him. Seo laughs and says, "No problem. I understand you." Honestly, they look embarrassing and shameful. Seong is surprised that our hero speaks English, and Seo tells him, "Don't focus on that. Sit down and show me the information you brought." Seong gives him a notebook with information about the 3 people with the same names. Seo says to himself they worked hard and helped him with something. Seong asks him if he found the person he's looking for, so our hero answers yes, and is focusing on John's fake documents, confirming he'll be at the auction and that there will be very valuable artifacts. Seong asks, "Why are you looking at the auction catalog? Definitely only rich people will be at the auction, because if you succeed in bidding and decide to buy something you don't have the price for, they'll take your kidney." Seo ignores him and flips through the catalog, which doesn't have any divine artifacts, and asks himself, "So, what did the prophecy mean?" And he tells Seong he needs to buy some things from the auction. So Seong slams his hand on the table and says loudly, "Are you joking? This is the Midas auction. Do you know what it means that bidding there starts from 10 to 20 billion? We came here for a specific purpose. We didn't agree to buy anything." Seo replies, "Do you think I don't have money or what?" And our hero leaves them and walks, so they run after him asking where he's going. He replies to them, "Did you forget we're in the city of gambling or what? Everything is done with money." Seong says loudly, "You're going to get the money through gambling? No, you've officially gone crazy." We see our hero playing on a slot machine with Song and some people standing shocked at the huge amounts he's winning. Seong says, "It's unbelievable that the slot machine is paying out all this. How can he win millions on every machine he's played?" Our hero finishes playing and pulls a check from the machine and tells them they'll go to another place to collect the money. Our hero walks and Seong is holding the check and can't believe the amount written on it, so he's afraid the place owners will kill them. Suddenly, our hero finds someone stopping him and asking to search him, since no one has ever won this much money before. Seo agrees and tells him he won't find anything on him. The man notices a gold medallion in our hero's hand and asks him about it. Seo tells him it's just a souvenir. The man says, "It really does look like something ordinary." Our hero then says to himself, "It looks ordinary, but the truth is that this golden axe is disguised in a folded shape, and one of the relic user's skills is changing the relic's appearance. Since the golden axe can identify the locations of money and valuable things, I used it to show me the machine that will make me win more money than before, and I also found out which casino I could participate in more than once." The man apologizes to So and tells him his luck is great. Song is surprised that So wasn't caught for cheating and asks So about the secret of his success. At this time, the casino owners are checking the slot machines to see if there's anything wrong. Here, Seo walks away and tells Seong they're going to another casino, but before that, our hero goes to accounting to cash the check. When the employee sees the amount she's being asked for, she asks him if she can escort him to the VIP room, but Seo refuses this and asks her to give him the money quickly. He takes the bag of money and goes with the men to a restaurant. Seong says, "So we've become millionaires. This money will last us a lifetime in luxury." Seo replies, "You guys are understanding this wrong. This money isn't yours." Seong says he knows this and tries to convince our hero to take the money and go home, and that it's not important to go to the auction after that, because there's no need for it. Seo says to himself, "My goal is to take the relics from the auction, and to be able to face Kwon, I need to have a lot of money." He asks Seong to finish eating quickly so they can go to other casinos. They arrive at the casino and the relic says, "I smell money. When will you turn me back to my original form, boss? Come on, give me. I want to sit and enjoy the scent of despair from the people here." Seo replies, "Shut up and show me where the machine is that will win quickly." A screen appears to our hero, showing him that the relic is pleased with this place and that his ability to spy and bond with the relic has increased. Seo says to himself, "Even though the casino makes money, there are people who are sad and hopeless, and relics love places where people suffer. I don't want to give an opportunity like this to the relic. I need to take the money quickly and leave." But he hears the voice of one of the men stopping him and asking about what's in his bag. When he finds the bag moving forcefully in his hand, our hero opens the bag and sees the silver axe, which has the ability to identify the location of enemies who threaten the relic's owner, unlike the golden axe, which identifies the locations of treasures. He asks himself, "I wonder why the axe is activated now." At this moment, he sees two people fighting because one of them cheated and robbed the other, destroying the place with their brawl. The owner of the place tries to calm them down, but they stab someone with a knife and attack our hero, knocking him to the ground. Our hero looks at him, and from the shape of his clothes knows that this person is the one who deals cards at the casino. He's surprised and asks, "How can you attack a customer like this?" He continues to himself, "There shouldn't be any tombs here, so why is all this happening here?" The sound of clicking heels interrupts them, and a woman with blonde hair appears. The men are stunned by her beauty, but Seo cuts off the moment and asks them to gather their things because they're leaving. Seong asks, "Why are we leaving? Don't you want to collect more money?" Our hero says to himself, "What brought this girl here now? I understand why there was a problem. We need to get away from her." This is Irene, the young girl in the wealthy Hilton family. Ruler-class relics are the strongest of all relics, and the people who use them have a higher status than other users, so they take titles like Ruler of Fate, Wealth, Conquest, and others, and they had absolute power in the Age of Relics. Among these people, Irene used a terrifying relic with the title Ruler of Failure, and anyone who got close to her would have bad luck. Many people's businesses stopped and many people went bankrupt because of her, and she was also the cause of a global crisis. Because of all this, I need to get away from her immediately. Our hero is surprised when she calls out to him and runs toward him. He tries to escape from her, but she stays behind him, and a screen appears with writing, "I sense an unlucky aura coming from the door. The relics you have will suffer great damage. The amount of allowed usage for your relics will run out quickly." He looks and finds Irene holding on to him, saying, "Can you listen to me please?" Seo says to himself, "Looks like you're tired, Seo." The screen appears again and tells him that an unlucky aura has grabbed him, and because of this aura, his relics won't work well. Anything he does will fail, and his ability has already started to decrease. Seo shouts and pushes her away. Irene apologizes for overstepping, but it's because she got excited when she saw him. The men are standing there asking each other why Seo is acting like he saw a demon in front of him. One of them says he remembers this girl, and that her name is Irene Hilton, daughter of the famous American family, and that he saw her picture on the internet before. They all look at her as she says to our hero, "You're the one who won a lot of money at the casinos, right? I was looking for you everywhere. Do you mind telling me how you did it?" Our hero says to himself, "Why would a rich woman like this ask me such a question? Weird." He tells her he's not that person, leaves her, and walks away. Seong follows him and says, "What did you do, you crazy guy? Do you know who they are? This is Irene Hilton. Irene Hilton, who tried to reach you by all means, and in the end you ignore her? Why aren't you answering me? Wait, we'll talk to her for you. Don't waste this opportunity." Seong and his men go back to talk to her, but her unlucky aura affects them, and they find themselves on the ground unable to move. Our hero takes them outside and tells Seong they need to stay away from this girl as much as they can. He leaves them the money and says, "When you recover, take my money and hide somewhere, and when I'm done, I'll call you to bring it to me." He leaves them after that and goes to the auction, saying to himself, "I was planning to make a lot of money before the auction, but the relic won't be able to help me now. and I won't risk losing any amount. There's no reason for this girl to talk to me. He hears someone say to him, "Move aside so I can pass and make way. This entrance is for VIPs only. An ordinary person like you is supposed to enter from there. Get out of here. Come on." Our hero looks at him and finds someone wearing glasses and knows he's Secretary C, Kwan's personal assistant. And since he's here, Kwan is definitely here. Indeed, Director Kwan appears, and as soon as our hero sees him, he remembers the snake incident and the trap they fell into. He says to himself, "Kwan doesn't know me now, but I'll take all the relics he tries to get at this auction, and I'm the one who will win this time." He looks around, and amid the noise of people fighting and upset because some are losing their money and others have their phones broken, we see Irene coming behind him, calling him loudly, "Wait a moment, won't you listen to me? There's nothing else I can do. I've lost hope," but Seo still ignores her and keeps walking. Suddenly, he finds himself stuck in the door. Irene goes to him and asks if he's okay or not. He shouts at her, "Do I look okay? Stop following me. This is all because of you." She tells him he's right and that this is her problem. Seo is surprised by her strange reaction, and Irene continues saying, "I don't know if you'll believe me or not. I think I make the luck of people around me bad, so I came to you to tell me how to have good luck like you. This is the only way that will make the people around me happy." Our hero says to himself, "This is the ruler of failure who destroyed many people and ruined more countries. Why is she acting like this with me? Could she be deceiving me?" Irene is holding our hero's hand and asks, "Won't you tell me what to do? I'm willing to do anything to have good luck, and if it's about money, I'll give you what you want." A screen appears and tells our hero that because he's being exposed to an unlucky aura, his endurance ability has started to activate. He says to himself, "Isn't this the ability I gained through the silver pill? It finally activated. It definitely activated because Irene's relic is attacking me." He hears Irene asking if he's okay or not, and apologizing for her sudden request. Our hero answers that he's fine and continues to himself, "If what just happened is true, there's no reason for me to stay away from this girl. On the contrary, having her next to me will increase my endurance ability, and she might help me at the auction by ruining the chances for other people. This way, I'll kill two birds with one stone. But what will I do about Kwan?" Here he hears Kwan shouting at C, saying, "What do you mean the factory in China suddenly caught fire? Then where's the production schedule? Will they be able to deliver the products on time or not? You're still standing there. Go call them and find out." Our hero knows that Kwan has come under the mercy of the relic, and if this had happened in his previous life, he would have left the entire area. This means he still doesn't know that the ruler of failure is present, and that he should befriend this girl and use her well. He looks at Irene and tells her, "Look, your proposal isn't bad, but it's difficult for you to be lucky. I want to talk to you about this more, but unfortunately I have to attend the auction soon. Do you mind coming with me? If you don't want to attend because the entrance ticket is expensive, you can." He's still continuing when Irene leaves him and runs to get the ticket. He knows she'll agree because the price of the ticket is like the price of gum to her. He's curious to know what will happen to her in the future. The auction actually starts and our hero looks around and says, "The auction is completely empty after Irene came with me. In 3 minutes, the number of people decreased significantly. Most of them left to deal with their sudden bad luck, but Kwan didn't leave, even though his factory burned down. This means there's something at this auction he really wants." Irene asks him, "Won't you bid on the Russian wine that's aged for more than 100 years? He replies that what he wants will appear in the second period of the auction. He looks at her and thinks that her appearance is different from what she was in his previous life, and she seems like she's not deceiving him. Here, the strangest thing is that she doesn't know anything about relics, and that this relic definitely came to her without her consent, and this means she was kind, but since the relic bonded with her, her life and personality changed for the worse. We find her thanking him for believing her and listening to her problem, and that she felt relieved after finding someone who listens to her. A screen appears and tells our hero that because the relic user's mood changed, the power of the relic's aura increased significantly, and Irene is still telling Seo she's pleased. A tremor happens in the place, and a screen appears with writing that the aura has spread within a kilometer radius, and that our hero is now surrounded by bad luck, and his relics have started suffering damage. Seo hears the relic's voice saying, "I'm being destroyed. Try to do something, master." Our hero looks at Irene and says to himself, "I can't believe that the happier she is, the more her relic's power increases. What kind of weird relic is this? But my endurance skill is increasing quickly. But if this continues for a long time, all my relics will be destroyed." The screen appears again and tells him that the endurance skill has reached rank A, and that his resistance to evil auras, attacks, and dangerous diseases has increased greatly. He hears Irene telling him they haven't agreed yet on what they'll do. He replies, "Don't raise your expectations too high like this because I'll be annoyed if we don't agree. But if your luck becomes good, what guarantees to me that those around you will be happy?" she becomes sad and tells him he's really right. The screen tells our hero that the user's mood has decreased and that the relic's attack power has returned to normal. The auctioneer's voice can be heard saying, "There was a slight tremor in the building, but everything's fine now. The current bid is at $770,000. Will anyone make an offer?" People start making bids and arguing with each other. Seo knows they're not in their normal state because of the artifact's aura and that he can use this aura to get rid of the other people. For this to happen, Irene needs to be happy. So he asks her, "You told me you want to know how to make your luck beautiful, right? I'll tell you what to do." Irene gets very happy, and this is just a trick by Seo to improve her mood and make her happy and make her unlucky aura stronger. Because of this, people started bidding on everything they saw and spending all their money on it, on expensive things and unimportant things. This made Seo realize he would take all the artifacts he wanted from the second period after all this happened in the first period. He gave up some of them to John because the aura couldn't affect him due to John's high domination ability, but since Seo knows more about artifacts, the things he left for John weren't important. Our hero takes out a notebook and writes down the things he took, and discovers that the ruler class artifact mentioned in the prophecy hasn't appeared yet, even though the auction is almost over, and this is strange and doesn't make sense. Irene looks at him and says, "I feel like you're exploiting me. Will you agree to our deal or not?" So he tells her that to talk seriously they need to go to a quiet place and finish this matter. Suddenly the auctioneer says, "Let's reveal the last item we have, the mysterious almond seedling that caught the press's attention recently." Our hero says to himself, "This is the elixir of life plant, a ruler class artifact. Not only that, but it's also a healing artifact." And he hears the artifact's voice saying to him, "You ignorant humans, let me grow and don't expose me to fake sunlight. Put me under natural sunlight." We find our hero raising his hand to take it at any price, and he sees John also raising his hand, so he says, "Does this bastard know this artifact is important or what? In my previous life, Emperor Qin was a powerful person in the ruling dynasty, and rumors came out that the elixir of life appeared. Since then, Qin sent his servants to many places to search for this artifact. And after many years they found the almond seedling. Before I died, I remember this artifact was with John. At that time, my body was being destroyed because of the deadly artifact's auras, so I needed the fruits of this plant to live. Instead of taking money as payment for work, they would reward me with the fruit, and this is what made me do anything. John asked me. Simply put, this artifact made John control my life, but I'm the one who will take the artifact this time because if it falls into his hands again, my previous life will repeat." We see the auctioneer laughing and saying, "It seems this plant caught your attention. This is expected, by the way, because the fruits of this tree improve abilities, and its price starts at $200,000. Our hero and John start bidding on it, and are surprised when other people enter the bidding. John keeps raising the price up to $10 million, so Seo says to himself, "This bastard seems like he won't give up. I wonder if he knows this artifact is healing and ruler class or what. I don't know what he knows about the artifact. The only thing I know is I won't be able to stand against him as long as it's about money." He talks to Irene in a low voice and tells her, "Let's start our deal now. I'll solve your problem for you, but get me this artifact." Each one does for the other what they can. So Irene agrees and tells him, "Good. As long as it's about money, that's the easiest thing for me." People start offering big prices until we find someone offering 50 million. People think the auction ended like this, but they're surprised when John offers 100 million. Here our hero gets discouraged and loses hope because he won't be able to pay more than this amount and thinks he finally lost. But suddenly he finds Irene offering 150 million. Everyone is shocked, including John himself, who raises the amount again. But Irene, of course, doesn't give up and goes higher than him. John gets up from his seat and yells at her, "You didn't participate with us from the beginning, and you come to participate now." And the assistant tells John, "I think we should give up. She's from the rich Hilton family. The amount of money she has would drown the whole auction." But John doesn't listen to him and raises the price and says he will never back down. But against who? This is Irene. Seo is watching and is pleased with what's happening, and the artifact finally goes to Irene, who offered 500 million. And here John will go crazy. Seo and Irene go to the place and our hero says, "This amount is huge for you, isn't it?" She replies, "No, I don't care much. Tell me, how will you solve my problem? Will you share your luck with me, or give me a charm that makes my luck beautiful?" So he shocks her and tells her, "Actually, there's nothing I can give you." Irene replies, "Yes? What's this? Were you deceiving me or what?" He answers, "Hear me out. I won't know how to solve your problem by giving you something. The whole thing is we need to take something out of you. There's a tool with you that you'll give me." And he continues to himself, "This is the only way to solve this problem, and if I do this, I'll know how to take the artifact from her and I'm the one who will benefit more." Seo continues talking to her, saying she has a strange tool with her that follows her everywhere, and all she has to do is give him this tool, and her problem will be solved. Irene is surprised and says she doesn't think something like this could be with her. Our hero asks her to empty all the tools she has now, and she'll definitely find this tool among them. She tells him she tried all this before, but nothing happened. So Seo asks her if a tattoo appeared on her body, and he knows she actually has tattoos because artifacts are divided into two big groups: consumable artifacts and possession artifacts. The tattoo that appears on users' bodies belongs to possession artifacts, like the tattoo on Suka's arm when she used the future guide. And this means the artifact has a connection with the user and is proof that she owns the artifact. Unlike consumable artifacts that anyone can use calmly, possession artifacts choose who will use them and are limitless. In Seo's previous life, all the powerful artifacts monopolized by countries were possession artifacts. He hears Irene's voice asking if he wants to see a picture of the tattoo. She gives him photos, and our hero is surprised when he sees them. He says to himself, "This artifact is a very rare parasitic type and lives inside the user's body against their will. Since this artifact is ruler class, it should be like the golden apple of Eris artifact, but this is different. I'm sure I won't be able to extract this terrifying ability from her body." He then tells her the matter turned out to be much bigger than he expected, and gives her a phone number so when he's free, he'll see how to analyze this matter. He walks thinking he won't be able to extract this ability from her, but decides they should be friends because she might be useful to him in the future. Our hero goes to take the artifact, and the man says, "Since you paid for the seedling, you'll take it now. As for the other artifacts, you'll take them when you pay the rest." Our hero replies, "Good. I'll have the people who work for me bring you the money." He calls Seong, but he doesn't answer. So Seo feels something is wrong and that he shouldn't have trusted them with the money. He calls the man and tells him, "I'll ask you a request and I'll reward you greatly for it." At this time, Seong and his men are carrying our hero's bags and running away, but then they get tired so they stop to rest and say, "We've become very rich. We'll live our whole lives comfortably." But they're surprised by Seo behind them yelling, "How dare you steal my money and run away?" Seong asks him how he was able to know their location, and of course the golden axe is what told him their location because the amount of money they had with them made him recognize them. Seong is terrified and makes excuses, but Seo tells him, "Don't try to look for empty arguments. If you don't want me to cut your neck, you must speak immediately. I have no solution but to use this." And he takes something out of his pocket. Seong sees it and asks him, "Isn't this the stone we wash our feet with?" Seo tells him he'll know what this is soon. Our hero presses on the stone and it grows in size, and he reads on it and says, "The laws set by King Hammurabi during the Babylonian civilization had a famous phrase that says, 'An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth,' meaning anything the enemy does will be returned to them. And this artifact is good for revenge." He tells them he took this artifact from the auction early because of bribing someone, and that he'll make them pay the price for betraying him. We find Seong and his men's hands tied with energy. Seo says to himself, "I wasn't sure it would work the way I wanted, but it seems like a very good artifact. It can return any normal attack and use it against me. I was curious to know if it could control my enemies in the present and future because this is legal talk." Suddenly the men find that the energy tying their hands disappeared, so they ask Seo what happened. Our hero answers that he was just testing the artifact, and as long as they don't betray him, nothing will happen to them. But if they try to do something like this again, he'll cut them to pieces. The screen appears for our hero with writing on it. Because of Hammurabi's law, the artifact started monitoring the actions of the people you want. Our hero tells Seong, "Consider that you wrote a contract that you'll work as a servant for me." Seong replies, "And what's the sign of this?" And the men tell Seong that Seo seems to be talking seriously because the artifact he has appeared and disappeared quickly. Seong yells at our hero, "Are you summoning demons or what?" Seo replies, "Yes, I want you to know the world will turn upside down soon, but you'll be fine. Do you know why? Because you'll be servants for me, and this is a good opportunity for you, and I'll compensate you too. If you do your work well, I'll give you the money you want, and a little more than what you tried to steal from me." Seong agrees and wants to know the type of work he'll do. Seo tells him he'll let him know soon. The next day we see Seong and the men gathered at the hotel with the almond seedling artifact in front of them, and he tells the men, "You asked us to come at 9 o'clock. What's this?" Seo replies, "Surprised, why? This is part of the work you'll do. Do you see the seedling there? Taking care of it is on you." The seedling starts moving and says, "How dare you treat me like this, you low bag." The men get scared by what's happening, but Seo reassures them and asks them to plant it quickly. He tells them its price so they'll be careful with it. Seong starts carrying the seedling and planting it, and hears it saying, "Who is this filthy one? You're carrying me well. Yes, this is the way you're supposed to treat me. Seo thinks to himself, looks like they have high sociability. Yesterday I tried to deal with the seedling, but it kept screaming so loud I couldn't sleep. This elixir plant hates users with high dominance and likes users with high sociability. Seems like they'll be the perfect caretakers for this plant. I finally gave them the task, but the truth is, I just didn't want to deal with it myself. Looks like I made the right choice. The phone rings and he feels this number isn't unfamiliar, so he answers. It's John calling. Seo introduces himself and asks, "What do you want from me, sir?" He knows that if John called him personally, he must have started looking into him. John answers, "I'll get straight to the point. I learned you took the almond seedling artifact from Aaron, and I want to talk to you about this matter a bit." Seo tells him that as long as the matter is related to the seedling, there's nothing for them to talk about and that he's very busy, and Seo hangs up. John gets angry and his assistant is next to him asking what happened, so he replies, "That dog hung up on me." The assistant tries to lighten the mood and says, "He surely doesn't know who you are, but he seems like an arrogant kid." John replies that he's arrogant, but he has the almond seedling artifact, which has a strong aura, and that he should have done everything he could to take this artifact yesterday, and he blames the assistant for this. The assistant apologizes and thinks to himself, "How is it my fault? I did what needed to be done in that situation. I need to fix this problem. Actually, this will be the best opportunity for me to improve my image in front of him." So he says to John, "I'll take responsibility for everything that happened, and I'll do everything I can to bring you this artifact. Will you let me kill him and bring this artifact? He's just an ordinary person, so it'll be easy. If you allow me, can I use some artifacts from the company's storage?" We go back to Seo and the men with him, and we find Seong yelling at our hero. "Were you talking to Chairman John? How does that man know you and how do you hang up on him? Don't you follow the news? He's the most powerful person in the country." Seo takes out the golden axe and says to Seong, "How do you talk to your boss in such a bad way? Do you want me to split you in half now?" Seong gets very nervous and shuts up, and our hero tells them he's going out and asks them to send pictures of the seedling every day so he can check on it, and that if they try any stupid move, he won't let them off. He goes out thinking to himself that John will do anything to take the artifact, and will try to find out his location, and will try to set a trap for him, and this is of course to protect the artifact. He needs to know what he's planning, and since the silver axe is active now, it means John has started watching him, and that he's going out now to see who's watching him. He sees Assistant C, who works with John. There's an unclear aura around him, but Seo can see it and knows he has an artifact. C is yelling at someone on the phone saying, "How many times do you repeat this? How can I trust you now? Is it that hard for you to watch one person? If you keep this up, I won't give you any money." He's walking behind our hero until they reach the bar. Seo enters and C approaches our hero and talks to him, but Seo ignores him very coldly and thinks to himself, "Turns out this guy is stupid and didn't notice I set a trap for him." Sai gets angry and says loudly, "Can't you hear or what? Isn't it normal when someone talks to you to respond?" Our hero stops in his place and throws C to the ground and tells him, "Where did you learn these filthy manners? How dare you yell at someone you just met? If you want something, ask politely." C replies, "You're the one who started, you animal." And Seo starts feeling the aura of the artifact. C has more strongly, so he decides to take it from him. C gets up and asks our hero, "How dare you hit me?" Our hero is thinking that since John sent C alone, he definitely still underestimates his abilities, and that he'll take all the artifacts C has. So he responds to Sai and tells him, "You should learn some manners. It seems you want to talk to me about something important. Talk? I'm listening." C tells him that he won't let what happened pass peacefully, and that he came to talk to him about what happened yesterday at the auction. Seo annoys him more and tells him, "I don't remember seeing you at all." C gets angrier and says, "Don't play dumb. I know you saw me." Seo replies, Oh, I remember now. I saw you there. Aren't you the one who was pretending to be strong and lost in the end? You and the old man with you?" Sai gets more upset, and the screen appears informing our hero that Sai has started losing his temper and can no longer control the artifact he has. Our hero remembers that Sai can be easily provoked by anyone, even though he looks strong, but this is because he has an inferiority complex, and that he was heir to a big corporate foundation, but got kicked out because of his stupid actions, and at that time John felt he was a successful person, so he started employing him, and this is the reason C still does anything for John, and that when our hero was working at John's company, C tried to fight with him in any way, but Seo back then could provoke him and make him lose his temper, and this made C unable to use high-rank artifacts properly, because controlling artifacts depends on the user's condition. And here he says to C, "I really need this almond seedling. See what I'm doing with my hands? Also, Manager John talked to me about this matter, but all I can say is I won't give you this seedling easily, but if you ask politely, I might give it to you. Since this plant came to me as a gift, if you really want it, I can think about it. C bows to our hero and thanks him and politely asks him to hand over the seedling because it's important to them. He's planning that after he takes the seedling from Seo, he'll get revenge on him, but he hears Seo's voice laughing loudly and saying, "Did you seriously believe that? I wish I had an assistant like you to entertain me." Here Sai gets angry and opens a bottle and throws liquid from it on Sao and says, "I should have done this from the beginning. I'll make you my slave and I'll kill you." Our hero is protected so nothing affects him. C gets confused and here he's surprised by our hero who grabs him by the head and puts it on the ground and says, "Didn't I warn you before? It's normal the artifact doesn't work because your ability to control it decreased, you idiot." The screen appears and informs our hero that Sai's mood dropped significantly and his ability to control artifacts dropped from rank A to D. Sai asks with his face pushed to the ground how So knows everything about artifacts. Our hero is holding the bottle and says, "I'll take this from you now. Seems like it's a possession-type artifact and its new user is me." The artifact responds, "You're a strong human and your control is good. I'll be at your command from now on." Our hero empties the liquid on Sai's back, knowing that this artifact is called Zombie Priest Powder, which is not only a possession-type artifact of rank A, but also has great power, and that this zombie group started appearing among slaves in Africa, and its idea was that it could turn guilty people into zombies. This rumor caught the attention of many people, and they started believing it, and this is what made the artifact appear. And this powder, if someone touches or smells it, they'll faint temporarily and turn into a crazy zombie, and this will make Manager John unable to reach our hero quickly. But for this to happen, our hero must pack his bag and leave Las Vegas before time passes. At this time, we see John standing in front of the cell where C is and asking someone if this is his assistant or not. He reads in the news on his phone that Sai took drugs that made him hallucinate and take off his clothes in the middle of the street, and this is the reason he entered prison. One of John's men asks what they're supposed to do and that they shouldn't let this matter pass easily. John replies, "There's nothing in our hands to do now." This news didn't just spread in America but reached Korea too, and because of this scandal my name is in the mud. How does my reputation get tarnished like this? Go and bring the artifact this bastard was using. The men tell him that since Sai was arrested, he didn't have anything with him and that everything he had was either confiscated or stolen, and they start investigating the places Sai went to. So he tells John this talk is unnecessary because the person who brought C to this condition definitely took the artifact. They're surprised when they hear this, because they know Sai is very skilled at using artifacts, and no one can beat him. John tells them, definitely So is the one who stole the artifact. I'm sure there are powerful people behind him or he knows how to use artifacts himself. Send for the private lawyer to end this matter. In the end, he's just a naughty child. We can silence him with some candy. And here our hero has reached the airport, and we see Seong asking him about the new artifacts while holding the artifact in his hand. Seo asks him to keep the artifact safe and not lose anything because these things will benefit them later. And he thinks to himself, I was able to collect many artifacts from here. I should now return with them to Korea safely. The artifacts I took from Korea are the Egyptian funeral cup, the golden and silver axes, the escape rope, and the muramasa. As for the Midas auction, I took Hammurabi's code, Shakespeare's pen, Marie Antoinette's necklace, and the almond seedling, and finally, the zombie powder from C, along with the foxtail and Homer's glasses. This is more than enough to help me search for artifacts and makes me able to take many artifacts after that. Suddenly he finds someone coming toward him, asking if this is Seo or not, and tells him she's Jane, the private lawyer for John's company. He looks at her and knows she's John's second assistant and asks himself, what is John planning? They sit in the cafeteria and Jane tells him, we know Sai's things are with you, so don't try to deny or manipulate me. Actually, Chairman John is very impressed with your skill because you were able to beat him, and I'm here to offer you to work with John's excavation team, and she puts a contract in front of him. Our hero replies, I was asking myself what brought you here, but it seems you're here to offer me a slavery contract. Jane tells him, what are you saying? You won't find a better opportunity than this. We'll give you $100 million as a down payment. Not only that, but you'll have a secondary salary, and we won't interfere in your life, but you have to join the company. Seo interrupts her and asks her what will happen if he refuses her offer, and that this offer doesn't interest him because he knows what John is planning. Jane answers, forget all that. I'll give you advice from someone older than you. When you come to talk to someone, I wish you'd choose your words well. I'll pretend I didn't hear this because you're still a small child who hasn't thought about what John can do to you because of what you stole from him. This can erase you from the face of the earth. Don't think you're important. So laughs and says, yeah, that's how your true colors show. Are you threatening me or what? You're telling me with complete shamelessness that if I don't work with you, I'll die. Alright, listen to my advice. When you're trying to pick a fight with someone else, you should choose your enemy wisely. That is if you're worried about your life. What's going to disappear without a trace now?" As he holds the zombie powder artifact. Jin tells him she knows he won't dare use this artifact, and that there are many people around him because he wouldn't want them to know anything about the artifacts. Seo replies, "You're very confident. Do you think I can't seriously do it?" And he opens the bottle and actually throws the powder on her. She screams so loudly that Song and his men standing outside hear her and run to see what happened. They find Jin fallen on the ground, saying, "Get this filth away from me. You're crazy. I can't believe you're using artifacts." Seo responds, "Do you know that I don't care if people know about this artifact thing or not, because I'm not like you guys." And he says to his men who are standing and filming, "What are you doing, guys? Yeah, that's it, film this. Honestly, aren't you enjoying seeing this shiny powder everywhere? Don't forget to post the pictures on social media. And you, Jin, since you're fine after touching the powder, I guess your nerve control is high. If you have artifacts, hurry up and use them, because the next attack won't be easy to resist." Here Jin gets angry and gets up from her spot and grabs a bottle, throwing water from it at Seo and saying as she throws it, "Take this and taste my water cannon." Seo replies, "Very good, but as you can see, I have this artifact." And he uses the Hammurabi's code artifact and reflects the attack on her and grabs the silver axe and orders it to cut her. Jin is begging him to leave her alone, and we see Seong screaming, "What are you doing, So? Are you really going to finish her off in broad daylight?" Our hero reassures them that he won't finish her off or anything, but he'll destroy the valuable things she has. He strikes a powerful blow that causes an explosion in the place, making security think this is a terrorist attack, and they run to secure the area. And we go to June and his men, where one of them informs him that they got a report that someone had the same thing happen to her that happened to Sai. June guesses it's Jin, and that this happened because of Seo. We see our hero picking something up from the ground and saying, "Unbelievable. All the talk now says there are spirits inside all the tools. It seems Jin dropped this artifact. I wonder what its power is." The screen appears and points to the artifact and informs our hero that this is the painter's ink, B rank, and it's a rare and expired type, and that Jin used half of it. Seo hears the artifact's voice asking him to follow its voice because chaos will happen in the place they're in. Seo says, "You again, you crow?" Seong replies, "What crow are you talking about? Why are you scaring me? You're talking to thin air." Our hero realizes that no one else hears the artifact, and the artifact continues ordering Seo to listen to it. Seo says, "Stop giving me orders, you filth. You turned my life into a game before, and now you're giving me orders? Do you think I'll believe what artifacts say?" The artifact tells him he'll regret this behavior. He's surprised by June's voice saying, "You've made quite a scene. You're Seo, right?" He looks at the men and tells them this is the first time he's seen them and introduces himself. Seong, who feels unable to move, welcomes him, and Seo looks at June, who has a terrifying artifact aura around him. He pulls out the dagger and runs and puts it to June's neck and tells him, "Don't try to control humans, especially if they're helping someone else. If you act this way, things won't be pleasant. It's better for you to stop what you're doing, right?" June answers him, "You have better skills than I expected, and it also seems you have an exceptional skill in controlling your artifacts. I don't think I'll be able to restrain myself. There was a prophecy I heard a while ago saying the world will know about the artifacts soon, and as you see, I don't want this to happen because there are still many things I want to do with artifacts. So if I eliminate people who know about this artifact thing, it'll delay the world from knowing about them. Isn't that enough reason to get rid of people like you?" A terrible aura forms around his hand, directing it towards Seo. Seo says, "Yeah, that's it. Show yourself and reveal your true nature." June is surprised that Seo is still standing in front of him and hasn't disappeared because this artifact is supposed to take him away or take him to another world. Our hero laughs and says coldly, "Are you talking about this?" And he's holding in his hand a paper he stole from June when he had him restrained with the dagger and tells him he'll use it against him. We see our hero standing and June screaming, "How dare you steal my artifact?" Seo replies, "Then you should pay better attention to your things next time." The screen appears telling him that his theft skill increased to D rank and his title became the Thief Who Amazed Rulers. He now has the skill Thief's Hand, and he says to himself, "This? Were you impressed by me, June? Because I know how to steal? I wonder how you're feeling now, you dog. Are you still playing with me, you crow? Whatever. Show me information about the artifact." The screen points to the artifact and tells him this is the Unique Ruler's Summons Artifact, S rank, and it's a consumable artifact with only 7 uses left. But he knows he won't know how to use this artifact now, because his domination ability isn't sufficient to control it. He's annoyed because he wanted to send June to another world. We see June, who has the artifact's aura around him, saying, "If you think this is the only artifact I have, you're wrong. Are you still trying to fight me?" Our hero says to himself, June always carried powerful artifacts with him, including the Conqueror's artifact. This artifact has the ability to control people's minds and make them carry out his requests without thinking. This is a parasitic type artifact like Irene's artifact. I don't know the other details because June hides it, but all I know is it's in his body. I can try cutting off his hand and leg to know more information, but even that I won't know how to do because he has a shield type artifact, meaning in short, his body is protected by powerful weapons. Not only that, but the Conqueror's artifact is linked to people's consciousness, meaning if June activates it now, the whole place will turn upside down. We see June and our hero standing with chaos and broken chairs around them. June laughs and says, "Are you scared or what? I haven't fully activated the artifact yet." Seo replies, "What's this mess you've made? I thought you didn't want people knowing about this artifact thing." June replies, "I'll have to remove people cleaning up the mess and that's it. Honestly, I see you'll be a very big problem for me if I leave you alive. The time has come for you to listen to me." Energy comes out of his hand, and suddenly they hear the artifact's voice telling them they're stupid, and they must stop these actions immediately, and that this place is very dangerous, because there are wild dogs sleeping here, and if June doesn't deactivate his abilities, they'll wake up. June screams when he sees the crow, what kind of energy is around it, and says, "You're an artifact. Your aura is spreading great power. It seems you're of a high rank." Our hero tries to remember information about jackal dogs, and that they might be related to the Anubis artifact from Egyptian mythology, or this place itself could be the artifact's shrine. June looks at Seo and a terrible aura forms around him, energy coming out toward our hero, and he says that after he finishes him off, he'll take this artifact for himself. Here, Seong enters and tells them there's an earthquake. June gets angry, and the screen appears with writing, "Deadly Egyptian auras are trying to enter your body, and because of them, your artifacts will be damaged. And these are powerful artifacts, and their quantity is so large that they'll end the world." Our hero looks from the window and says, "What I'm seeing is a disaster. This was the beginning of a savage era full of artifacts. The airport was destroyed because ancient Egyptian structures came out of the ground, and this was because of Anubis's shrine, and it didn't just come to the airport, but the whole world turned into a big shrine. Las Vegas, Tokyo, and others. Suddenly an earthquake happens, and our hero knows the thing has started. He thinks about what to do, but Seong's voice interrupts him, terrified, asking, "What's happening?" Seo answers him that they're trapped in a big shrine, and all this is because of the bastard June who's showing off his power. June tells them this didn't happen when he used his artifacts before. Seong asks how they'll escape. Our hero replies, "If we want to get out of here, we must clear the shrine first for it to disappear, but the problem is, clearing it won't be easy at all." Our hero thinks that in his previous life it took him 3 months to get rid of a shrine like this, but now the situation has changed. Seo continues his words, "Anyway, it's good that we started at the center of the shrine. Follow me to meet the ruler of this shrine." They agree, but June stops them, telling them he didn't allow any of them to walk without his permission, and directs terrible energy from his hand toward them. Our hero asks him how he can act like this when they're in this situation and they're supposed to defeat the shrine first. June tells them he'll think about this matter, but after he finishes them off, and this way he'll be able to take the shrine's artifact for himself. Our hero says to himself, "Damn you, you filth. This confidence isn't from nothing either. I'll do everything to get out of here alive." June closes his fist, and energy comes out of it, and he gives them an order to listen to him. The ground shakes and great energy comes out of it, and Seo says, "Your manners are as usual, old man." June replies, "Stop babbling. Isn't this the way you're supposed to talk to your masters?" Seong, who's lying on the ground, says, "We're being destroyed. Are we going to die, Seo?" June says to himself, "Strange. It seems I don't know how to control their minds. Usually people pass out when I do this." They're surprised by a voice saying, "You're right, these people have an ability they control us with," and a white dog with yellow fur appears in the air. June screams and asks him who he is. The dog answers him, "This is my place. Who are you to make a mess here?" Seo says to himself, "I definitely broke free because of these dogs." The Conqueror's artifact doesn't work well with June. This is Set, the ruling class artifact, and he's one of those who can appear before us. In Egyptian mythology, Set was one of 9 great rulers, and Set was the ruler of the desert, darkness, chaos, and evil. That's why he was very violent and malicious and would destroy the life of any user who took him. Suddenly, a black dog wearing a chain appears and says, "It's impossible for a human to control us. We must get rid of them." Set replies, "Of course we must destroy these trivial people and show them no mercy." And here our hero knows they're not of the same type, and that this black dog is the Anubis artifact, and the chain he's wearing is the Osiris artifact, and that Anubis was the ruler of death and graves, and this way there are 3 ruling artifacts before him, and that his previous life was full of countless shrines. We find Set asking Anubis what mission they'll give them so they can enjoy themselves while finishing them off, Wait, what's this nonsense? There's no reason for us to even test them. Anubis replies, have a little dignity, Set. Set screams, what dignity and what nonsense? I'm already annoyed that we're standing in the same place with trivial people like these. At this time, the screen appears to our hero and tells him his immunity started increasing because of the presence of malicious artifact aura in the place. Our hero finds Set approaching him with energy around him and his eyes glowing, saying he'll start now, and that the best thing to do with them is to hurt them with his power. Our hero remembers when Set attacked them, the other artifacts participated with him, and within seconds, malicious auras formed around them. We see the artifacts strongly affecting Seong and his men to the point of making them bleed. So was expecting this because without his immunity skill, the body would be destroyed quickly, and even June didn't escape the aura, and his body started being affected. Our hero tells Seong, you guys should get out of here and protect yourselves. Since you're trivial people to the artifacts, you'll know how to get out of here. Seong replies, I don't know whether to be happy or sad about what you're saying. The men carry one of them and leave, while John screams from the ground, where are you going, you dogs? And why weren't you affected either? So explains that this is just a difference in their abilities, nothing more, and this angers John even more. Here Set asks Anubis why this boy is still fine. Look at your work carefully. Anubis responds, did we go easy on them or what? Just wait, I feel like this boy's scent isn't unfamiliar. At this moment, our hero activates Hammurabi's artifact, and the pillar appears with energy coming out of it. Anubis and Set ask our hero what he's planning, saying that this artifact's rank is much lower than theirs, and that he'll regret underestimating them. Our hero commands Hammurabi's artifact to return their deeds to them. The place fills with energy that Seo directs toward them from his hand. Set screams, not understanding what's happening, and Seo explains that this is what happens when they focus on the artifact's rank and neglect their abilities. Anubis says to Set, it seems he's using something other than our aura. Let's use your skills and attack him. But Set refuses because if he uses his skills, his lifespan will decrease. He's sure he smells the crow in the area. Osiris responds, Crow? That traitor who was helping humans? Impossible. We imprisoned him. Set and Osiris start fighting with each other, while Seo watches and thinks to himself, I was curious to know why they haven't stuck together until now. When they're in the same place, they have to fight, and this matches the legends that say Set was so jealous of his brother Osiris that he killed him, which makes them act like this. Anyway, this is good for me. I should attack them while they're distracted like this. Anubis tries to calm them down, telling them that Seo is planning something, and they need to be rational and focus on the mission. Otherwise, he'll have to solve the problem himself. Seo hears him and says, looks like you're the only sane one among them, so I'll take you out first. But Seo is surprised by a powerful energy heading toward him. He finds himself flying in the air, and Anubis tells him, show me how you'll escape from this. Someone like you will never be able to succeed in the test. Seo asks himself, what kind of test is this? He's surprised to find himself standing on a suspended scale with Anubis in front of him, who has spread his body out, and explains that this is the scale of judgment, and that he will now be judged. Seo also knows that this is the last thing Anubis can do, and that if he succeeds in this test, the artifact will be his. Anubis was forced to do this because his aura couldn't hurt him, but this will give our hero a chance to control him because in his previous life, he met the original user of Anubis's artifact, who told him that Anubis would ask him several questions, and that he should answer all of them with no. He doesn't remember exactly what he was asked, but he assured him that all the questions were so easy that a child answered them, which was supposed to reassure him. He looks ahead and finds many judges dressed in black. Anubis says, good, all the judges have come now. I'll ask you 42 questions. If you answer all of them with no, you'll pass the test. If you lie on any question, the monster hiding in the darkness will know you're guilty and will eat you. Your first question, have you ever stolen? Our hero sweats and gets nervous, so Anubis laughs and says, I knew it. Okay, listen to your second question. Have you ever lied? And again, Seo doesn't answer. Anubis continues, hit, destroyed, coveted someone else's wealth? But Seo also remains silent because he's actually done all of this. He realizes that the child didn't succeed because the questions were easy, but because he was a child and hadn't had time to make all these mistakes yet. Our hero finds Anubis holding him in his hand, saying, it seems you're asking yourself why you couldn't answer any of the 42 questions. This is what I expected from someone like you who's made many mistakes. Your heart is heavier than iron. Go to the hell where you're supposed to be. There's a monster below him with its mouth open. Seo sees it and screams, saying, are you kidding? Give me 1 second. Anubis tells him he failed, drops him, and orders the monster to swallow him. Seo falls into a place full of bones and skeletons approaching him. Our hero grabs a large bone from the ground, stands up, and says, come at me, you dogs. I don't care if you all attack me at once. I'll take you all out. He starts hitting them with the bone in his hand. One of their heads flies off and he hits another in the stomach, but there are too many of them. Our hero finds one approaching him, grabbing the bone and biting it with its teeth. More monsters gather around him, so he says to himself, is this my end? Will I die again? Or what? But he suddenly hears the crow's voice saying, looks like you need help again. You're really stupid, by the way. A powerful explosion sound comes out. Seo falls to the ground, and the crow appears, spreading tremendous energy in the place. His eye is glowing, and our hero knows he hasn't done this in a long time. Seo asks him what he means by a long time, and aren't they supposed to be in the past? The crow laughs and tells him, it doesn't matter what time we're in, I'm still the same person. Nothing will change in this place. I'll help you get out of here, and I'll really enjoy watching you use Egyptian power to defeat Egyptian artifacts. The skeletons are moving towards Seo again. We find our hero asking the crow why he's helping him, but the crow ignores him. Energy circles form around him, creating a powerful shockwave in the place. At this time, we see Set and Osiris standing, looking at a large energy sphere. Set says, this thing took too long. Finally, we're done. Osiris responds, no, I feel something's wrong. The virtues of judgment? What did Anubis do? Set replies, do you really believe that a mere human could do this? John is still on the ground, unable to move. Suddenly, the sphere explodes. Set screams, saying it's the power of the sun ruler Ra. The crow and Seo appear before him, surrounded by an aura, and that's when Set realizes all this is because of the crow. Anubis appears, not looking fine at all. Set screams, it's clear as day. The crow did this. I was sure he was imprisoned far from here. How did he appear again? I still remember you sided with humans to destroy our brothers and take their power, you filth. Here Seo asks the crow if what he heard is true. We hear Osiris's voice saying, let's use our power, Set. We need to solve this matter and inform the others about this situation. Set grits his teeth, his eye glowing, and says, unfortunately, there's no other solution since it's come to this. I'll destroy everything. Energy comes out of him, shaking the earth. Seo flies in the air and skeletons come out everywhere. The crow tells Seo that it won't just be in this place this time and that all the dead in the world will wake up. Our hero responds, I know. And honestly, I didn't expect you to help me. The crow is surprised that Seo isn't scared, especially since he won't know how to escape from this tomb. We see our hero holding his sword, saying, do you think I'm stupid? Things are different from the previous time. Now I'm using my artifacts, and I also know that their true forms here are just tools that can't even move, right or not? He flies in the air with the sword in his hand, and the crow watches him, enjoying himself. Our hero starts attacking all the skeletons around him. At this time, Osiris, Anubis, and Set change their forms to human skeletons. Osiris says, look, this boy is having a good time. Set continues, let him bring his own end. We have an endless army of the dead. Set's true form is rubble. Osiris's form is an hourglass, and Anubis's form is the key of life. We hear Osiris tell Anubis to protect himself and not interfere, and asks Set to try with all his energy. Set responds, it's a good idea, and I'll finish Seo off this time. They scream a very powerful scream in the place, and after that, all the existing skeletons are covered with energy, growing in size until only their eyes are visible. One of them hits the ground and attacks our hero. Seo tries to defend himself and throws his knife at it, but doesn't know how to get it back and tries to get away from it. Even though our hero is protected by energy, the situation is very difficult for him. He has another knife with him. As soon as he takes it out, he hears it say, what is this energy? I feel like I'm home. This is a knife possessed by the spirit of an Egyptian embalmer. Seo asks her if she reacted to the place because she's also Egyptian. She tells him that Anubis is near her and that she's very strong. Our hero tells her, do you know how to locate him? Come on, let's go say hello to him. Take me to him. At this time, we find Set laughing and saying, since they got bigger in size, it's become easier like this. I have a big place to hide. Suddenly, Anubis asks them if they use their power. Osiris tells him they had no other choice. Set says, I don't know why the crow appeared again. It's not his time. What's happening? We need to warn the others. We're surprised by Seo flying in the air and cutting Osiris's body in half, which turns him into his true form, and the hourglass artifact comes out of him. Anubis was about to be surprised, but he finds Seo cutting him, and the key of life comes out of him. Then the key of life asks our hero why he's doing this. He answers that he hasn't seen anything yet, and asks him to open the test again because his result was wrong last time. The key of life responds, in my life, I've never given the same person a test twice. Even if you retake the test, you won't pass it. Seo raises his sword toward him and tells him, impossible. I assure you that won't happen. You have to change the question list or I'll cut you to pieces. In this case, Anubis had no choice but to redo the test. The large scale and the 42 judges appeared again in the same form, but not all of them were in good health, and Anubis's size this time was much smaller than last time. Here Anubis starts asking our hero again, but Seo chokes him and tells him, shut up, you dog. You're going to ask the questions I dictate to you, understand or not? The first question will be, have you stolen anything from anyone? Anubis screams, how can I ask you questions like these? What have you left me of the court of the dead like this? Seo responds, I don't care. And besides, this isn't a trial after death or anything. Do you think I'm dead? Don't answer. Repeat what I say if you don't want to die. If you don't listen to me, I'll cut you to pieces. Anubis goes on his knee and asks our hero why people are supposed to want to take us. If you destroy me, won't you be sad? Seo tells him he'll take him, but if he doesn't cooperate, he'll destroy him. That will be his fate. Anubis listens and starts with the question our hero wants. Seo acts like he's not hearing and asks him to raise his voice. Anubis repeats, have you stolen before, you damned one? Here Seo slaps him and orders him to speak politely without insults. Anubis asks, have you stolen before, my lord? Seo answers that he has stolen and is still thinking about the second question. We find Anubis asking him if he's going to do this for all the questions. And so our hero was able to change all the questions in his favor and answer them with yes, to the point that Anubis was crying when the test ended. The screen appears and tells our hero that he succeeded in the mission and that Anubis surrendered to him. We see Seo being lifted off the ground with energy around him as he takes the artifact. As soon as he grabs it, a screen appears to inform him that his skills have increased and that he has earned the title Cunning Tomb Raider. Here our hero decides to end this matter, so he commands the artifact to close the tomb. The place starts to collapse, and Jun is standing there looking at Seo, talking to himself. Did he really take the artifact? This guy is scary talented. If this is just a hobby for him, I can easily get rid of him. But if I can't do that, then I need to make him work for me. At this time, the screen appears with text saying that the tomb, which had covered a large part of the land, has disappeared from the world. Our hero is happy that he'll finally breathe clean air, but he hears Jun's voice calling out to him, saying, I didn't know you were this talented. I was a bit rude to you before. I'm sorry. I'm going to offer you to work with me now. Our hero replies, saying he thought Jun was going to kill him. So Jun explains that they didn't really know anything about each other yet, and that artifacts will change the world, and that people like Seo will have greater potential in the new world. He promises to support him, improve his abilities and skills, and also convinces him to work for him. Here Seo pulls out his sword and points it at Jun, saying, what do you have? Weren't you just saying you wanted me to work with you? Doesn't this also show your cheap intentions? Of course you'll invest your money in me and make me work for you like a dog to see the return on your investment, and then in the end you'll throw me away like garbage. All you want is to exploit me, and in the end you tell me you want to work with me. You really crack me up. Jun laughs and says, I'm just talking to you. You're the one being sensitive. Right now I have more things than you, so it might seem like you're working for me. What's wrong with me getting a return on my investment? On the contrary, you'll help me and I'll help you. That's how everyone works. Think about it, because you'll go through a lot of dangers collecting artifacts, and it might be hard for you to face this alone. Also, if you get injured, I'll treat you. Before he can finish his sentence, we find Seo stabbing him in the neck, saying to himself, you'll treat me? I don't want to hear this stupid talk of yours. I still remember the day I took the Russian plant artifact. That day you treated me like a servant and used me as bait to treat me. Suddenly energy appears around Jun, so our hero realizes that the blood that came out of him is going back in, and his body that was cut is healing itself. This is because of the power of the immunity artifact Jun has, called Achilles' body dipped in the river Styx. This Achilles was a soldier who appeared in ancient Greek mythology. His mother was the ruler of the ocean, and his father was an ordinary king. Because his mother wanted her son to live forever, she decided to dip his body in the river Styx, and she did this while holding his heel. Although his body was strong and solid, the heel was his weak point, and was also the cause of his death. Since the one with him has Achilles' artifact, he definitely has a weak point, but unfortunately, Seo doesn't know what this weak point is. Our hero looks at Jun, who is full of energy. He finds that his neck has returned intact and healed, even though he cut it. Here Jun asks Seo, do you realize now that you're beneath me? I know you're talented, but not to the point where you can beat me. I won't fight you and I'll try to be your partner. So Seo laughs and commands the Muramasa sword to gather its power and says to Jun, have you ever heard of something called rebellion, old man? That's what I'm going to do now. You're right. The best solution is to stay with you, but I don't want that. Consider it that I can't stand looking at your face. Also, This Muramasa is the best weapon. The higher the rank of its enemy, the stronger it becomes. We'll see if you'll die if I hit you with Muramasa's full power or not. Jun gets scared and screams, asking Seo if he's crazy and why he's taking it this far. So, our hero strikes him with a powerful sword blow, after which Jun screams and blood sprays out everywhere. Our hero struck him with the help of the dominance skill he applied to Muramasa, but because Jun was stronger than this artifact, it caused destruction to the artifact. But Seo doesn't give up and continues attacking Jun with the broken weapon. Jun flies in the air with energy around him, which means Jun's artifact is starting to feel threatened. His dominance artifact starts to activate, and this is dangerous for our hero. Seo tries to use Hammurabi's artifact to reverse Jun's effect. The artifact affects itself even though Jun is destroyed again. At this time, we see the place destroyed with tremendous energy, and we find Jun sitting on the ground unable to move, with Seo standing in front of him holding the broken Muramasa sword, saying to himself, certainly Achilles' artifact and the dominance artifact were affected. Jun won't be able to act at all now. Unfortunately, my Muramasa sword is very destroyed, and Hammurabi's artifact is also affected. After all I've done, I still don't know how to finish him off. This is really frustrating. Here, our hero hears the voice of Seong and the men coming to him, so our hero is happy they're still alive. Seong looks at Jun and says, "What happened? And what is this corpse too?" Seo replies, "I wish it was a corpse, but unfortunately he's still alive." Seong asks him if he's going to finish him off or not. Seo answers, "I'll throw him in the hospital. I'm hungry. Let's go eat something." Our hero is doing this because he doesn't have a way to finish off Jun. In the midst of all this destruction, we go to the hotel, and the reporter on TV says, "The damage report caused by the Great Disaster. There are accounts from people who witnessed the monsters, that there were corpses emerging from the ground, and that there were people who used supernatural powers and terrifying tools." Our hero is listening to the news while eating, and Seong, who is sitting next to him, tells him that all news channels are talking about this topic. Our hero explains that the whole world will know about the artifacts issue. Seong is surprised, and our hero asks him to look at the things he's putting on the bed. Seong looks at the artifacts speaking, and Seo tells him, "I told you the whole world will change. People who have good artifacts will have power from now on." Seong asks him, "Aren't all of these almost destroyed?" Seo replies that this is the problem and that he doesn't have a solution for it, but he has friends who will help him. He picks up the phone and calls Irene, telling her he found a solution to her problem. Irene is very happy, but Seo is lying to her because to solve her problem, he needs to be stronger than this. He asks her to help him and find him a certain solution. So she says, "Just like that, tell me who this person is." This person's name is Yogi, and he's an expert in repairing artifacts. Every artifact can be destroyed if used recklessly, and doesn't repair until after a while. There are artifacts that have the ability to repair other artifacts, and the one who knows how to use these artifacts is called an artifact restorer. There's no one better than Yogi in this matter, because he monopolized the market. She knows he's the king of forgery, and this is what made manager Jun exploit him and put him on Seo's team. Seo decides to hire him, and this way he won't worry about repairing artifacts. At this time we see our hero, and the men standing in the street. Seong asks, "Who is this person you're doing all this work to find?" Our hero tells them it's Yogi. Seong is surprised because Seo is the best one at the artifacts thing. Seo replies that he's right, but the task of repairing artifacts is very difficult, and most of these artifacts are related to art, and he needs high artifact affinity to do this. If he tries to repair them, he'll give himself a headache. So the easier thing is to find a specialized person who can do this. It's a slave trader's perspective. Seo's eye suddenly gleams. They hear the sound of a plane above them with someone saying, "I'm sorry, I'm late. I'll come down quickly." Irene appears and says to them, "I wasn't far from you, but the streets were crowded, so I tried to get here with the fastest thing I have. I'm really sorry." Seo realizes she has a private plane and takes her to the cafe to talk. Irene starts asking about the person our hero wants to search for. Our hero answers that he's a Korean guy named Yogi. He asks her if she knows him or not. She replies that she hasn't heard of him before. "You might not know him because he uses a fake card. Do you know anyone who collects paintings?" She replies, "Yes, my brother does that. He even meets people in the same field." Seo is very pleased. "That's great. If you're interested in the same field, you can meet him. This is what he looks like. Please ask your brother if he knows anyone who looks like this." He shows her his picture on the phone. Irene grabs the phone and is shocked when she sees the picture, asking if Seo is sure he's looking for this person. He replies, "Yes, why are you asking? Do you know him?" Our hero is shocked when he hears her say she knows him, that he scammed her brother last month, that she saw him when visiting her father, and she still remembers him because he looked handsome. He made her brother buy a fake painting from him, and then her brother was surprised to find the same painting with 20 other people. So Seo says to himself, "Well, It's clear he's the king of scams. He's been scamming people for a long time. He hears Irene say she won't know how to find him, so he asks her why. She tells him he's dead, that he was about to be arrested while trying to scam her brother's friends. When he tried to escape in his car, it fell off the bridge with him, and the officer who reported him also died. Our hero says to himself, Yogi is dead? Unbelievable. He's 26 now, which means 5 years have passed since the last time we met. I don't believe this. Did the future change or what? Ah, I remember. Not everything will stay as it was in my previous life, because the artifact that made the Great Tomb appear was Indian, but this time it was Egyptian. This means not everything will be the same as before. But this is impossible. I really need Yogi's ability. He asks Irene to try searching for him too. Irene is surprised and says, What do you mean? Are you saying he might still be alive? Seo replies that Yogi is a strong person and they should have hope. We go to the hospital where Jun is lying on the bed, bandaged with not a single piece of him intact. Next to him is his assistant listening to the news on TV, saying that the phenomena happening in the world are related to the appearance of tombs and that the government has decided to conduct research on artifacts. He screams and says, When will these bastards stop talking nonsense? He's startled by the sound of someone laughing, opening the door and saying, What's happening here? Looks like you're not doing well, Jun. Jun's assistant is kicked out, and this man's name is Edward. Edward sits down and tells Jun that his actions haven't been right these past 2 days. How could he request a tomb this big? Jun swears he didn't know there was a tomb at the airport at all. Edward tells him this talk won't make a difference now, and that this won't change the fact that the tomb activated after Jun used the artifact. He needs to be more sensible because the partners are very upset. Jun screams at him, So everyone knows about this? The man replies coldly that he's the one who gave them this information, that he doesn't just deal in weapons, but also in information. To make them trust him, he must give them accurate information. John asks, Do I understand from this that my trust in you doesn't matter to you? Edward replies, If you did something wrong, you're supposed to try to fix it, but look at yourself. You're still tired. I know you have the artifact of immortality. John explains that this artifact doesn't work, and that everything happening to him is because of that bastard Seo. Edward replies, Seo seems important, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to destroy the artifact of immortality like this, but also this problem concerns you. You need to fix the artifact. John asks if there's a way for him to fix it. Edward tells him he'll introduce him to someone who fixes artifacts and that he can mediate for him, and he needs to gather all the artifacts that need repairing. They say goodbye, and he leaves, asking his assistant to gather information about Seo. At this time, we see Yogi sitting at a desk, and he gets a call from Edward, so Yogi answers it. Then Edward asks him, You answered fast. Seems like you want money. Yogi laughs and says, You've got me memorized. By the way, I got arrested when I was trying to scam someone, so I forged a death certificate and my car got wrecked, and I had to pay some money under the table, and now I don't know how to get out. I'm gonna go crazy. Edward replies to him that he's forged so many things but didn't get his own death certificate. Yogi tells him, That's generous of you. Do you have work for me? Edward tells him that he wants him to fix an artifact. Yogi complains because fixing artifacts is tiring, so Edward yells at him, You think money comes easy? This time it's a big client. This is Director John. Now you can be sure you'll get your money. Right. Yogi agrees after that and thanks Edward and is jumping with joy. We then go to the art gallery where Seo and the guys are standing in front of it. Seo asks, You see, he's actually still alive? Our hero tells them that it's hard for Yogi to die. They enter and are met by Yoon, Yogi's assistant, who welcomes them, and they ask her if Yogi is there today or not. She tells them he's not in the office at this time. Seo can sense Yogi and the artifacts, and here Sayong yells, Yoon says he's really not inside. Is he playing dead or what? Seo pulls him and pinches his ear and says, What are you doing, you idiot? We need her to talk. We're here to draw out Yogi. Use your brain a little. Our hero returns to Yoon and apologizes to her, and she replies, I don't know why you came here, but you're not supposed to do these moves. Our manager died in a car accident. Seo leaves the bag on the table and acts affected and says, Yogi died. What am I going to do with all these things? Yoon looks at the bag, which has more than 10 artifacts, all of them valuable and expensive. Seo says to Yoon, Do you know what these are? Please help me. They're all very precious to me, but they're damaged. I need someone to fix them. Doesn't have to come in person. You worked with him, so you definitely understand this subject. Will you be able to fix them? She asks him to wait for her a bit. Seo agrees and knows she'll act this way, and that she's greedy, just like Yogi who employs her. and she definitely won't miss an opportunity like this to take the artifacts. And here Yoon calls Yogi and tells him what happened, and this will keep him busy for a long time. She tells him that Seo brought more than 10 artifacts, and they include some high-level Egyptian artifacts, and that Seo looks easy to fool. He replies to her, "Okay, I'll think about it and I'll get extra money too. Take the artifacts and go to the repair room and I'll come soon and I'll come to swap them for fake prices." Yoon returns and apologizes to Seo for making him wait, tells him that since he's in such a hurry like this, she'll fix them. Our hero thanks her, and she asks him to take the artifacts to the repair room to examine them with the machines and see if she'll be able to fix them or not. Seo agrees, and Yoon puts in front of him a contract with the terms and price written in it. And here we find Seong whispering to Seo, how will he leave the artifacts here, and what will he do if they run away with them? He replies, "The right bait catches a good fish." Seong warns him that he won't know how to act now as long as all his artifacts have been taken. Seo says, "You know what? You have a point. Consider this matter a challenge. We'll see if our plans will succeed or not." Yogi goes to Yoon and is amazed when he sees the artifacts and says, "Good thing you called me. These are some high-level artifacts." Yoon asks him if he's sure they won't get arrested, and he answers her, "Don't worry, you just watch the situation and I'll make fake copies of them in the blink of an eye." Yoon agrees, and Yogi holds a paper and says that life will stay very easy as long as he has this artifact. The artifact is a forged secret signature that amazed the world, and it's a rare type called Aspire. And this is the artifact that Yogi uses, and through it he can make forged copies of artifacts and steal the originals. And as soon as he touches the artifacts with it, they're copied into fake artifacts identical in shape and characteristics. An aura forms around them, and after 12 hours no one can tell the difference between them and the original. But because Seo is living for the second time, he knows all this stuff. At this time we see Seo and the guys sitting in the gallery, and Seong reads the contract and says, "What's this? Is fixing artifacts this expensive? The price to fix one scratch reaches 10 million. Our hero explains that this doesn't matter to him because he won't pay anything anyway. And here Yoon comes out to them, and Seo asks her about the artifacts. So she tells him that the artifacts are very damaged, and that she won't be able to fix them, and then gives him the bag. Seo throws the bag on the ground, and Seong is shocked by Seo's reaction as he yells, "What is this nonsense you're saying? This lady swapped my artifacts with fake artifacts." We see Yoon terrified, saying, "How? I don't benefit anything. I'm sorry. The original artifacts are inside this room. I didn't do anything. For my sake, let me live." Yogi is hearing all this from behind the door and is puzzled how Seo noticed. The door gets knocked, so he gets scared and falls on the ground, and the shelf falls on him, and Seo and the guys enter after him, and our hero gives a command to the rope artifact to tie up Yogi. Yogi is very surprised that Seo still has other artifacts with him, and asks Seo to untie him because he's bound and hanging in the rope. Our hero asks him where the artifacts are, so Yogi tells him they're in the safe and asks him to put him down on the ground. Seo replies to him, "Shut up and let me take what's mine first." He opens the safe and takes the artifacts, so Yogi asks him, "How did you know the password? You definitely planned all of this." Seo tells him that he's the one who made the mistake first. Our hero says to himself, Yogi was a different person and was a talented artist who lived a normal life and studied at a famous school in America to improve his drawing skills. And because his teacher Richard liked Yogi's drawing style, he decided to steal his style, and because of this became a famous world artist. People later objected to this matter, but because Yogi wasn't as famous as his teacher, he lost his work, and people thought he was jealous of him, and from that time, Yogi started to change and used his skills to scam everyone, and that's why the forgery artifact approached him and started helping him in his cursed plan. "We were supposed to talk now like people, if it weren't for your dark deeds, you bastard Yogi. Seems like I won't be able to convince him this way." And he hears Yogi's voice yelling, "What did I do wrong for you to do this to me? You're the one who's stupid and got fooled." Seo takes out a pen and tells Yogi that this is Shakespeare's pen that turns anything written into reality, and writes that Yogi suffers from deadly pain because he's hanging in the rope. And indeed the rope starts moving and torturing Yogi, who apologizes to Seo and tells him that he won't take the repair fee from him and will do anything he wants as long as the most important thing is to let him live. Here our hero is happy that his plan worked and tells Yogi that he won't give him money and that to let him live he must make an agreement with him. He takes out a contract, but Yogi refuses to sign it because it will make him a servant to Seo. Our hero tells him, "If the word servant bothers you so much, we can delete it from the contract. And that's it." Yogi replies, "Would it make a difference? You don't want me to work for anyone else and not give my opinion on anything you do. What would this be other than a slavery contract? And what does it mean that Hammurabi's artifact will take revenge on me if I don't comply with the contract?" Seo looks at the guys and says, "Stay. Ask these friends of yours and read the whole contract. Not all its conditions are bad. Look how much I'll give you. I'll give you $6 million and a tip for every artifact you fix, man, and I'll feed you and clothe you and house you and treat you for the duration of the contract, meaning I'll take care of you from here on out. Honestly, do you find a better contract than this? Yogi yells and says how does he know if So is lying to him or not, and leaves and runs. Seong asks if he should go after him or not. Seo replies, yes, but don't be hard on him. Take it easy. He says to himself, even though I tied him with the rope, I have to use my power on him within limits because he'll take a ruler-level artifact in the future. And as soon as Yogi exits the door, he calls John on the phone and tells him that he's the person Edward told him about. John replies that he didn't expect him to call first. Yogi replies, how should I call you first? I heard you want to fix an artifact. I'll do what you want. When John hears this, he orders his assistant to turn off the TV and laughs and says, nothing good has happened to me in a very long time. Let's make an agreement on this matter. After John and Yogi agree on the contract, John hears a voice on the phone telling him, open the door and take his phone quickly. Yogi yells, no, don't come in. We see Seo entering on Yogi and one of the guys binding him, and Seo takes the phone and talks to John and tells him, if you want to fix your artifacts, then look for someone new because Yogi is my follower now. When John learns that our hero is the one talking to him, he gets angry and throws the phone and tries to get up from his place. At this time, Yogi yells at Seo, so Seo asks him, are you sure you want to work with John? You better think again. This man is not good. Staying with me is better. Yogi tells our hero that he didn't give him a chance to choose, and that he's sure of his decision, and that he's forcing him this way. And when Seo sees Yogi very angry, he thinks to do something different, so he sits on the chair and says, come, let's talk in a friendly way. My name is Seo from Seoul, and all I want from you is to add you to my team since you're my friend. I need you to fix my artifacts. What do you say? Yogi insists he won't work with him. With great insistence, our hero tells him, seems like you're afraid of me like this. You didn't leave me another choice. He holds a notebook and reads in it out loud that the student Yogi, who has a rare talent, became a scam artist and started selling forged drawings. And here Yogi says loudly that it's impossible for Seo to know all this, and not to know that this rumor spread. He gets angrier when he hears our hero tell him, I don't know how to forge someone else's work like you. You really forged the work of the world artist Richard. Yogi gets up from the ground and gives our hero a punch and tells him, you're talking too much nonsense. That dirty guy is the one who stole my work. Seo blocks the hit and tells him, man, Richard is the one who stole your work. Isn't it because he imitates your work he's supposed to take a long time? Yogi answers, this matter always occupies my thinking. Richard was always able to draw in the same way I think as if he reads my thoughts. Something ridiculous, isn't it? He's surprised when our hero tells him that Richard is able to do this because he uses the artifact that makes him imitate anything and anyone he wants. Yogi asks him why he's so sure about this matter. Seo answers him that he also uses these artifacts and that this will help him and return his reputation that Richard stole. But for this to happen, of course Yogi must be a partner with him. Yogi starts thinking about this offer and Seo knows he won't refuse. Seo is surprised by Yogi's hand in front of his face as he speaks. Wait a little. I need time to think. Seo Throtters longs to the Wurchlanger author, dows an artifact in his face and asks him, do you have something else in your brain or what? Don't try to meet John. I'm the only one who can do what you want, but I feel insulted that you're comparing me to yourself. Anyway, this is your decision and I'll respect it. Yogi replies, you misunderstood. I'm not stupid. We find our hero throwing a rosary in Yogi's face and telling him that this is a military artifact and he'll definitely need it. And he says to himself, it doesn't matter what I give him because in this situation John has way more than me to offer him. Yogi is definitely thinking this way and will meet John tomorrow. And indeed, Yogi goes to meet John in his office, who tells him, I'm happy I met you in person. What are your suggestions? Yogi asks him if he knows Richard. John answers that he knows him and knows he's a famous painter, and people say he's a genius. He asks what does he have to do with their topic. Here Yogi tells him that Richard stole his ideas using artifacts, and that's why he became famous. And he tells John that he'll help him, but on the condition that he's able to expose Richard and let people know he's a fraud. John laughs and tells him, this is very funny. Did you choose the wrong person or what? I just heard a very strange story about Richard. Now you're good. Yogi is surprised by John's reaction, and this is exactly the reason that made our hero let Yogi go to John, because he knows that John won't respect him and will choose to work with Richard, and there will be an unusual partnership between Richard and John, because they will be the main members of Pandora, which will form soon. At this time, John calls Richard, who screams at Yogi, why are you playing with fire? Don't you see you're asking for death? Do you think he'll grant your wish? wish? Here John tries to calm Richard down and tells him he'll handle this matter and says to Yogi, as you can see, our relationship is excellent. Yogi leaves him and walks while saying to himself that if he had known this, he wouldn't have come to anyone, but John calls him and asks if So is the one who sent him. Yogi is surprised by John's assistant grabbing him by the neck and telling him that John won't let him walk away until he fixes the artifacts. Yogi tells him in a loud voice while falling on the ground, "What are you doing? You're kidnapping me like this." He puts his hand in his pocket and takes out the artifact that Seo gave him and points it at John's men, but is surprised that it doesn't work. At this time, Seo enters and kicks the men with his legs, intending to do this to make Yogi trust him and be convinced by his offer. Our hero stands in front of the men who are now on the ground and says to Yogi, "Get up, I came to save you." John gets angry when he sees him and tells him, "You again?" Seo walks and tells him, "We'll meet again, old man. I don't want to make noise here. I just came to take Yogi, and I'm not able to fight now because all my artifacts are destroyed." Here John orders his men to get up and not let Seo escape. Our hero takes out Shakespeare's pen and writes that anyone in the place will suffer from severe pain before dying except John and Yogi. Yogi is then standing bent over, and at Seo's house we see Yogi asking what he's supposed to do. Seo takes out the bag and tells him he must fix these artifacts because this is his specialty. Yogi replies, "Wait, this is too much. Are you joking? Am I supposed to fix all this? I want to do something simple. What you're doing is a scam." Our hero replies, "Man, don't say that. Aren't you also a fraud?" Yogi gets more angry because he hates fixing and because Seo is treating him like this, even though he's younger than him. Here we find Seo's eye glowing and punching Yogi, knocking him to the ground, and telling him, "Get up quickly and start working. I want all these artifacts fixed within 3 days. Yogi gets up and tells him that it's impossible to finish in 3 days, and that he needs at least a month. Our hero asks him if fixing the artifacts will take all this time. He answers, "Of course. You don't know how difficult the matter is. The shape of these artifacts is destroyed, and the artifact is hard to restore." He's then holding Anubis's artifact, and our hero tells him, "You lie too much. Don't you know how to do this in a week? Get real a little." And also Yogi insists that he won't be able to. Our hero grabs the golden axe and tells him, "Come, let me show you. Will you be able to do them quickly or not?" Yogi asks him, "What will you show me? The artifact doesn't know how to fix itself. Do you want to try?" He gives him the repair tool, so Seo takes it and says, "I'll show you the way. This artifact is B rank from Korea. How long is it supposed to stay strong?" Yogi interrupts him, "Stop the nonsense. If you fail, I'll fix only one artifact every month." Seo asks him, what will happen if he succeeds? Yogi replies that he won't take money from him. Here our hero says, "Keep remembering that you're the one who chose to challenge me." Yogi is surprised and holds his head when he sees So holding the artifact and tremendous energy coming out of it and returning the golden axe that was destroyed to its sound state. He screams, "What is this speed? How do you do this? How did you succeed? Impossible. How do you do this better than me? Isn't it better for you to fix your artifacts yourself?" Our hero gives him the artifact and tells him, "Take it. Check your artifact yourself. I didn't fix it, but there's a great similarity between them." Yogi takes the artifact and looks at it and says, "True. After what you did, its power decreased a lot." Seo puts his hand on Yogi's shoulder and tells him he'll never know how to fix artifacts like him. Here Yogi replies, "You're building your dreams on the wrong person." Seo pushes him and says, "You make too many excuses. Come on, start quickly. You say you're not ready now, but you'll become something in the future. Pay attention. If you don't work well, your skills won't develop." Yogi sits at the desk and hears his phone ringing, and the caller is Edward. At this time, our hero is asking the men if the seedling will grow well. They tell him everything is fine. On the screen, it shows him that the agility skill has increased to C rank, and this will make him know information quickly about artifacts, and he'll know how to use them just by touching them, and that he's become very good at repairing artifacts, and his ability to steal artifacts is also increasing rapidly, and it gives him the title of Repair Expert F rank. Seo is surprised by these strange skills. Yogi's voice interrupts him as he hands him the phone and says, "My friend wants to talk to you." Seo speaks and says, "How are you, Edward?" Here Yogi is surprised that Seo knows who's calling him, and this Edward's nickname is the King of Wealth, and a British investor with great influence in the artifact market. He's also a mediator between artifact users and knows very important information that can destroy people because of it. Here Edward replies, "You know me. You have a strong talent as you know how to play John. What do you think about cooperating? I'll offer you a wonderful offer." Seo tells him he's not interested in this matter, so Edward tells him he'll regret it. Seo asks, "Okay, what will my work be and what will I get from it?" Edward replies, It seems you listen. Alright, I'll explain to you. A tomb appeared at the Chinese government office, and if the government finds out, they'll take it and seize this artifact. So if you want to join me, I'll pay you $1 billion just to bring me this artifact. And if you succeed, you'll become very important to me. Seo replies that this is a simple thing. Edward warns him not to think about fooling him because he's not a small child, and he knows everything about him, and also knows that he lies, and asks him who ordered him to do this. Edward gets tense and says, "You mean who is cooperating with me?" This request is not ordinary because it's from General Clara. At this time, our hero remembers that this Clara is an artifact researcher and a general in America, and her nickname is the Queen of War. He decides to himself that he won't work with her. Edward asks him, "I want you to collect all the Maplewood artifacts, and these artifacts appeared in the tomb that's there, and I have a map of their location in the tomb, and I want one artifact from them." Our hero agrees to the mission, and indeed Seo boards the plane with Yogi, who will go crazy. He asks, "What does it mean to go on a work trip this fast? How do you board the plane right after the call ends?" Our hero answers coldly, "Someone asked me like this. Shut up and don't give me a headache." Aaron comes and asks him if he's comfortable in the seat. Seo tells her he's comfortable and this plane is hers. Seo looks at Yogi and says, "Greet her. This is the person who brought us the plane." Yogi greets her and tells her he's happy to meet her and says, "Hey Seo, you fraud. This is Aaron Hilton. I've heard this name before. If you want to say anything, say it now because she'll stay with us always." Yogi understands Seo's meaning, so he bows before Aaron and begs her to forgive him because he scammed her brother and asks her not to expose him. Aaron agrees and whispers to Seo, "This boy seems useless." Seo asks her not to say this in front of Yogi, so Aaron asks Yogi, "Why do you need a whole month to fix the artifacts?" Yogi gets annoyed by her and our hero says to Aaron in a low voice, "It seems to me that if he doesn't stall, he'll finish quickly." Here Aaron tells Yogi that Seo is her most important partner, and not to lose him to her brother, he must help Seo with everything he can. Yogi agrees and Seo says, "Good, there's nothing difficult anyway, he'll help me solve your problem. Start using artifacts with me. The tattoo on your body is what makes your luck bad, and unfortunately, we won't be able to remove it. The best thing is for you to learn to use it correctly, so you can control it. I'm still looking for a good solution, and this is all I can do now. I'm a controller and he's compatible, and you, as a beginner, must know the difference between these two things. It will be very difficult for me to control your artifact, so we'll try to reduce its negative effect a little." Aaron is listening while surprised. They arrive in China, and Yogi sees on the phone that the stock price has dropped. Seo tells him this happened a while ago and that 2/3 of China consists of tombs, and that the entrance to the tomb is around Taipei Island, and because the bridge connecting them was destroyed by artifacts, they'll have to go there by boat. He asks if this artifact is related to the boat. Yogi is surprised that his repair artifact disappeared, so Seo asks him, "Where did you put it?" At this time, the screen appears to our hero telling him that the thief's artifact is focusing on him, so Seo says to himself, 3 or more artifacts were stolen from me. Strange, but I still have many artifacts that are very useful. He takes out the rope artifact and tells it to handcuff the thief. We find Yogi asking So if he'll be able to find the thief. Seo answers him, "The thief won't know how to approach unless he used instant teleportation. I saw that the rope didn't come back to me. We'll see what happens." Suddenly they hear a voice from the women's bathroom asking for help. Yogi tries to prevent our hero from entering, but he insists on entering and sees someone handcuffed and hanging in the rope, which Seo knows is the female thief. Seo says, "How are you, girl? What's the news?" Yogi asks him if he knows her. Seo replies, "This is a user of Medusa's artifact and a member of the American team." Yogi puts his hand on his eye and says, "She really uses Medusa? If we see her face, we'll turn into stones." Our hero reassures him, "Man, don't worry." And they hear the girl's voice screaming, "You're stupid, and you have no heart to tie me up like this." Seo orders the rope to tie her hair and says, "What you're doing is useless, girl. Medusa was a witch with beautiful hair before she was cursed, and to know how to use artifacts you need to be a grown woman, but you're still young. If you want me to let you go, you have to listen to me." He's holding a weapon in front of her and orders the rope to untie, so she falls to the ground. Seo tells her he's sure she's not alone, so she screams, "You're right, I have a lot of people with me." Our hero asks her how many. She tells him they're all students like her, but Seo keeps knowing they're 21. He talks to Yugi. "Looks like they're all here. What do you want to do?" America, which assigned Edward this mission. "Do you think what he said is true?" Seo replies, "It doesn't matter who gets the artifacts. Looks like they want them as badly as we do, and the Chinese artifact team won't know how to make any decision about this. If Clara was obsessed with this artifact, it means it's important and will be useful to us." At this time, red energy forms around Seo. Yugi asks what he'll do about Edward's request. Seo tells him he'll give them a fake copy of the artifacts. We see Yugi refuse and say, "You want to scam the Americans? I won't be part of this. Do what you want yourself. Here Seo hits him in the face and says, the first 5 pages of the contract say you'll do anything I ask you to and you won't even argue with me about it. Yugi cries and says he forgot and asks our hero to forgive him. Seo looks at the girl and thanks her for the information she gave him and tells her he won't let her walk away without conditions. He grabs Hammurabi's artifact, but Yugi tells him he hasn't fixed it. Seo gets really annoyed because he won't know how to use it and has no other choice but to threaten the girl that he won't leave her alone if she tells anyone about their conversation or even says she used artifacts. He orders Yugi to take the artifacts she has. On their way to the tomb, we see Seo say he doesn't have time to waste. Yugi replies, we're actually at the tomb now, but you don't have any working artifacts. Won't this be dangerous? Seo yells at him, didn't I tell you to finish this quickly? I don't know if the American artifact team is here or not. Yugi asks him how they'll enter the tomb without anything. He tells Seo this is a good opportunity to take all the artifacts they encounter, and that he's sure they'll succeed. At this time, Yugi is about to go crazy from Seo's words. Now we go to another place and hear someone scream, what are you saying? What do you mean? You lost all my artifacts. What did you do, you idiot? We see Linda say, Thomas, shut up please and let her calm down. Don't treat her so rudely, she's just a kid. Thomas, who's from American intelligence, admits he made a big mistake when he brought this girl into the team. The thief named Lucy is standing in front of them and says, I said it was just an accident, sir. Thomas yells at her, you mean you lose all the team's artifacts and tell me it's an accident? Lucy tells him it's not her fault and that the artifacts were stolen. Thomas is surprised, and here she remembers Seo threatening her that if she tells anyone what happened, he'll kill her, and she knows she's now in big trouble. She hears Thomas ask her, do you know who stole the artifacts? She says to herself, is what this stupid girl is saying true? Lucy, don't lie to me. To figure out how to solve this problem, we need to help each other, right? Lucy starts telling what happened, and suddenly sparks form around her, and she falls to the ground, her whole body electrocuted, and she keeps screaming. At this time, our hero and Yugi are sitting on the boat, going to Taipei Island. Yugi says, I'm stupid for coming here without artifacts. Seo asks him to try searching for artifacts in the bag. Maybe he'll find something. Yugi searches, but no luck. They hear the artifact's voice in the place saying there's a large group of ships with humans and that it won't allow anyone to enter except good people. The sky starts to darken, so they know they've actually entered the tomb. Here Yugi asks our hero if they should hide inside the boat to protect themselves from the monsters attacking the ships in front of them. But they're surprised when the monsters approach their boat and energy comes out of them from people who are screaming and saying, are you just sitting there watching? Use the weapons you have. Seo says, it's just getting started. There are many monsters. I'll be able to defeat these monsters without artifacts. He grabs an iron rod in his hand. Yugi tells him, I guess I shouldn't worry about being trapped in the tomb since you're with me. Look at them. Seo looks at the monsters and says, even the captain can't control the situation. They look crazy, but I get it. If there's a smarter monster, then you can control it. He sees all the people attacked by monsters with glowing eyes. He hears the artifact's voice tell him this journey won't be easy. Yugi screams, what am I supposed to do now? Seo runs with Yugi behind him asking, where are they going? They enter the boat and Seo says, take it easy. We're the best team to fight. And I'll use the artifact now and it'll be easy if we control the humans. Here, our hero takes out Shakespeare's pen and orders it to make all the people on the boat fall under the tomb's control and protect their heads. Indeed, we see all the people on the boat sleeping on the ground with their heads down. Seo tells Yugi they need to attack the monsters coming at them now, but he hears the artifact laugh and say, is this punishment or what? Humans, you who the Raven chose. There are rumors spreading about you among the artifacts. Yugi asks our hero, artifacts are supposed to talk to each other. Why do they care about you? Seo replies that it's because he's very famous and they're interested in him. Suddenly the world fills with energy, and the artifact says, shut up you idiot. Why would we care about you? You have no more time. All artifacts are trying to kill you. Yugi laughs and tells our hero he'd be happy if the artifact came to them itself. Seo says to the artifact, I know you might come to me, but you talk way too much. I'm waiting for you to reach me. Or what? There are some questions I want to ask you before I kill you. The raven you're talking about, what exactly is its origin? At this time, our hero remembers that the Egyptian ruler artifacts in the previous tomb knew the raven, and that its form is famous among artifacts. The artifact says it's not obligated to answer these questions, and that Seo should figure it out himself. Our hero replies, so you're being arrogant with me, or maybe you forget a lot. I thought artifacts had strong memories. but you disappointed me. The artifact tells him it remembers everything, and how dare Seo insult it like this. Here Seo provokes it and asks it to prove this. At this time, the waves hit the boat very hard, and the artifact starts explaining to Seo that the raven was respected before it disappeared for a long time, and that it had the power of predation it brought from the animals it used to eat. Despite being strong, it had made an agreement with humans and betrayed its fellow artifacts, which made the artifacts the raven ate come under the raven owner's control. Then the raven went to prison. Seo talks to himself and says, "Prison? You mean the tomb I entered before I died was actually a prison? Besides that, its shape was different from other tombs." Seo asks the artifact, "Isn't the raven supposed to be one of the new artifacts? So how did they imprison it?" It answers him, "It would have been difficult if we fought it directly, but I managed to trap the raven's owner. Then we imprisoned the raven and killed its human companion. What do you think of our scary plan?" Seo tells him it's not a bad plan, and that he got valuable information from him, but he's curious to know more about the raven. Our hero asks the artifact if there's a way to meet the raven, because after hearing the story from him, he feels this raven is good. Here we hear the artifact scream, "What are you saying? You mean you'll stand on its side and make all artifacts your enemies?" Seo answers that's exactly what he wishes, and that he never planned to befriend artifacts. The artifact replies, "You're useless. I'll kill you now." Suddenly we find the number of monsters increases a lot and their size gets bigger, taking the form of vicious fish. As soon as Seo sees them, he says, "Time for round 2. They start attacking the endless monsters with Seo holding his weapon and grabbing a broom, saying, "These are coming again. I didn't think their appearance would surround us." Here our hero says while hitting the monster, "Looks like we'll take a week to finish this." Yugi looks at Seo's broken weapon and tells him, "I'm sorry I haven't fixed it yet. Didn't I tell you not to use this artifact?" Seo runs and tells Yugi they need to escape because they have no more artifacts. Yugi immediately goes after him, his only concern being to save himself. They enter the closet, and Yugi asks, "Do you think we'll get out of here safely? We're risking our lives here." Our hero replies, "This tomb is bigger than any other tomb and it's not easy to get out because it's in the middle of the sea. This monster is very angry, and the big monsters can't see, unlike small monsters. We need to try to get out of here. I don't know how many monsters we can kill without artifacts. Look, there's a boat behind us. We can figure out how to get out. We got out lucky." Yugi asks him if he knows how to drive it. At this time, Lucy sees them on the boat in front of them, points at them and says, "There's the thief." Linda and Thomas are with her. Thomas asks her if these are the people who stole the artifacts. Then Seo tells Yugi that these are the tomb raiders from America, and that surely those behind Lucy are here. Thomas yells and asks Seo, "Will you come to me or should I come to you?" Seo gives the rope to Yugi and tells him he'll fight Thomas and asks him to look for a boat. He looks at Thomas, who says, "How dare you steal our artifacts? I'm the one who'll take them back." Thomas takes off his jacket and grabs an iron rod. Seo asks him, "What will you take back when you brought me a very good artifact? I want you to give it to me." Thomas replies, telling Seo he's arrogant and crazy. Light comes out of his eyes and he gives our hero a strike with the rod. But Seo manages to avoid it and says to himself, even though Thomas is fat, he's fast, and the artifacts he has are very valuable. He drains energy from him and hits him with an elbow to the stomach, telling him it would be better for him to surrender, then gives him a hard punch to the face. But our hero is shocked that nothing happens to Thomas after all this. Here, our hero looks at Thomas and hits him with the metal rod again. Seo tries to escape from him and sees that his clothes are torn. He realizes that this metal rod is actually a sword disguised as an iron pipe, and if he gets hit by it, he'll die. Our hero grabs the silver axe, and as soon as Thomas sees it, he says, "Now you're coming to use weapons? That won't change anything either." He swings at Seo but misses. Our hero gives a command to the silver axe to destroy Thomas's artifact. Energy forms around Thomas and all his clothes tear apart, leaving him naked. Here Thomas gets really angry, sees our hero laughing at him, picks up the metal rod from the ground, and gives it a command to transform into its true form. It transforms into an extremely valuable sword, and the screen appears with text saying, "This was stolen from the king, from the Scylla Chivalry Sword Exhibition, rank A and a consumable artifact." At this moment, Yogi finds a boat and calls out to Seo, who says, "You came at the right time, we won't forget this." He leaves Thomas, who is screaming while monsters attack him, and boards the boat with Yogi, who asks him, "Where are we going?" Seo answers, "I'll tell you later, just go straight now. Do we have enough gas?" Yogi tells him they have enough, but at least how far will they be going? Here they're shocked when bricks are thrown at them, and they see Thomas and Linda in their boat following them. We find Seo using the rope artifact, which binds Linda's hand. Then our hero gives it a command and throws her into the sea, so Linda falls into the water. Lucy and Thomas look at her, and Seo says to Thomas, "You have to save her now because there's a group of monsters looking for her." Here Thomas asks the captain to turn the boat around, but the captain tells him that if they turn around, they won't find Seo again. Here Thomas insists that he won't leave Linda and that he'll get revenge on them another time. After that, our hero and Yogi continue their way until they reach an island where they see a very large tree with the artifact hidden in it. Our hero grabs the sword and approaches it, hearing the artifact say, "You're very good to be able to reach me, but you must pray until I'm satisfied with you. Only then will you find me." Seo asks what will happen to him if he doesn't do this. He releases sword energy toward the tree, and the artifact says, "What do you want, and what are you trying to do?" Seo answers that he'll cut it down to test his new sword and see if it's sharp or not. He starts cutting the tree, which falls to the ground, and a map comes out of it. The screen appears to Seo, telling him that this is a sacred Western navigation line, a rank A consumable artifact, and it has many uses available. Our hero takes it and says he'll try to control it. Yogi is standing there confused, but at this moment Seo remembers that there was a fleet called the Western Treasure Ships that collected treasures from the West by order of Emperor Ming. It traveled in the South China Sea with more than 60 ships, going to India and Africa and returning to the Emperor full of treasures. Our hero looks at Yogi and tells him, "I think this artifact will be useful. Fix this artifact for me quickly." Yogi asks him to give him time, and they board the boat. Seo speaks and says, "Close the shrine now, artifact. You see, will we really be able to deceive them?" They then arrive at Macau, and we see Yogi sitting with a table in front of him with the map artifact on it. Seo asks him how long he'll need to forge a copy of it. Yogi answers, "I'll finish it quickly if you stop bothering me. Tell me, are you sure this fake artifacts thing will work on them? By the way, this is very dangerous. Why are we doing this? Give them the real artifact, take the money, and be done." Here Irene enters and says, "I also agree with this opinion. I'm worried because after this we'll have many enemies." Seo tells her, "I won't give them the map artifact because this map can do many things and will also solve your problems. Put your hand on the map." Irene puts her hand down. The map lights up, and tremendous energy comes out of it in the place. Our hero says, "These are all the clues related to the ancient shrines in the north. This is Turkey, so we'll go there to solve your problem. I really need this map to give me information, and this will be useful in the future. That's why I want it to be mine and I'll protect it." Yogi tells him that the forged copy won't last long, and how is our hero Seo not afraid of Clara, who could wipe him off the face of the earth? Our hero replies that he has a point, but this lady has evil plans and wants to monopolize the artifacts. She might have many maps, and her target was a distant shrine in America. It seems she's looking for Columbus's maps, and these are very dangerous maps that can reveal the locations of shrines and artifacts. Clara controls many places in the world, including Turkey, and she'll definitely know information about them and might reach them. He then looks at Irene, who is tense, and says, "As for your artifacts, no one has ones like them. Honestly, I can say you're special because your artifacts are powerful. That's why be careful when you use them well. By the way, you won't know how to get rid of them because they're parasitic artifacts, so you must control them yourself before they control you." He continues to himself, "This really happened before I died. People love Irene because her artifact is of the destructive type, but this time it has become the power of the ruler of failure, and the old version of Irene won't exist anymore." We see Irene approach him and thank him. Seo grabs a Pepsi bottle and tells them that before all this, their plan must succeed, and that provocation and temptation are the keys to success in Macau. You see, will they accept the fake artifact I'll give them or not? This makes me very nervous. I'll explain the plan to you now, and maybe it'll succeed. Here Yogi interrupts him and says, "And if it doesn't succeed, what will you do?" Our hero replies, "I'll destroy the map so Clara doesn't take it." Here Yogi grabs his head and screams, "How long will you keep being reckless like this?" Seo replies, "Shut up. You're making noise. Make me a copy of it right now." He continues to himself, "I'll get rid of you soon. It's not bad to have a partner like you." We go to the American Intelligence Hotel and see 5 people standing, including one with blonde hair who screams, "What do you mean? You didn't bring the artifacts? And how did someone else steal them from you?" The Chinese team even managed to expose Linda and Thomas's operation. Bravo, bravo. Seriously, you're very skilled. They tell him they were attacked unexpectedly, and that the person who attacked them was very strong, and the center didn't warn them about anything like this. The man says loudly, "So you're going to hang your mission failure on the center? You're stupid and mess things up." The man hears someone tell him that General Clara wants to speak with him, so he goes to a room with people in it. Clara appears on the screen and says, "Why are you so scared? Raise your head. What would I be angry at you for? I have the artifacts." He replies, "Is it possible? How did this happen?" She tells him she was able to get the artifacts because she assigned someone else to the task, The mission succeeded, and with this, the whole world will be in the hands of American intelligence. She asked Edward to help them and will make an agreement with him soon. She asks him to find the person who defeated Linda and Thomas in the shrine and teach him a lesson. The man agrees. At this time, we go to a hotel and find Seo standing and saying to himself, I gave the fake copy and got a response right after we finished it and gave it to Clara, and nothing happened after we agreed. It seems Clara didn't notice it was fake. We also had time to fix all the mission artifacts, and I was able to train Irene on using the artifacts too. It was very hard to teach her because she doesn't know the rules, but the girl learns from them, and here we went and ate a fancy meal at the best restaurants. But unfortunately, I might be deprived of all this. If Edward finds out the artifact is fake, I should enjoy my time. Suddenly he hears a voice calling him. We see Edward raising a gun at him and saying, "What do you think I am? I got fired because of you." Our hero replies coolly, "I'm glad I saw you, Edward. Isn't this also the first time we're meeting? I gave you the artifact you asked for." Edward tells him, "You're deceiving me." Hero understands that the matter has been discovered. He calms Edward down and tells him he has no intention of deceiving him because he's his future partner, and asks him to tell him what happened. Edward recounts that the artifact Seo gave him disappeared, that Clara didn't get a chance to use it, and she threatened to eliminate him. Seo asks him, "Isn't it possible that the artifact was destroyed because Clara didn't use it correctly?" Our hero knows that fake artifacts don't have the same original properties as the artifact. Edward continues, saying there's also a problem. When the artifact disappeared, all the people around it disappeared, and one of them was the Deputy Minister of England. Edward was in a secret meeting with Clara at the time, and since then, his whole life has been in her hands. At this time, Yogi is standing confused and looks at Seo and asks him, "What are we supposed to do now?" We see Yogi standing and asking our hero in a low voice, "What are you laughing at, boss? We're in trouble. He's telling you the Deputy Minister of England disappeared." Seo replies, "Don't you see it's a good opportunity? Even though there's serious danger, this is the best time to scam them. We'll have fun." Yogi is confused as he listens to him. Seo tells Edward not to worry and asks him to call Clara for him because he wants to talk to her. Edward says, "Let's not bother her now." Seo knows Edward is stubborn, so he tells him he's not asking his opinion and that he has a way to solve Clara's problem. Edward asks him how he'll do this. Our hero answers, "I'll explain everything to Clara. Just listen to me. It's better for you because if you wait a little, Clara will call you back, right?" Edward knows our hero is right. He calls Clara, who is very angry, and gives the phone to Seo. Seo starts with greetings, and Clara answers, "I'm happy to hear your voice. I didn't expect you to call me. I heard you took the artifacts from my team. Why did you steal them? It's natural for me to ask you about them, isn't it?" Seo asks her what she means by that and tells her he did it for her, and that after he took the artifacts, he delivered them to Edward directly. Clara says, "You put me in a big mess. Tell me the truth. What did you do with the artifacts? Why are you silent?" Seo replies, "I called you to help you this time. I learned what happened to the deputy minister, and this is a big problem. Don't you notice that all this happened when you worked with me? That's why I won't be able to continue with you or Edward. In your opinion, how would working with someone like me be? Someone who's good at using artifacts? Well, your luck will be bad if you lose me, right? I'll help you this time too, but I'll ask for something in return." Clara and those around her are surprised by his way of speaking. Then she asks him about his demand and whether he'll really be able to find the deputy minister. Seo realizes his plan succeeded and tells her he learned from Edward that she has many artifact maps. Clara replies, "So this person has leaked our secret information." Edward starts crying when he hears this, and Seo asks Clara to forgive him, as he doesn't see what he did as a problem, and asks her if she'll allow him to use the artifact maps, because he's used all the artifacts and couldn't find the deputy with them, and he hasn't tried the artifact maps yet. He'll let the artifact determine the location, because he knows each artifact has a specific use. At that time, Edward and Yogi don't believe what they heard and ask in a low voice, "Is this real? Is Seo crazy?" And they mock Clara. Here Clara asks Seo if what he's saying is true, and our hero answers that American intelligence will achieve a great accomplishment using the artifacts if this works, and asks her opinion. Clara agrees to let him use them on the condition that she chooses the meeting place, that Seo doesn't bring his artifacts with him, and then she'll follow up on the matter with her team. Seo agrees. After the call ends, our hero gives the phone to Edward, who is shocked by Seo's ability to gain Clara's trust. Seo says, "This is the least I can do. I'm going to meet Clara. You'd better wait here." Yuji asks him, "What about me?" Our hero replies that he'll take him along and asks him to hurry up with fixing the artifacts. At that moment, a message appears on the screen indicating a change in the user's level, because he got the Unable to Cheat and Tomb Thief badges, and Seo managed to obtain many artifacts without entering the tombs, and the affinity rating gradually decreases, and artifact control improves, and he can grant artifacts the form of an evil beauty. Seo feels annoyed and realizes that the crow is still watching him, and wonders to himself what the evil beauty form will look like. He asks Yuji and Edward to go complete their work. Then our hero heads to the hotel Clara chose, which wasn't far from his residence. Although he agreed with Clara not to bring his artifacts, he couldn't go without a weapon, so he took a disguised artifact with him to help execute his plan. And to change the artifact's appearance, he used the domination skill his plan had to succeed because he'd prepared everything. He enters the hotel with Yuji, and Yuji says he can't believe they went to such a fancy place. Seo replies, "Naturally, son. Clara isn't like an ordinary person." Yuji is surprised by a girl asking if he needs help and why he looks nervous. So our hero answers, "Thanks, Jimmy. We're fine." Jimmy is surprised that our hero knows her name, so he explains that he saw her name on the work badge attached to her clothes. At that moment, two men in formal suits enter, and when Seo sees them, he says, "Looks like we have guests today." The two men approach and ask if he's Seo, so he tells them yes, and asks if they're from Clara, and requests they take him to her, so they order him to walk behind them until they reach Clara, who spins in her chair and says happily, "Nice to meet you, Seo. I don't sense any artifact energy from you. Seems like you respected my conditions." Yuji whispers to our hero, "Is this really the general? She looks young." Seo replies in a low voice, "Shut up and don't cause any problems." Seo asks Clara about the artifacts, and she responds, "Why are you in such a hurry?" and puts the maps on the table. When our hero sees them, he discovers that one belongs to a pirate artifact of B rank, the second is a copy of the world map of the philosopher Mandros of C rank, and the third is an A rank map. He decides to himself that he'll destroy them all. He hears Clara tell him that he can try them now, and if he fails, she'll shoot him immediately. So Seo replies, "Don't worry. Can I borrow a pen?" Clara gives him the pen and warns him not to do anything wrong, and tells him these artifacts don't transform into weapons. Our hero replies, "Please don't disturb me." He was writing with the pen on the map, and suddenly someone shouts, "What are you trying to do to Clara's artifact?" Our hero answers that he has to do this for the artifact to work properly. Clara tells the man, "Let him finish and do what he wants." At that moment, Seo finds himself surrounded by guns from every direction, so he smiles and looks at Clara and asks her to trust him. Then Clara asks him if he's writing something specific, so our hero tells her there's special artifact writing, and it's one of the means of communicating with these artifacts, and he asks her if she understands artifact language. Clara replies, "How did you learn this?" Our hero answers, "It came to me by chance," and doesn't show her that he studied artifact science before, and he doesn't remember anything he learned, but the crow helps him in this matter, and he tells her he's finished, and the artifact will start working now. We see him put his hand on the map and order it to work, and he says to himself, "Everything I did was an act. I pretended I was writing in an artifact language related to artifacts, even though I actually know the deputy's location, precisely because of the map artifact technique in front of me." The map appears glowing in front of him, and he hears Clara say, "Seriously, you found the deputy's location. Where exactly is he?" Our hero tells her the deputy is in the desert, and asks her to give him paper to write the address precisely, and tells her to start quickly because it'll be easy to find him there, and he actually writes her the address. Clara takes the paper and hands it to one of her men, and orders him to contact the special forces near the location to complete the mission quickly. After that, Seo is surprised by Clara standing in front of him, raising her gun to his head, so he tells her, "Didn't I keep my promise to you?" Clara replies, "I won't believe it until I find the deputy, and you'll stay here until that happens." Seo asks her, "And when will you find him?" She answers, "Don't worry, my men will find him quickly," and she asks him to explain artifact language to her while they wait. Then Seo tells her this language is a secret, so Clara replies, "Do you want to continue our agreement this way?" Seo says, "Fine, I have no choice. We'll start with spelling so you can learn easily, and I'll explain the rest later." Yuji asks our hero, "Are you sure what you're doing?" But Seo ignores him, and Yuji finds him very strange. Then Seo starts teaching Clara, but they hear a voice calling her, telling her they actually found the deputy. She asks him about the deputy's condition, and he tells her he's a bit tired but his life isn't in any danger. Here Seo looks at Clara and tells her, "I'm very happy. Who told you?" Clara refuses to let him leave before finishing his work, so our hero replies that she's greedy and doesn't intend to let him go. Clara gets angry and tells him, "What are you saying? Shut up completely and do what I ask. I won't let someone like you leave like nothing happened. From now on, you'll stay under my command until I collect all the information about ancient artifacts. What do you think?" Seo continues writing and asks her, "What will happen if I don't agree?" Suddenly, a big explosion happens, and fire approaches them. Clara screams when she sees the map artifacts burning, and orders her men to do something. One of them grabs the burning maps and screams, so Clara looks at him and says, "What are you doing, you fool?" Another man intervenes and they start cutting up the maps. Here Clara shoots him with the gun in his leg and says, "This is from the artifact's effect. Where's Seo? What happened must be because of Seo." The soldier tells her that Yuji and Seo have disappeared. At that time, we see Yuji and our hero So in a place with water, and Yuji laughs and says, "Finally, we got out of there." Seo replies, "You're right to be happy, but unfortunately, we escaped to a fountain. Draw us a better exit next time." Yuji says, "Enough. What matters is we got out safe." Seo remembers that he gave the artifact to Yuji after the explosion so they could escape, and that they took advantage of the chaos and used the artifact to draw immediately, and that Seo was the one who specified the fountain location for the exit to be drawn there. And all this thanks to an artifact he got from the lawyer John sent. And despite the difficulty of escaping, their plan succeeded in the end. An indicator appears on the screen for the artifact with text. This is Paris Plateau Inc., B rank, a rare artifact of consumable type. Only half of its use remains. Yuji asks Seo, "What did you do this time?" Our hero answers, "Nothing. When I borrowed the pen from Clara, I transformed Shakespeare's pen that I had to the same shape, and wrote people's names on the maps to be able to hypnotize them magnetically, including Jimmy and the two men who accompanied us to Clara, so I could control them and put them under my command. That's why I made Jimmy set fire to the place as a result of pressure, and made the men see evil spirits on the maps, and delude themselves that if they don't cut the maps, Clara's life will be in danger." Yuji hears the conversation without saying a word, so Seo asks him, "Isn't my plan brilliant? Anyway, Clara won't be able to monitor us now, and we'll be able to go to Turkey." At that time, Clara was standing in the hotel with a screen in front of her, showing Richard, who asks her what happened. She answers, "I haven't seen you in a long time, Richard. Don't you know a better way to fix artifacts after I return to America?" Richard tells her he knows someone who might be able to help her with this, but he asks for a big price to do the repair, and that John asked him the same request. Clara tells him that the one who destroyed her artifact is the same one who destroyed John's artifacts. Richard is astonished and says, "Do you mean the boy who always accompanies Yuji?" Clara warns him that if Seo is left to work freely, there will be danger for all of them. Richard reassures her and tells her they'll announce Pandora very soon, and then ordinary people won't be able to use or control artifacts. We now move to the restaurant, where the chef gives Irene the sandwiches and says, "This is the kebab you ordered." Irene thanks him and asks if he feels anything strange, and he replies, "I'm fine. What are you talking about?" Irene thanks him again, then leaves and gets in the car, and gives the sandwich to Seo and says, "I brought you something light. I think the effect of training and using artifacts has started to show." Seo asks her if anything happened while she was buying food, and she says no. At that time they're in Turkey, and Yuji is with them, who says, "Hold on, drive your car carefully." Our hero looks at Irene and tells her, "You're thanking me too early. You've become better than before, and you can stop training affinity to focus on control in the future." Irene tells him she still doesn't understand anything about affinity, and that she only got the basics. Seo reminds her that she has parasitic artifacts, and she must control them before they control her, and that from now on he won't allow her to use them. He tells her that affinity is just empty talk, and she replies, "I'll take your words into consideration. Let's go." The group arrives at Cappadocia in Turkey and heads to the tomb. Seo holds binoculars in his hand and says, "I didn't expect this. The tomb is still intact. The artifact came out of it and attached to Irene, and there's a part of the tomb that crumbled. And this is strange, and the place is full of soldiers. In addition to her special tomb unit working under Clara's command, and all of them carrying weapons. If things continue like this, no one will dare enter the tomb. But this doesn't mean there's no other way, because Seo doesn't just excavate tombs, he steals them too. And I'll show you now the thief's method." And at this time we find Yuji standing amazed. Seo, Yuji, and Irene gather inside a bathroom, and Yuji asks, "What are you planning to do here, Seo?" He replies, "Just watch and stay quiet, and you'll understand in a bit." The area surrounding the tomb is protected by artifact aura, and the weak point is in the bathroom, and they'll make a hole there. Seo holds an artifact surrounded by a red aura, and Yuji asks him, "Is this a bomb and will it explode?" Our hero tells him this is an artifact he got from the American team, and it's a B-rank potato. And after Yuji knows the artifact's use, he shouts that it's useless, so our hero explains to him that it's useful for them in this situation. Then a message appears on the screen written, "The main ability of the tomb thief has been activated. Spatial visualization and terrain related to tomb digging. The area related to the tomb is supposed to be destroyed or excavated, and your power increased by 20%. Seo then realizes it's easy to dig the tomb using this skill, and that the tomb walls need huge explosive power, and he can't penetrate them even using bombs, so he has to destroy the artifact and use it as his assistant, and he asks Yuji and Irene to cover their ears. Seo presses his hand on the potato, and a huge spark comes out of it, and he says, "I want to break you, artifact." I'll use some of your energy. The artifact suffers and asks him why. Then a powerful explosion happens that the soldiers outside hear. Yuji and Irene are terrified and ask if the artifact actually exploded, so Seo reassures them that everything related to the tomb won't be damaged. Yuji looks at the hole in front of them and says, "Looks like this hole leads down." Seo replies, "Isn't the hole amazing? Let's go to the shrine." As they descend into the hole, Yuji hears the sound of soldiers and says, "I hear soldiers' voices, boss. I think we're going to get caught." Seo explains there's no need to worry because the shrine has hiding places. They're surprised that the end of the path is blocked, so our hero puts his hand in his pocket to use an extra artifact, causing another big explosion. The soldiers notice the sound coming from inside and quickly head toward it. After that, our hero and his companions continue walking along the newly opened path. Yuji was extremely amazed and asked if they were really inside the shrine now. Seo replies, "Didn't I tell you to only trust me? Wait here. I'll gather some information about the shrine." Our hero leaves them, and Yuji runs after him saying, "We're coming with you." Then, they find themselves standing in front of a wall with some writing on it. Eren asks if he found anything, and Seo answers that this is the shrine's artifact called Midas, and the artifact she has is most likely from this shrine. We see Yuji ask, "Midas? You mean everything you touch turns to gold? That doesn't make sense. King Midas was always miserable." Seo replies, "Even in the story, the golden hand was a symbol of misery." He remembers that the Greek god of wine decided to grant King Midas's wish for everything he touched to turn to gold, and it came true. But he later regretted it, since everything he ate or drank turned to gold, and he began dying of starvation. Midas learned that if he bathed in the Pactolus River, the wish would be lifted, and he'd get rid of that power. Here Seo realizes that if he finds a place in the shrine similar to the Pactolus River, he can get rid of the artifact, and then the artifact will appear, and he'll take it. He tells Eren he knows what to do, but they're surprised by gunfire from all directions, and see soldiers heading toward them. Yuji screams, asking how they could shoot inside the shrine. Our hero informs them this is happening because the shrine is deteriorating, and asks Eren if she's okay. She reassures him. Suddenly Seo stands up and talks to himself, saying, "I feel like I'm getting tired, but it won't last long." Here, Yuji looks at our hero and asks why he's standing there. Seo asks them to go ahead and he'll handle the soldiers, then catch up with them. He grabs his sword, energy gathers around him, and he declares, Seo doesn't run from situations like this. At the same time, we see Clara screaming, "How is help being requested at the Turkish shrine?" The female soldier replies that contact with the soldiers suddenly cut off, and they can no longer communicate or receive messages from them. She tells her there are 2 men and 1 woman without weapons who attacked the shrine. Clara angrily asks, if they don't have weapons, how did they attack the soldiers? Does this enemy have artifacts? The soldier confirms her guess is correct. Clara realizes it was Seo and Yuji who did this, becomes very angry and grits her teeth. We return to the shrine now and see our hero surrounded by energy saying, "Come on, you bastards." While Eren and Yuji watch him, Yuji says, "Well done, boss. Your artifacts are amazing. Anyway, you couldn't have faced guns with just a sword." At that moment, the soldiers reach our hero and shoot at him. Seo escapes from them and plans to use the artifact's aura to attract their attention first, then run away carrying the sword to increase his speed, which will make the soldiers chase him to the trap room prepared for them in advance. While he's running, he hears one of the soldiers shout, "You better surrender now. There's a dead end ahead and you can't get any closer. Put your weapon on the ground and your hands behind your head." Here our hero uses the Midas artifact and the soldier turns to gold. He attacks the second soldier with his sword, takes his weapon, then stands and looks at the 3 soldiers he finished off lying on the ground, saying, "Nothing new." Yuji and Eren are happy when they see him return to them and he says, "Let's move. I found the Pactolus River." They asked about the soldiers, and our hero tells them he got rid of them. They reach the Pactolus River and are amazed by its beauty. Yuji asks how there's a sea this big here. Seo explains this is exactly what was written on the shrine's walls, and asks Eren to try bathing in the water, because Midas got rid of his golden power this way, and maybe she can also get rid of the artifact bothering her. He puts his hand in the water to reassure her, and tells her he'll wait for her here. Eren agrees and goes down into the water. Seo watches her and Yuji asks him what he's doing. Seo replies, "Be ready if something happens." Yuji asks, "Didn't you say there's no trap?" Seo tells him Eren's artifact might change, and he needs to pay attention when dealing with artifacts. At that moment, Eren is surprised by strong whirlpools and energy surrounding her, and they hear the artifact's voice saying, "You are my next half." Seo runs quickly, and a screen appears informing them that the artifact sleeping in the sea has awakened, that the golden artifact is emitting a strange aura, and that good luck is coming, but it may sometimes hurt its owner. Our hero screams and orders Eren to get out of the water immediately. Eren responds, but my body won't move. She notices her hands are turning to gold. Then, Seo quickly jumps into the water and asks himself why all this is happening. The screen said there's a hidden artifact in the sea, and the shrine shouldn't be attached to Eren in the first place. Maybe there are other artifacts here, the shrine hasn't disappeared, and the appearance of this trap indicates another artifact exists. Eren keeps screaming because her entire body began turning to gold except her face. Seo supports her, trying to calm her down, but they hear the artifact's voice saying, "Who are you? Don't interfere. I'll get my second half myself." Eren and our hero realize he's also starting to turn to gold and feels that he can't move his legs. The artifact laughs, saying, "You're pretending to be a hero? If you want to save yourself, leave the girl and get out of the sea. I'll finish her off and take my second half from her dead body today. This is my chance." Seo addresses Eren in a low voice. "I understand. I felt something strange when it kept saying, 'my second half.' And that's natural because Midas's body had split in two. The first half is the golden hand, and the second is the hand of failure that attached to you. The golden hand wants to kill you to get the hand of failure back from you. Let's do the opposite of what the artifact wants. Let's try to control the golden hand using your dominance." The artifact screams, "How dare you do that?" Seo raises his voice. "Use dominance. Remember everything I taught you in training. Focus on dominance, not affinity, and I'll give you power. Come on, let's unite our dominance together." Yuji keeps strongly encouraging them. The artifact screams in pain, begging Seo to stop what he's doing. Eren responds loudly, "Don't try to resist. It's useless. Surrender." Artifact. Seo laughs, saying, "Well done, you're an excellent student." Eren is surprised when her body starts returning to normal and sees the tattoo has changed. Seo tells her she now has a complete artifact, and the power of the golden hand and hand of failure are balanced, and she'll be able to easily control the hand of failure with her dominance. Eren hugs Seo and thanks him for helping her. Yuji stands next to them, happy for them. We move to Clara's location and see a soldier saying to her, "I can't communicate with the team that entered the shrine, and I don't know if they're okay or not." Clara shouts at him, "How are you asking me such a question? Do you think I know something, you idiot?" The soldier sitting in front of the communication devices apologizes. Clara confirms she's sure this is Seo's doing and asks him not to send forces to the shrine because she'll use her artifact and destroy the shrine herself. The soldier responds asking, "Are you sure? This method will destroy the entire path, and the Turkish government might refuse that." We return to our hero to hear Yuji say, "I want to breathe fresh air quickly." Eren tells them they're done and will leave. Seo replies, "We're not late, so why are you complaining?" Suddenly, the ground shakes under their feet, and a screen appears saying, "The rulers of Wrath have attacked. The shrine is being destroyed. All exits have been destroyed by artifacts, and the curse of artifacts has started spreading in the shrine." Yuji screams when he sees the shrine collapsing. Seo explains this is all because of Clara. Here, Yuji asks, "Didn't all her artifacts get destroyed?" Our hero answers that only the map artifacts were destroyed, but the rest are essential tools that support her powerful artifacts. Seo remembers that the reason Clara is called the King of War is because she possesses terrifying artifacts and is one of the ancient Egyptian rulers of destruction who punish humans. That's why Clara was able to destroy her target despite the distance, and also why she wants to collect map artifacts so she can attack any place she wants regardless of distance. We see the shrine filling with dust and smoke. Yuji coughs and says, "Am I dying or what?" Seo sits next to a pillar and tells him, "Don't talk like that." Yuji looks at the pillar and asks if this is an artifact. Seo tells him it's Hammurabi's artifact and they shouldn't use it this way. Yuji says, "What's important is that it saved us from falling stones." Eren comments, "This way we'll be trapped inside." Yuji throws himself on the ground crying and says, "So we're gonna die here." Seo replies, "Don't cry. That won't happen. Don't you remember we entered here by blowing up artifacts? We'll use the same method to get out." Yuji looks at him and screams, "But you destroyed many artifacts, so what will you do if you run out of artifacts? Will you use your basic artifacts?" Our hero answers, "If I have to, I'll use them. What's important is that we get out alive. After that, we can collect new artifacts." Seo says, "There's something I want to try before all that." A screen appears informing our hero that he's obtained a new skill called Shrine Restoration Level F. Seo realizes the shrine will be destroyed after he takes control of an artifact inside it, and he doesn't know how he'll take it or use it, but he's certain that if he's trapped in a similar shrine, this new skill will help him. The screen tells him, "You can restore the shrine if its rank is higher, and if the skill level reaches C or higher, you'll be able to incorporate the shrine into a circular space with a 2-meter diameter." We find our hero placing his hand, which is emitting energy, on the ground and saying, Shrine Restoration. The destroyed stones start moving on their own and open an exit for them. Seo tells them the opening is small, but they'll be able to get out through it. Yuji is happy and says, "Oh my god, we'll really stay alive." Seo replies, "Of course, son. It's clearly written in the contract between us that I'm responsible for your food and safety." Here Yuji tells him there are situations where he might not be able to save them. Our hero speaks, saying, "If you don't want to believe me, that's fine. But trust me, I won't let my friends die this time." He was breaking the stone with his hand. Eren and Yuji are surprised and say to each other at the same time, "This time?" In front of the shrine, we see two soldiers standing. One asks, "Did you find anything?" The other replies he didn't find anything. At the place where Clara is, one of her men asks a soldier, "Still no news? 3 hours have passed since the shrine was destroyed. Didn't you use the search artifact? They have artifacts with them, and their energy should be detected." The soldier tells him they didn't find anything. The man says, "So what am I going to tell Clara now?" At that moment, a soldier enters and tells them a report has arrived, stating there's a path inside the shrine leading to a nearby village. He tells the female soldier standing at Clara's office door that he wants to inform her of something important immediately. The soldier tells him Clara is busy and won't allow him to enter, but the man insists. She says, "Say what you want, and I'll relay the message to her." The man agrees. When the soldier enters the room, she sees Richard on the screen saying to a child in front of him on the bed, "Hello, is anyone here? Are you kidding me? Where's your mom or dad? Who called me?" Here the soldier realizes this child is Clara, and this is the side effect of the Sekhmet artifact, and it's natural he doesn't know about it because it's a secret. Clara laughs and says, "The ruler of wrath, Sekhmet, her second name is Hathor, meaning the ruler of love. I used the terrifying artifact. Will you be able to catch them?" The soldier replies, "That's exactly what. I came for him. It looks like those bastards ran away." Clara screams, "What are you saying? Is this real?" Richard, who doesn't understand anything, speaks up, and the female soldier explains to him that Clara is asking about Pandora. Richard asks her how she understood that and says, "Well, Clara, I'll tell you some good news. Today we held Pandora's opening ceremony, and with that, we now control the relics and artifacts that would cause chaos in the world. We'll prevent ordinary people from entering tombs or owning and selling artifacts. And anyone who breaks the rules will be considered a terrorist and will be heavily pursued. In short, Pandora will protect humanity from the danger of artifacts." At that time, Seo and his group were heading to New York on the Irene family's plane. They were planning to go to Los Angeles, but Irene's parents insisted on going to the family home in New York, all because Irene told her family for the first time the good news that she got rid of her suffering from bad luck. The family was very happy and invited everyone who helped her. Seo was thinking about getting close to Irene's family, so they would stand by him during crises, because he had offended many people, including Clara, and in this situation, he would need the help of Irene's family. They arrive at New York airport, and we see Yuji ask our hero, "Haven't you prepared yet, boss? I can feel the many artifacts in the airport." Seo replies, "Looks like there are people here who will bother us." Suddenly, armed officers appear in the airport and say loudly, "Please calm down. We're from Pandora, and we're here for your personal protection. Anyone with an artifact should take it out calmly, because all artifacts will be under Pandora's management." At that moment, people start screaming, and a signal reaches the officers from the artifact monitor, telling them that the tall man by the clock has an artifact and asking them to arrest him. The officer runs after the man who screams, "Don't be idiots. This is my own artifact, you thieves." The officers order people again to hand over their artifacts calmly. A blonde-haired officer stands watching what's happening and says, "Good for you to see your work on your first mission. You see the man who refused to hand over the artifact? Make him an example for the rest of the people." The officer standing next to him replies, "Yes, sir, Colonel." Another one comes and tells the colonel they found a very powerful artifact related to increasing wealth. So the colonel says to them, "What did you say? An artifact that increases wealth? That's what we'll set our eyes on. Move immediately." Seo, Irene, and Yuji walk, and our hero asks Yuji not to be nervous. Yuji replies, "How can I not be nervous? Didn't you say our enemies are in the airport?" Seo tells them they're actually in the airport, but he's not afraid because he has a powerful weapon, which is Irene's Midas artifact, and he suggests she try it. Irene is shocked and tells him she's never tried it before. Seo reassures her that it's not difficult, and that she'll do the same thing she used to do when she wanted to control any other artifact, and that he'll help her if she faces a problem. Suddenly they find all the guns pointed at them from every direction, and they hear a voice saying, "Nobody move. We're members of the international organization that manages tombs. I know you have an artifact." We watch our hero talking to himself. Pandora, these are a group of people whose main job is monopolizing monopolizing artifacts, and instead of protecting people from them, they make the whole world chaotic and unfair. But Pandora was formed 3 years after the artifacts appeared. I wonder if the future has changed again. The colonel continues. You seem very nervous. There's nothing to be afraid of. If you hand over the artifacts to me, I'll let you go. Seo replies, go play somewhere else. By what authority are you asking me to hand over the artifacts? Don't be ridiculous. If you don't want to die, get away from me. The colonel is surprised and laughs, saying he's not joking, and we'll see if Seo will remain this arrogant after he shoots him in the head. Our hero replies, show me how you'll do that, you idiot, and lowers his voice, asking Irene to start now. The colonel screams at Seo and orders the officers to shoot him, but they're surprised when the gun explodes in their faces. Seo looks at Irene and tells her, well done, you knew how to use it on the first try. Come, let's try something harder, and I'll help you keep the artifact under your control. He was holding her hands then, and the colonel says, you bastards, looks like you're cheating. We'll see how you'll stop us again. Start phase 2. Use the artifacts Pandora gave you, and attack them with them. He was carrying a golden staff behind his back. We see our hero holding Irene's hand tightly, and energy forms around them, and he says, who are these people attacking us? A huge explosion happens, and the screen appears with text saying, the Hand of Failure attacked the entire airport, and a radius of 1 kilometer joined the Hand of Failure zone. Bad luck will affect everyone in the place, and the powerful aura of the Hand of Failure became a plague for the enemy's artifacts. Seo looks at the screen and says, oh my god, this time I'm very powerful. Irene stands with her eyes glowing, and this makes all the artifacts in the officers' hands destroy them. They're in pain, bleeding, and falling to the ground, and some are also running away. The colonel screams when he sees the officers fleeing and says to them, where are you going? Come here, you cowards. Here, our hero grabs the colonel by his clothes and tells him, go tell Pandora to stop the nonsense they're doing and do something better than robbing people. That is, if you arrive alive. Then the airport explodes, and the news spreads that there are no casualties, but people will be harmed because the airport will collapse and close, and that Pandora won't be able to escape and will bear responsibility for what happened. At that time, Seo is in the car laughing and saying, very cool, the world is upside down now. The thing that was threatening people in the airport is Pandora, and I'm sure they're all very upset. Thanks, Irene. I was able to defeat them easily with your help. By the way, do you feel pain anywhere or something strange? Irene reassures him that she's fine. Our hero talks to himself saying, strange, how did Irene use the artifact so much and isn't in danger? He remembers that this danger is due to the side effect of using the artifact excessively, and then instead of the artifact giving power, it starts provoking the users. Since Irene used enough power to destroy an entire airport, he's sure the side effect will affect her eventually, but the only problem is he doesn't know when and where that will happen. Irene interrupts him, calling out and telling him she can't breathe. Seo looks at her and sees a yellow aura around her, so he knows the artifact's side effect has started. The driver asks Irene if she's okay, and Yuji looks at her as she says she can't breathe with the yellow aura around her. Seo says to himself, this is the side effect of using the artifact too much, and this is normal because Irene blew up the entire airport. But what is the side effect? Will it hurt her body or not? I'm tired. He asks Irene to endure and try to control these symptoms using dominance, but he's surprised when she actually faints. Our hero wakes her up immediately, and Yuji asks him what's happening. Suddenly, Irene wakes up and gets close to Seo. He asks her, what happened to you? Why are your eyes so scary? Are you okay? But he finds she doesn't answer him and hugs him. Yuji and Seo are surprised by the strange smell they're smelling. Yuji asks him if he's okay, and Seo answers, I'm not planning to do anything now. She's asleep and breathing. The screen appears with text saying, the person who uses the Midas artifact will be greedy and will keep chasing their inner desires because of the artifact's side effect. You'll do anything to achieve the desires you want. This time it appeared in your body scent. Irene wakes up and is embarrassed when she finds our hero in front of her. She hides her face and tells him, I'm sorry, Seo, what happened to me? He replies, it doesn't matter. The artifact is what made you act like this. These are side effects of using intrusive artifacts. She asks him if this will happen every time she uses the artifact, and he answers, tell me, do you like the smell of sweat? Irene is surprised, and Seo continues, consider that I didn't ask. It's really a strange question, but I'm not sweating right now. After a while, they arrive at the Hilton family. Yuji says to Seo while afraid, will it be too much for me to stay in the car all this time? Seo asks him what he means, and Yuji answers, "What will I do if I meet George? If he catches me this time, he'll finish me off." Irene reassures him not to worry because George isn't at home. Yuji continues, "If what you're saying is true, then I'll come with you, but I'm still not reassured." Then Seo hears himself say to him, "Don't be rude and come with me. We'll cooperate with the Hilton family. How long will you keep hiding? Go apologize to him and be done with it. All people make mistakes." Yuji tells him he's afraid of dying before he can apologize. They get out of the car and Irene asks them to go with her to show them in, and tells them it's been a long time since she came to the house. She was staying in hotels so her bad luck wouldn't affect her family, and she thought she would never be able to return home again, and she thanks our hero. Seo replies, "I didn't do anything, and you also helped me when I needed you." At that moment, Irene is surprised when she sees a blue car parked and says, "That's her brother's car." Yuji is shocked by a gun to his head, and George appears asking, "Aren't you the con artist who sold me the fake painting?" Yuji is terrified and says, "Brother George." George replies, "Who is this calling me brother, you dog?" Irene asks him when he came back home, and her brother tells her he came when he heard her happy news, and because he hasn't seen her in a very long time. Yuji sits in front of him and apologizes and asks for forgiveness, but George screams at him saying, "Shut up completely and don't open your mouth. I'll finish you off myself this time." Yuji asks Seo to help him, and our hero intervenes, saying to George, "I agree with you that anyone who makes a mistake must pay for it, but don't you see that the price of life is a bit expensive? By the way, he and I helped your sister and saved her from her curse, so why don't you consider the money you paid for the fake painting as the price for saving your sister?" Here Yuji thanks Seo for his words, and George looks at Irene to confirm their words are true. She tells him that's what actually happened. Suddenly George screams, saying the artifact hasn't left his sister's body and has become more attached to her, and he accuses Seo of being a con artist like Yuji and points the gun at him. Irene gets nervous and says, "No, George, you don't even know the problem." Seo explains to him that the artifact is stuck to Irene's body, and it's impossible for them to remove it, so they helped her control it because parasitic artifacts can't be removed. George asks how Seo knows this, and what makes him so confident in what he's saying, and whether Irene will live like this for her whole life or not. Our hero tells him he'll bring an artifact expert to remove the artifact from her body soon. Seo says to himself, "Ah, you idiot, I don't know what to say anymore." He completely refuses the idea of the artifact. "I know Irene's family is religious, but I didn't imagine they completely reject artifacts. I'll have to punch him in the face with my fist." Here we see Eren telling George, "Unfortunately, this artifact has become part of my body, but I'm still the same. I haven't changed, and don't speak badly about Seo, because he's the one who saved me. For God's sake, George." George lowers his gun and admits he acted rudely, and warns Eren that artifacts are very dangerous and she could lose her life. Seo looks at him and asks why he changed his mind, and George replies, "What's it to you?" Seo understands George's behavior and sees Eren distracted, so he asks her if something happened, and Eren is still answering him when we find George saying, "Do you want to know why? You should be happy I didn't put a hole in your head." Our hero then leaves and says, "It doesn't matter, do what you want. I'll talk to your father and mother. They invited me to the house themselves anyway." Here George stops him from going to them and tells him the invitation is cancelled, and his parents don't want to talk to someone like him. Seo punches him in the face and says, "Even at lying you're a failure," and asks Eren to watch George and not let him follow, and that he's going to see what happened to her parents. He starts running, and Eren is surprised and says, "No, don't go. There's nothing strange there." Our hero enters the mansion and calls out loudly for Mrs. Hilton. George runs after him while Eren tries to stop him and yells, "Where are you going, you dog? Come here." And when Seo climbs the stairs, he smells a foul odor and finds the atmosphere gloomy and remembers he went to this place in his previous life. He enters the room and is shocked to see an old woman in bed, with her body rotting. Here Eren screams, "What happened to you, Mom?" George puts his hand on our hero's shoulder and says, "Did you like this? My father and mother's condition doesn't allow them to meet you now." Seo asks him if his father is in the same condition too, and George tells him that's exactly the case and he's in the next room. Eren is shocked after that, so our hero asks George when this happened, and George tells him he doesn't know the details, but when he got a phone call telling him about their condition, he came immediately, and that he thought this disease wouldn't come back to them again. And all this is because of artifacts, which is why he tries to stay away from them. Yugi speaks, "What is this disease, and what did they do for it to come to them?" George replies, "I don't know. I brought a doctor to examine them. Here Seo intervenes in the conversation. No need to bring a doctor. This disease is called artifact syndrome. George asks him how he knew that, and So knew this disease. This is very good, because he experienced it, and is sure it's difficult, and tells them it affects people who have a long relationship with artifacts, and for a person to survive it, they must have high compatibility with artifacts, and that people who get this disease show all mental illnesses, like hallucinations and self-harm, and the physical symptoms are harder, like internal bleeding or organ failure, and that there's no cure for it, and it kills the person afterward. George stands there not comprehending what's being said to him. Seo remembers this disease killed a third of humanity and will affect everyone with artifacts, and that medical artifacts used to reduce symptoms, and at one time he had to work for little pay just to buy painkillers because of the severe pain he had and no one felt for him. We see George kneeling and asking if they'll stay living like this forever, and Seo answers him, "No, because I have a medical artifact." George yells, "Will you use artifacts on them or what?" Our hero asks him coldly, "Do you have another way to treat them? I know you don't like artifacts, but you have no other solution. Will you let them die or what?" Here Eren asks her brother to listen to Seo's words and trust him, and George agrees after that. Seo says not right now. George gets angry and almost hits Seo because he thinks he's exploiting them, but Yugi grabs him and calms him down, and our hero tells George, who throws Yugi to the ground, "I have a medical artifact, but I won't be able to use it until a week at most. By the way, I feel there's something strange. This is the last stage of artifact syndrome. This disease isn't supposed to develop quickly." Eren continues, "Yes, when they called to invite us, their voices weren't tired. How would they invite us when they're in this condition?" Seo is convinced by her words because artifacts haven't appeared for long, and this disease needs a long time to develop, and he suspects someone had a hand in this, because there's no other explanation. Then he remembers the Hilton family had this disease for a long time but with mild symptoms, and at that time they had no relationship with artifacts, and that he was invited right after Eren's problem was solved. So he asks himself, when did the disease develop like this? Because frankly, it's illogical. Do you think there's someone with an artifact that increases their symptoms? I'll find out now. Seo asks George if anyone visited them in the past few days, and he replies he doesn't know because he just arrived, but his parents always have guests coming. Our hero continues, "Well, maybe one of the guests uses artifacts." George answers, "That's impossible because none of their relatives have artifacts at all." Here Seo tells him that people with artifacts hide them, and that there are people who deliberately did this to his parents using artifact power. George yells, "Who did this?" Seo tells him, "You're supposed to figure it out yourself. I need to go get the medical artifact." And as he walks, he hears Eren telling him she'll go with him. Seo tells her she's supposed to stay with her parents, but she insists on going because she won't be able to help them if she stays by their side, but she'll help him get the artifact. Here George says what you're saying is very dangerous. Eren replies to him, "And what will I do if I wait here? Maybe I can help you like I helped you at the airport." So Seo agrees and reassures George he'll take care of his sister. After that, we see Seo in the car saying, "Finally, I'll rest a little." Yugi says he feels like he's been working 10 years straight from exhaustion. Eren hears them and apologizes to them, and our hero tells her he's joking and her parents will be just fine. Here, Yugi, who's driving the car, asks what they're supposed to do, and Seo answers they need to meet an old friend of his named Shufu, who is the key to awakening Fire Loku, and a medical artifact named after a Chinese Taoist priest, and this person was hired by Emperor Qin so he could get the pill of immortality, and after that he went to where the ruler was, to learn from him the secrets of eternal life, and took with him girls and children and gold and silver and many soldiers when he left, but those who went didn't return, and Qin was able to discover a new land there and became king over it. And in another story it says he discovered Fire Loku, but anyway, it won't make a difference, because the two artifacts are linked together, and their prophecies are similar. We watch Yugi ask, "What are we doing at the train station, boss?" Our hero tells them he came to meet someone, and Yugi says, "What are these meetings that happen at train stations? This is very strange." He finds a homeless man sleeping on the ground covered up, so Seo wakes him up and yanks off his cover forcefully, and Yugi asks him, "What are you doing, boss? Why are you attacking homeless people?" Then the man coughs and wakes up and asks Seo what he wants, and Yugi is shocked when he learns it's Edward, and asks him what he's doing here and why he became a thief. Here Edward gets angry and grabs Seo by his clothes and tells him, "I'm in this state now because of you." Seo grabs his hand and tells him, "What are you saying? Didn't I find the deputy minister?" Edward asks, "Why did you destroy Clara's artifacts? She was so upset that she took my artifacts and all my possessions from me and still has me in her sights, and all this is because of you. Tell me, what do I do now?" Seo answers him, "What do you think? We have to do something. Look, I'll guarantee you'll live happily again, but you have to get me some information in return. Do you know Shufu's artifact? Edward turns his face and says he doesn't know, but Seo knows he's lying to him because in his previous life, President John took this artifact with Edward's help. He grabs his cell phone and says, "Why do I feel you're lying to me? Do you want me to report you?" Here, Edward's eyes tear up and he says, "No, don't do that. I talked to Clara about this artifact and sold it to her." Seo is surprised by Clara's interest in this artifact and says to himself, "If he was lying, I'd know right away. I need to do something," so he confesses everything. He puts his hand on Edward's shoulder and says, "I told you before we'll be partners in the future. So if you help me, I'll make you the richest man in America." Here Edward asks him if he's being serious, and Seo assures him he can really do that. Edward agrees, and then our hero knows his plan worked, and tells him he can take Shufu's artifacts that can turn into a powerful medical artifact, and that's what he's missing from the rest of the components. Edward replies, "I don't know anything about these medical artifacts." Our hero tells them that medical artifacts can produce many endless medicines, and if Edward sees his work is good, he'll get a lot of money, and then asks him what he thinks. Seo isn't lying because he'll actually establish a pharmaceutical company and will sell medicines at a low price to people who have artifact syndrome and will make other new medicines, and this will make artifact users not deceive people, and at the same time he'll make money. We now go to another place and see a man saying, "Pleased to meet you, sir." Erin introduces Seo to these 4 men as her personal guards and that her brother insisted on sending them. Here Yugi whispers to Seo and tells him, "It's good to have them around us like this." Our hero answers him in a low voice too, "We'll try to rely on ourselves. I have no problem, as long as you don't interfere with my work." He tells the guard, "At your service, sir. Miss Erin talked about me a lot, and I also heard you're an expert in this field, so we'll do everything we can and help you." Seo replies to him, "Excellent. Looks like you understand. Let's go." They board a plane to go to Ghana because Edward told him the artifact is there, and Clara is planning something, and he also told him he suspects the shrine has something strange, because Clara didn't move her special forces, but she'll take strong men with her, and the subject seems very difficult. They arrive at the borders of the closest place to Ghana, and Yugi and Seo are standing behind the fence. Our hero sees 2 men and a woman through binoculars, and tells them they're Clara's followers, and this girl uses artifacts. Yugi asks what they'll do, and Seo replies to him, "Of course I'll go play with them a little, then steal all their artifacts, and you, Erin, stay here." Erin asks him if he's going alone, and he replies to her, "Yes, and you can help me from outside when I give you a signal and you use your artifact's power then, and this is training for you." Erin agrees, and Seo and Yugi enter the club where they see people playing cards, and the girl who follows Clara tells someone, "What's this stupidity? Don't blame me because you lost, go blame your luck." Here, our hero puts his hand on the man's shoulder and says to her, "Do you think you'll win every time? You go now, I want to play with these people a little." The girl replies, "What's this? A new face. Looks like I'm meeting you for the first time. By the way, I bet a lot of money. Do you dare play against me?" Seo tells her this prison will make them enjoy themselves, and he sits playing with her and looks at the cups and cigarette ashtrays on the table, and knows there's an artifact hidden among them, and she uses it while playing to win, but our hero will make her taste the bitterness of defeat now. Seo puts down 4 cards of the same type, and the girl is surprised and angry when she sees him win and screams, "Impossible! How did this happen?" Seo replies, "Are you wondering now why the good cards come to my hand and not yours? Right, no, because I also have a luck artifact. Look at this coin. It's been blessed by the rulers of good luck. People who wanted their luck to become good threw this coin in the fountain, but unfortunately it's considered an ordinary and weak artifact, and there are many of them on the market. Do you know its rank is C?" He's holding a coin with energy around it in his hand and says to himself, "I'm using the bad luck artifact on them, which has rank S, and Erin is using the bad luck artifact on all people except me and Yugi. She knows how to use it and control it well too. Anyway, I'll be able to win against them with Erin's help." He hears the girl's voice asking him how he knew about this artifacts thing, so he replies, "Do you think you're the only one in the world who knows about artifacts? Give me my money quickly." Here the girl named Mary takes the bag from her colleague and gives it to Seo, who tells her that this money is too little and that she'll pay more because she tried to trick him. He demands she pay him $1 million per floor now, and his eyes are gleaming then. The girl is shocked and yells, "What kind of conditions are these, you idiot?" So Seo grabs the sword and stabs it into the table and says, "You'd be dreaming if you thought you'd leave here today without paying me. How about you tell me some information if you don't have money to give me? First, tell me where Seo Bok's artifacts are. Second, you'll tell me what Clara is doing here." Mary asks him if this was his plan from the start, and suddenly energy forms around her, and she puts her hands on her stomach. Her colleague asks if she's okay, and she tells him her stomach hurts. Here Seo is shocked, and tells Yogi he hasn't done anything yet, but he understands this is because of Irene, who at that time is standing outside, and the guard asks her if she's okay, so she answers, "I don't think I'm okay. I'm starting to lose control of my power, and Seo told me not to use artifacts too much. What do I do now?" At that time Mary acts tough and tells Seo she'll tell him everything but to leave her alone. Our hero laughs and says, "Alright, why didn't you make it easy on me and talk from the beginning?" The same thing that happened to her happens to Mary's colleagues, and she starts telling So that if he heads north he'll find a forest with a shrine in it, and that Clara is planting something there now. He asks her what she's planting, so Mary replies, "That's all I know, and I'd be stupid to enter that shrine, so I waited here." He asks her again what Clara is doing in the shrine, and she assures him she doesn't know anything, and that she told him everything she knows, and asks him to stop what's happening to her. Our hero surprises her and says, "I won't be able to do anything for you, but I can make you forget this pain." He's holding the artifact bottle he took from Seo, and Yogi gets tense when he sees it. After that, they leave the place, and Yogi says, "Those people are in prison now." So, Seo tells him he's forced to use this artifact because if he left them, they'd tell Clara about him, and what happened in Turkey would repeat itself again. At that time, the screen appears and tells our hero he's earned the title Kidnapper Eater and Fear Destroyer, and these two give their holder hidden skills that are always active, and that this will make his control over artifacts increase. After that, artifacts will take a bad impression of him, and evil artifacts will witness this matter. Our hero curses the crow and asks about Irene because he doesn't see her guards. He calls them, and when they don't answer, he gets very worried, and at the same time he sees the guard running to him saying, "Finally found you. We can't find Miss Irene. She suddenly felt pain and I saw her run away from me, and when I went after her she ignored me and kept running very fast until she got lost." Our hero knows this is from the side effect of artifacts, and asks him and Yogi to split up and search for her, then meet at the same place. Yogi says he'll search for her here. The guard tells them he'll go search the other side, and Seo runs saying to himself, "Where did she go? I need to use the map artifact while I search for her. And to do that, I need to find something of Irene's and go back to the hotel. Wait, is this Irene's artifact aura or what? Right, I can find her through her aura. I'll calm down and focus." He continues until he reaches the hotel, and when he enters he worries because Irene went to the wrong hotel. He asks the place owner if she saw a white girl with blonde hair, so the woman replies, "Yes. Do you know her? I'm happy you came. When the girl came here, she drank way too much alcohol and was disturbed, so I was afraid she'd bother the other customers and took her to this room to rest." Our hero takes the key and enters the room and sees Irene sleeping drunk, with many bottles of alcohol next to her. He asks himself, is the side effect this time that she's addicted to alcohol? She drank way too much, but even if the effect disappears, she won't be able to go out tomorrow because she'll be too drunk. The best thing is to leave her sleeping here, and that's it. "Good night, Irene. Why are you hugging my bag like that? Move a little so I can take it." He reaches his hand to take the bag, so Irene wakes up and says, "What's this? Is that really you, So?" He asks her if she slept well and tells her she shouldn't have drunk all this alcohol. Suddenly Irene pulls him and asks him to drink with her, and here our hero knows the effect hasn't ended, and that she now has terrible strength. She keeps acting in ways that surprise Seo, and in the end, she goes to sleep. Then the screen appears with writing on it. "The target of the side effect this time is your lips." Seo yells, "Weren't you supposed to tell me these things before, you damn crow?" We go to another place and hear the soldier say, "Welcome back, General. I'm glad you came from America safely." So she asks him about the investigation news and if they found anything important. The soldier tells her that Seo and his companions moved from Turkey to New York, and now they're in Ghana, and that they're using the Hilton family's private plane. Clara replies, "Hilton, there was an old report saying that one of those who participated in the Turkey shrine raid was a girl from the Hilton family, and since this family only has one girl, it must have been Irene. Any new news from Ghana?" The soldier tells her the news isn't good because several of their soldiers went crazy and the police arrested them after they made trouble in the streets, and it seems they were exposed to a mind control artifact. Clara grits her teeth and knows this is because of Seo. The soldier asks her if there are artifacts in Ghana, so Clara answers, "Yes, but none are suitable for use in combat. They definitely wouldn't do all this just for the artifacts. All the evidence proves they went there to take the artifact." The soldier asks if Clara will attack them with her family again, so she tells him she won't do that because it would be a loss for them and that they need to look for another solution. So she thinks about improving her relationship with the Hilton family. At that time, our hero and Yogi are riding in a car, and Yogi asks, "Why didn't you call me when you found Irene? At least you would have let me know. Why aren't you speaking? Not saying anything?" Seo replies that this is his business, so Yogi says, "Okay, Can't you respond better than this? Here, Seo tells him that Irene was clinging to him and wouldn't let him go, and that this was because of the artifact. Then the guard tells Irene, you shouldn't drink this alcohol ever again. Irene agrees and asks him to stop talking because they're entering the shrine, and he sees the screen appear, warning Seo that he's entering a dangerous volcano area and that the shrine has been taken over, and the artifact now has an owner. Our hero asks himself, is there any artifact in the shrine? And why hasn't the shrine closed yet if what the screen says is true? And what is Clara doing here? I'll know when I enter the shrine. He asks Yogi to give him some low-ranked artifacts, so Yogi asks him if he's planning to destroy the artifacts to open another path, so he answers, yes, I'll do that. He throws the artifact out the car window and a strong explosion happens. The guard yells, oh, there's a hole in the ground. These are bombs, right? Our hero replies, why are you so shocked? Pay attention, we'll enter through this hole now. Don't pass out. The guard is surprised when Seo breaks and enters the hole with the car. The guard screams and says this road is very bad and it's definitely not the right road. Seo looks at him and says, but this is the best road. The guard replies, impossible. How can a road like this be the best? Our hero knows the artifact is under this shrine and that if he walked the normal way, he'd waste a lot of time, and that this road is faster. They're surprised that their path is blocked by rocks, so Seo asks Yogi for another artifact and blows it up. Then the guard gets terrified and asks Seo to stop because he wants to live. Yogi replies, looks like I'll meet my ancestors soon, and then the screen appears written on it that there's a human controlling this shrine, and because of this, Seo can use human tools. Our hero looks at his phone and confirms it's working, and so what the screen says is true. He finds Yogi saying, what's this? Look quickly, boss. Do you see this big tea farm? How can it exist in a shrine like this? It's strange. This is 3 times bigger than regular farms, and also children are working in it. But are these kids hypnotized, or what? Even though we made a lot of noise a moment ago, they still don't give any reaction. Indeed, Seo understands this situation is very strange, and the screen tells him that these children are controlled through an artifact, and that the farm is harvested by order of the artifact. Seo asks the crow for more details and asks him if the one who made this farm is the artifact itself. Then it appears on the screen that the tea tree leaves are filled with the power of Shenlong's artifact, and this is rank A, and that this artifact is felt, and if So tasted them, he'd never forget them. Here, our hero tells them that the tea farm is related to Shenlong's artifact, which is named after someone with a human body and cow head and exists in Chinese legends, and it's said he's the first who invented farming tools and taught people how to use them, and that there's a story saying he's the king of natural and poisonous herbs who used to chew tea leaves and put them in poison to increase its toxicity. Yogi asks him, okay, and what about Seobok's artifact? Our hero answers, it's somewhere here. I don't know exactly what's happening here, but I have a bad feeling. This tea farm was here when Clara arrived, who definitely won't miss an opportunity like this. I noticed that if she had taken the artifact, this shrine would close, and she wouldn't benefit from the farm. So she decided to harvest the herbs before closing the shrine. And definitely there's a reason she's making only children be in the farm, and she's definitely using an artifact to control them and make them work here. Let's split up now and look for Seobok's artifact, and if there's an opportunity in front of us, we'll take Shenlong's artifact. Suddenly they hear Yogi scream, ah, my hand, come quickly help me, boss. This kid is crazy. The kid had attacked Yogi and is biting his hand. Seo is surprised when he sees 2 children whose eyes are glowing and approaching him, and an aura forms around him, so he asks them what they want, so they get scared of him. Our hero takes out the rope artifact and gives it a command to tie the children, so it binds the boy attacking Yogi and hangs him and the other 2 boys. Yogi is holding his hand, so Seo asks him if he's okay, so Yogi replies, I'm fine, but it seems this boy ate my arm. Our hero checks on Irene, who tells him she's fine, and that the children who approached her fell down and passed out. Then Yogi screams when he sees many other children approaching them with glowing eyes and says, these crazy ones are coming at us again. Seo says, what the hell, but this might be a good opportunity for us too. Maybe Seobok's artifact will appear to us if we finish them off. Yogi tells him he doesn't want to get bitten again to get the artifact, so our hero reassures him he won't let that happen. Suddenly, they hear the artifact's voice saying, who dares disturb me in my farm, and who made these children lose their focus? Seo replies, finally appeared. Stay next to me, Irene, because the bad luck artifact will stop the children. He leaves Yogi and runs toward the farm, which is filled with energy, and he knows the artifact is very upset, and its aura is spread around the place. He orders the rope to tie all the children who will stand in his way, so we see many children being bound and hung in the middle of the energy. Here the relic speaks, what have you done to my children, you lowlife? Seo replies, placing his sword with an aura around it on his shoulder, I'm the new master. The relic asks him what he means, So our hero's eyes shine, and he answers, "Look, the children who ended up like this because of you. You're going to work for me from now on." We see the rest of the children standing there scared. After that, Seo sees a worm on the ground, so he steps on it with his foot and says, "Where do you think you're going, you dog?" Then he grabs it, and this turns out to be the relic, who cries out in pain and asks our hero how he knew. So Seo answers, "Why are you so small like this? You can help me. I want the bags I put in the car before we came here." Yuji goes to get them, and our hero looks at the relic and continues, "Let's start making a deal now. I know you love money and I'll pay you, but tell me, how much do you charge?" The relic is surprised and tells him, "You surprised me, but know that I'm not cheap." Yuji asks Seo if this relic's value is high, so he replies, "Yes, look at it this way. The story said that Seo Bok took a lot of goods and traveled, and never came back, and because of this, he was called the extortionist, and to benefit from him you have to give him a lot of money. That's why I prepared the money I took from the card game, and I'll take this relic even if I pay all the money I got, because honestly it's better than the other weird relics." Yuji is surprised, so he opens the bag with the money in it, and the relic laughs when he sees the money and tells Seo that this is very good. Our hero puts the worm on the money and tells him that this bag has 2 million in it, so the relic tells him, "But this isn't enough. Do you think you'll buy me with this amount?" Seo closes the bag again and replies, "I knew this would happen. That's why I brought you a gift. I have other money. Look." And then the relic gets happy and says, "It's raining money. This amount is bigger than what June paid the relic in our hero's previous life, so it should definitely be enough." Our hero asks him, "What do you think? Do you agree to work with me?" The relic answers, "Wait a bit and let me count the amount. First, this money is little. Give me more. Someone offered me a bigger amount than this." Seo asks him, "How much did Clara offer you?" And here Yuji is surprised and lowers his voice. "Did you say Clara? Do you want to compete with her? This is all the money we have. You're going to create a problem like this." Seo tells him that he won't be able to compete with her even though they gave the relic all the money they had, but it wasn't enough for him. So he had to give him gold and jewelry, but the relic still wasn't satisfied, and this made Irene give him land that belongs to her family, and then the relic agreed and said to Seo, "You don't look it, sir, but you're very rich. What will we do now?" Our hero traps him in a jar and laughs and says, "Finally I got you. You filthy thing. The first request is that you free all the children here and make them bring the tea leaves and seeds. Come on, let's get ready to leave now." Here the relic tells him that he won't leave with him unless he pays him 70 million. So our hero Seo yells, "What? You want me to pay you again?" The relic laughs and tells him that the amount he paid was just a down payment, and if he wants to complete the deal, he has to pay more. Here Seo thinks a little and agrees to pay, but when they get out of here, but the relic doesn't believe him and asks him to show him the money now. Seo gets angry and shakes the jar hard and says, "Do you think I'm lying, you dog? I paid you the down payment, didn't I? Mind your work and get us out of here." After that, the relic agrees and orders the children to start their work. The children listen in a second, so Yuji says, "What's this speed?" And the relic praises the children and says they're talented. We find Seo looking at Yuji and saying, "Come on, don't be lazy. Get ready to leave." Seo thinks that these children are excellent at harvesting tea trees, and this is what made them take the trees and prepare to leave quickly. But there was one problem, and that is, he won't be able to leave these children in the shrine. Here Yuji asks him what they'll do. So our hero answers, "I have to leave the load in the car and will walk on foot. Hey worm, show us the way." But then the relic asks for additional money and threatens Seo that he won't work with him, and when Seo tells him he'll increase the money he wants, the relic says, "I'll show you the fastest way out." Our hero throws the jar to Yuji and tells him it will show him the way, and then Yuji asks, "Okay, and you?" Seo tells him he'll take the other relic and asks him to give him the bag where he might find a useful relic, so Yuji agrees. Then they hear a voice, "You're all thieves. You must take everything in the farm with you. Farming is the most important thing, and the thing that brings the most money." Our hero understands that Shinwon's relic appeared, and he looks at Irene and asks them to get out of here with the children. He tells them that Seo Bok's relic will show them the way, and he'll catch up with them after, and our hero runs. Yuji calls out to him and throws him the bag, which falls on the ground and energy forms around it, and it rises in the air. An aura wall forms in front of Seo. Our hero is very surprised and says, "So you want to meet me alone?" We see our hero standing in an atmosphere full of energy, and Yuji calls out to him with Irene next to him, so he tells them, "Don't worry, and go first. If I catch this guy, the wall will disappear." After that, he hears the relic's voice laughing and saying, "You want to catch me? You think you're strong? I'm sure you're the leader, and I'll teach you how to interrupt my work." Here we find the ground shaking and tree roots coming out of it, wrapping around our hero's foot. So he cuts them with his weapon, and his eye is glowing, and he sees the ice plate in front of him, so he flies in the air and hears the relic say, "I didn't know you were this strong." Seo looks at the ground, so he knows the relic is disguised as a tea tree and hiding among the trees. So he decides to search for him and catch him. But suddenly he smells a toxic gas smell. The relic continues, "No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to fight me when you can't breathe. Let's see how long you can resist this toxic gas." Here Seo asks him if he thinks he'll kill him with this gas, and he takes out Columbus's first Ember relic of rank D that he took from American intelligence. The relic knows he'll burn the whole place, and indeed he lights the stone and throws it on the ground so fire spreads in the place. Here the relic screams and asks Seo how he dares to burn his area, so our hero laughs and says, "I didn't imagine this would work like this. In a story related to Shin, you can control fire, so I want to see it. The relics are mine now." He runs and takes out a sword and attacks the tree. Suddenly the ground shakes and Seo falls and is pulled into a big hole full of fire, and he hears the relic laughing and telling him, "You're dreaming, you idiot. I'll blow up the ground now with the fire you lit and take you with me to hell." Here Yuji screams and calls out to Seo, who is very scared, and asks the relic, "How is this happening? Please stop what you're doing. If you want to go to hell, then go alone, you dog." Then a tree trunk is cut and wraps around our hero's foot, who is terrified and holding his sword and is pulled down. The relic tells him he won't let him escape easily this time. Then the guard warns Irene that this time isn't like before, and that the mountains are about to fall on them, and asks her to leave here quickly. Yuji says, "But if we leave Seo here alone, he might die. And if he gets out, how will he get out without any relics?" Here the guard puts his hand on his head and says, "But you know the road is closed because of the rocks, right?" Yuji gets nervous when he sees the rocks constantly falling and blocking the road, and says, "Impossible. We have to get out first. Even if we stay here, we don't have anything to help Seo with." At that time, our hero is hanging in the hole, and the relic is provoking him and saying, "You're now like a coward mouse and you'll die in the hole. There's no escape that will let you get out of here alive." Seo holds his sword and cuts the part tied to his foot, and tells the relic he won't die easily, so the relic replies, "Look at the state you're in now." Then our hero sees Shin's relic, which is of ruler rank, and he knows it's a second level and hard to control. Here Seo leaves his sword and approaches the relic, so he asks him, "What? Why did you leave your sword? Did you surrender?" "It seems you surrendered." Our hero answers, "Your words aren't correct. I just want to try something specific. If you die before me, I mean if a big explosion happens here, then everything will be fine, right? This place seems good for an explosion. Come on, get ready." He's holding the relic in his hand and ready to throw it, so the relic says, "Ah, you bastard. You'll blow me up to kill me? What do you think if you do this? You'll die too." Seo tells him his words are also wrong and that he knows what he's doing well, and he squeezes the relic so a spark comes out of it, and our hero gives it a command to release all its energy. The relic hurts badly and says, "You'll kill me. Please stop." But Seo doesn't care at all and keeps going until an explosion happens. At that time, Yuji and the guard and Irene with a girl are standing outside the shrine, so they hear the explosion and see the fire coming out of it. The shrine then starts to collapse, so they all scream and move away from it. But all this suddenly disappears, and Seo appears, saying, "I'm ashamed of you." So they immediately approach him, and Irene asks him if he fell in the hole. "I thought you died." Seo replies, "I told you I won't die easily. Don't worry about me." And this shrine closed like this. Irene tells Seo that Yuji was about to cry from worrying about him so much, and here Yuji speaks and says, "What are you saying? I wasn't going to cry or anything. The whole thing is I was just a little worried. Plus he's my boss. I mean, if something happens to him, I'll be out of work." Our hero throws him the tree trunk and the stone and tells him, "You told me you were worried because you won't find something to work on? I thought you'd be happy because there are many other things you'll work on, right?" Yuji is surprised. "What's all this, boss?" Seo tells him these are Shin's relic fragments and that he burned it because it was bothering him, and asks him to fix them all quickly. Yuji mocks him and tells him, "This is just coal." Here he gets angry at him and tells him, "What? Won't you fix them or what?" Yuji gets scared and tells him, "Sure, there's definitely a way to fix them." We find our hero throwing Hammurabi's blade relic on his head and asking him to fix it too, and tells them they need to go, and that he also wants to shower after what happened. We now go to Los Angeles and see Sung and his men taking care of the seedling. One plays music for it and another fans it, and Sung waters it, and the seedling is very happy. We see Sung annoyed and saying, "What is this crap? The more I work, the more I feel like a farmer. Even this dog doesn't talk to us anymore." He doesn't finish his words and finds his phone ringing, so he answers, "Good that you called, boss. I haven't seen you in a long time. What's happening? New York, okay? Understood. Yes, sir. KPU2. As soon as he ends his call, one of the men asks him, "What did the director tell you?" Sung ignores his question and puts the mobile phone in his pocket and asks them to prepare the bags. Quickly, our hero arrives at New York airport and is sleeping, so Yuji wakes him up and tells him they've arrived and they need to go. Seo asks him to let him sleep 5 more minutes and goes back to sleep, but Irene comes talking next to him, so he wakes up, and Irene tells Seo she has a problem and doesn't know how to contact her driver. She's worried because he's never been late before. Here Seo replies, "There's no problem. We'll take a taxi, and that's it." Irene agrees but insists on keeping calling him. They get in the car and Yuji says it's very hot here. Our hero sees Irene worried and holding her mobile phone, so he asks her if she still can't reach the driver. So she answers, "Yes, I'm afraid something happened to him at home." But our hero reassures her that they're about to arrive, and that he'll meet her father and mother soon, and he's surprised when he finds Sung calling him. So he answers Sung, who tells him, "There's bad news, boss. When we were on the way, some Americans suddenly attacked us and I was carrying the seedling with me. What should I do?" Here Seo realizes the Americans want to take the seedling and doesn't know what to do because if they take it, he'll be in big trouble. So he decides to request the Polchu artifact. The screen appears and tells him his request was denied, and that Polchu is under his control. He gets nervous and hears Seongjin ask him, "What should I do, boss?" Our hero answers, "We'll change the meeting location, and I'll send you where we'll meet. Don't let them take the seedling from you. If that happens, I'll finish you off with my own hands." He hangs up, so Eren asks him what happened and if there's any problem with his friends. He replies, "I'd be lying if I told you there's nothing, but don't worry, they'll handle it. We need to go to the meeting location now. The road's a bit crowded, hurry up, man." Yuji, who's sitting next to the driver, responds, "What you're saying is tough, boss. Normally this road isn't this crowded, but it looks like our luck's bad today." Seo asks the driver to take another route, so the driver says, "If I knew one, I would have done that, but in the situation we're in, there's no solution except to just wait." Here Yuji asks our hero what he'll do if something bad happens to his friends. Eren speaks up and says, "If we took Mama and Papa's medical artifacts, is this an accident or what? Hit the brakes." At that moment they see an explosion ahead of them and Seo asks what's happening. The driver tells him the sign fell and an explosion happened here. Yuji speaks and says, "Don't you think we're used to these sudden accidents?" He's shocked when he sees Eren terrified and glowing with an aura around her, so he calms her down. Seo shouts, "Wake up, Eren." Then the screen appears with text saying that artifacts work according to the user's emotions and that the artifact's aura is leaking. Here our hero grabs Eren's hand and tells her, "Listen to me. Try to keep your special abilities and don't use them. Don't get involved in solving these problems and don't worry." So Eren's glowing eyes return to normal and she tells him, "What did I do? I need to call the police again." Seo stops her and tells her that if she calls in this state, the police will be affected by her power. She asks him what to do, and he replies, "Don't worry, the right time has come for me to try this." He's holding in his hand the artifact he stole from John during the previous explosion, which he didn't know how to use because he wasn't able to control it, but now things are different. We go to another place in New York and hear someone say, "Where do you think they're hiding? Can you hear me? If you give us the seedling, you'll get 1,000,000. Another responds and tells him, "I don't think they're listening. I feel like they're around here." The brown-haired man knows he can't wait any longer and that they need to take the seedling by force, and so no one cares anymore about the foreigners disappearing. He goes and asks him to finish them off now. The other man grabs the gun and loads it, saying, "Yes, sir, they're definitely still close by. Let's go." At that moment, Songjin is disguised as a nun and looking at them from the window, talking to his men. "They finally left. I didn't expect your plan would work." Suddenly, an officer comes to them and shouts, "Don't move. We got word that there are suspicious men disguised as nuns. Come forward so we can question you." One of the men pushes with his hand, and they run away. Seongjin says, "Will we find it from the Americans or from the police? Which idiot told us the nun outfit idea?" One of his men replies, "Not me. If we'd pretended to be tourists, it would have been better." Here Seongjin tells him to shut up. Suddenly, they find the Americans behind them, so the men get nervous when they see them with a gun, but Seongjin reassures them and tells them the police are coming behind them. Then the brown-haired man gives the other an order to shoot at Seongjin and the men with him. But we find the man nervous, and he tells him, "But sir, the police will arrive soon." And indeed, the police arrive and surround the men. Here the brown-haired man encourages the other and tells him, "Shoot and don't worry, General Clara will take care of it." The officer is about to arrest the men when they're surprised that the police and Americans disappeared, and they hear So say, "Looks like I came at the right time." He's holding in his hand the artifact he stole from John. Songjin asks him what happened, so Seo answers that he sent them away with the people on the road. The three men are standing stunned in shock. We now go to Mongolia and hear someone's voice say, "Where are we? We were just on the road. How did we end up in a farm field? What's happening?" The Americans are piled on top of each other on the ground with horses around them, and they're surprised when they see them. At that moment, Seo remembers that the artifact he has is the Soul Ruler summoning artifact of Ranxus, and that this artifact belongs to the records of the principle of Kamikakushi in ancient Japan, which believe the ruler takes people who disappear. He sees Songjin holding the plant and giving it to him. So says, I'm happy I finally saw you. I'll be able to treat them with it. There's light around him and the plant is glowing, so Seo's Seo book artifact comes out saying, I feel like the kid over there is my other half that I can't find. I don't know why. Seo replies, you recognized it then? Wait a bit. He pulls the seedling hard and it screams, who do you think you are? I hate humans. What's this violence? Here Songjin screams and advises Seo to hold the seedling gently because it gets upset quickly and loses its manners too and starts cursing if someone makes a mistake with it. Seo tells him that even if that happens, it won't affect the artifact's power. At that moment, the seedling says loudly, let me go. Where are my servants? You're torturing me. Here Seo looks at Sobuk and tells him, what's this? I'll move you to a bigger home where you'll share with one of your friends. He opens the jar and Seobuk comes out and goes to the seedling, happy that he found his partner, but the seedling is annoyed with him and says, what's this crap? Seobuk replies, what crap? We're meant to be together. But the seedling keeps screaming and asking him to stay away from her. Then our hero pours dirt from the bag on them and steps on it with his foot to cover them well. He points his hand at them and energy comes out to control them, so a big ball of energy forms and the seedling starts to hurt. Suddenly, the seedling grows bigger and fills with fruit. Here Seo tells Eren that he's done, and that if she eats from this fruit, her illness will ease, and that all they have to do now is go to her father and mother, and asks her to move. Eren is happy, and they take a taxi and go to the mansion. When they get close to it, they're shocked by two people thrown in the garden around the mansion. The driver gets scared, and Seo knows he won't be able to take them any further and asks them to get out. They get out and are surprised when they see the mansion destroyed from the outside. Yuji asks Eren what happened, so she answers, that's why I should have called my driver. She's still going to finish her sentence when we find So saying, let's go in now. Eren agrees and walks behind him. When they enter the mansion, they're shocked that George is on the ground covered in his blood, constantly coughing and unable to move. Seo goes to him and tells him, hold on. George tries to get up and tells Seo it was a surprise attack and rolls onto his back. Then our hero knows that his wound is serious and that this is because of artifacts, and asks him if he remembers who attacked him. George replies while gasping that those who attacked him pulled his mother and father into a strange painting. Here Seo asks Yuji to look in the bedroom, so Yuji runs. Then we find a phone ringing and a voice comes out of it. Why don't you answer? I know you're there and you're definitely surprised that you lost your mother and father in one day, but don't worry, because they're fine. Because of your reckless brother. If you promise us you'll listen to us, we'll guarantee they'll be okay. When you're ready, call this number yourself, but remember, we won't wait for you long. Do you understand or not? Eren and Seo are standing surprised, and we see Seongjin say, what's this craziness? And who's this woman? Our hero tells them it's Clara, and that he was expecting this because she's the only person who can do something like this. At that moment, Yuji comes and tells Seo that the bedroom is empty, and that he didn't find Eren's father and mother anywhere, and that they disappeared. Here Eren worries and falls on her knees, so our hero reassures her that there's a way to solve things but they need to save George first. Then the men start collecting the fruits from the plant that's hurting. Seo gives it to George and tells him, eat this and you'll heal completely. George tries to apologize to him, but Seo shoves the fruit in his mouth and says, what you're going to say isn't important now. Just eat this. George replies, what's this crap? It tastes very bitter. Are you trying to help me or kill me? Our hero tells him that healing medicine tastes bitter. Here George is surprised when he finds all his wounds suddenly disappeared and he's back to how he was. He's still getting up from the ground when he finds Eren asking him, what's the news? Everything's fine, right? She runs to him and hugs him hard, so he pats her and tells her he's fine and asks her to save her worry for their father and mother. They hear Seo say, no need to worry about them either, because they weren't kidnapped. We see George shout, what are you saying? I told you I saw them being pulled into the painting with my own eyes. Seo replies, I'm sure you saw that, but they were fake. George is shocked and sees Yuji laughing and pointing at him. Seo explains to him, I had my assistant fake them and replace them, and all this happened before we went to Ghana. Here George gets very angry and grabs Yuji by his clothes and says, impossible. You mean I was taking care of fake parents this whole time? Yuji tries to calm him down and tells him this had to happen. Seo tells him, anyway, this way we were able to protect your real father and mother from being kidnapped. Didn't you ask us to help you again? At that moment, Eren's eyes glow, and she tells Seo, if this is true, this is a beautiful thing. She asks him how he did this and if he knew this would happen. Our hero answers that he didn't know anything and continues in his thoughts. All this is because Eren became a queen of different disasters completely unlike before. I thought someone might exploit her weakness. Then her father and mother got artifact syndrome early, and their condition was bad, and this was the best weak moment to exploit her in. Also, their illness is now progressing quickly, so I decided not to leave them alone because they were in danger. I was ready for everything. He tells Eren that there's someone making her father and mother's illness illness worse, and that this person is capable of doing more than this, so he couldn't leave them alone. George says, "You should have told us this." Our hero smiles and replies, "The best way to deceive your enemy is to deceive your friend first. Now let's go treat your real father and mother, and get revenge on the woman who made this mess." They get in the car and we see George ask Seo how he'll oppose Clara, and that this is a woman with a high position, and it'll be hard to reach her. Our hero grabs a phone and says, "I have all the ways to do this. Publish all the written articles, Edward. This is the beginning of the plan." Then Yuji is surprised and tells our hero, "If you're curious, open the internet and look." But Yuji suggests he turn on the radio, where they hear that there's breaking news about the gradual disappearance of small children in Ghana, and that the cause of this is the American General Clara, who forced the children to work and controlled their minds using artifacts. Here Yuji gets excited and asks how this happened and how this news spread. Seo answers him coldly, "Good, isn't it? How do you feel seeing Clara's followers decreasing?" Our hero knows that Clara attacked Ghana's shrine, and that when he managed to turn on his phone inside the shrine, he knew this had many uses. This is what Edward told him, and he also told him that Clara was doing something secret there, and it was so hidden that she was hiding it even from her own men, and that she probably did something strange. And because she was in a hurry, she might have done something wrong, and evidence was established that put her in trouble, and that she actually kidnapped children from Ghana and forced them to work. Seo continues, "The children filmed a video while collecting tea leaves. Honestly, this is an unforgettable moment because Clara was exposed because of it. I had to seize this opportunity, right? After that, I immediately sent the video to Edward, who has strong connections with the press, and this made them write an article right away. Edward helped me because I got him a house and made him live well, and he got more excited when I told him this would get rid of Clara for him. Anyway, everything I've prepared until now, you'll find out about it." They're all surprised, and George says this is a good plan even though this will make things bigger. At that time, Irene is happy and holding her phone and says the news has spread all over the internet and that Ghana's president will withdraw from the vanguard. Seo laughs and tells them that everything will be in his favor, and they hear the radio again saying that the people protested what happened because they consider this a version of the old African-American slavery, and this made the Interior Ministry there intervene and admit that what Clara did is a crime. At that time, a spark comes out of the car and a screen appears with text saying, "The suspicious painting threatens you." Seo screams and orders George to stop the car quickly, and when it stops, he asks them all to get out quickly. Yuji and Irene are shocked, and in a second, there's smoke around the car, and it melts and starts to disappear. They're all sitting on the ground in shock. Who do they see? We see Clara and her soldiers standing, and two of them are holding the painting from which the spark is coming out. George says, "Ah, you dogs, this is the painting that sucked in Dad and Mom." Yuji says, "Is this a Van Gogh painting or what? It's an artifact. It's supposed to be in the Netherlands." Here, Clara tells our hero that he does amazing things and how he dared to publish an article that damages her reputation. There's energy around her and her eyes are glowing. Seo laughs and answers her, "Who is this? Aren't you the first lieutenant who was fired? I thought you'd be hiding in your room, but on the contrary, you're out here in front of me too. I mean, what ruined your reputation? I don't understand. Don't misunderstand me. All I did was show the world the things you did. You shouldn't have done anything wrong. Let's assume all this didn't happen. Surely the ruler would have been upset and turned against you." Here Clara is about to explode with anger and screams, "Enough! Stop the empty talk. Do you think I'll believe something like this?" Seo replies, "Something like this? It seems you're not scared yet, but you know that life can end because of something trivial." Clara tells him it's impossible for this to happen because she'll put all the blame on him, and that Irene's father and mother are under her hands now, and asks him to hand over the seedling artifact and Irene and also correct the news, and threatens him that if he doesn't do this, Irene's father and mother will die before his eyes. Here Irene gets tense and is still about to speak, but our hero stops her and tells her that everything Clara is saying is just talk. He provokes Clara, "Okay, show me then what you'll do." She gets angry and replies, "I'm telling you, you dog, that Irene's father and mother are inside this artifact painting, and that I can bring them out and blow their brains out." Seo asks her if she's sure of what she's saying. So Clara starts giving an order to the soldier to bring out Irene's father and mother gently, and he agrees, but he screams when he doesn't find them in the painting. Clara asks him, "What are you saying?" The soldier shows her the painting and tells her they disappeared. Here Clara screams at our hero with a loud voice that shakes the place and asks him what he's doing. Our hero laughs and tells her he won't say because it's a secret. Suddenly we find the whole place shaking and sparks coming out of the painting filling the place. Clara orders the painting to suck them all in and says to Seo, "I forgot that it wasn't useful to talk to someone like you with reason from the beginning." We hear Yuji screaming when he sees his body turning into paint and flying. They're all standing in a large yellow aura and the ground is shaking beneath them. And then Clara is surprised that the artifact doesn't want to listen to her, so she knows something is wrong. Seo looks and sees that his body is returning to normal, and Irene's eyes are glowing with energy around her, and she says, "You won't be able to do anything to my father and mother. Leave these people to me and I'll take care of them, Seo, and you save my father and mother, please." At that time, the screen appears with text saying that the artifact user's feelings have changed and that the Calamity artifact is working and overreacting. Seo hears Irene's words and pulls George to go with him. Here George screams, "You want me to leave my little sister and run away, right?" Our hero replies, "Look who's worrying about whom. This sister of yours, son, is a human weapon." Irene is saying the end will be at her hands. Clara stands in front of her and laughs and says, "If you know how to do something, then do it." Here Irene reminds her that she tried to kidnap her father and mother, and that she's hurting her brother, and therefore she won't forgive her. She's pointing her hands at her from which sparks are coming out toward Clara, and her eyes are glowing with tremendous energy around her. Clara mocks and says to her, "Forgive me? You see yourself as strong. It seems you have useful artifacts, and this is what empowers your heart, and makes you very confident in yourself." She clenches her fist tightly and spreads her hands, forming terrible energy vortexes that break the ground under Irene, who is surprised, and after that an explosion happens. Then we find the soldier asking Clara, "Didn't you say you want this girl alive?" Clara answers him, "I told you that because of the hostages I was planning to threaten them with. They disappeared, so I have no choice but to use force, and if we leave this girl alone, she'll destroy us. But if we stop her at her limit..." Here the soldier screams when he sees Irene is still alive and nothing is happening to her. Clara grits her teeth and we find Irene looking at her and saying, "It's my turn now." After that, a big explosion happens. At the same time, George and our hero are in the car, and George asks if his sister will be okay. Seo reassures him, "She'll be fine. Aren't you confident in her? Even if she's not okay, you don't use artifacts. Do you think you'll be able to do something?" Here George gets very angry and says, "I mean, you're saying my sister is stronger than this woman, so there's no need." He doesn't finish. Our hero tells him they've arrived and asks him to prepare to see his father and mother. They enter the hotel and Seong is with them, and the man carrying the plant. Seong asks, "Isn't this a hotel? How will we enter looking like this?" They're surprised when Seo tells them he bought a room here. They enter the room and George is happy when he sees his father and mother, and our hero asks Seong to pick the fruits from the plant, because what they picked before won't be enough, and Seong is supposed to be the one who prepares the medicine, but there's no time. He's picking the fruits himself and squeezing them into Irene's mother's mouth, and there's energy around her and she starts improving incredibly fast. Then our hero tells George that this isn't enough and that he must take care of his mother and do like he did. George agrees, and Seong is amazed at what he's seeing, and the plant screams and asks them not to pick anything from it. Suddenly Irene's father returns to normal and asks where he is and what happened. Seo answers him, "Rest, Mr. Hilton, you've been cured." George screams when he sees his mother return to normal and wake up too. Our hero tells them he'll go back to Irene and asks him to wait here and take care of his father and mother. He leaves through the door, but George stops him and thanks him. Here, our hero says to him, "You're too hasty. It's still early for goodbye." He goes back to the car and says to himself, "I know Irene is strong, but Clara's power is incomparable. To get rid of this woman in my past life, I went through very difficult situations." Then the screen appears with text saying that the effects of disasters and the effects of war are close to him. Our hero understands that it's not over yet as long as Eren and Clara are here. Yugi is surprised and tells him, "Look, boss." He's pointing to the fire in front of them, so Seo gets out of the car that they can't get any closer with. Yugi is scared, so our hero says, "You haven't seen anything yet. You're always scared anyway when we come to places like this." They're walking through the destruction, and suddenly Seo catches a glimpse of Eren's shadow through the smoke, so Yugi says, "She's over there, boss." Eren appears and they know she's okay. Yugi shouts, "I was gonna die from fear." Eren starts telling them that Clara suddenly disappeared when they were fighting, and asks Seo if it's possible she escaped. He replies that she's not the type to run away and remembers what was written on the screen, so he knows she's still in the area. He tells her he doesn't know if the danger has happened or not, and that Clara has the relics of the rulers of destruction, Sekhmet, from Egyptian mythology, who has the personality of the rulers of love, Hathor, and that these relics have a danger called the danger of transformation. And Clara is definitely here, but they can't see her, which means she transformed into something invisible, and this will make them overcome her without fighting her. but it's also hard to search for her in this place. Clara hears all this talk and gets scared and transforms herself into a worm and says, I need to use great power. The danger came too quickly. What happened this time? I can't see in front of me and my body won't move the way I want. If they catch me in this state, it'll be trouble. Here, Yugi steps with his foot in front of her, and Seo knows he found something that caught his attention and must take it. He's holding in his hand the painting that Clara's soldiers left behind, and he's still saying it's a Van Gogh painting. Our hero finds him cutting a piece from it, which makes Yugi scream and ask him what he did. Seo walks and tells him this is a relic and he needs to fix it. He places a piece of what he cut from the painting on the disguised tech map in the form of a notebook and asks it to show them the location of the map's relic, so it starts moving and energy comes out of it. At that moment, our hero sees Clara crawling on the ground and hears her say, I never imagined I'd see you in this state, General. He's sitting in front of the worm and laughing. He puts the worm on his hand, so Yugi asks him if this is Clara and that this is just a worm. Seo answers that he's sure it's Clara and she transformed into this form. He tells Eren they won against her and thanks her and reassures her that he treated her father and mother. Eren is very happy and thanks him and doesn't know how she'll repay him, and here he replies, there are no favors between us. We both help each other. They get in the car that's driving through the streets of New York that have returned to normal after the conflict that happened between the two relics, to go to Eren's family mansion because her father and mother are throwing a party, and when they enter the mansion, they're amazed by its beauty. We see Yugi complaining when he hears So ordering him, find yourself any room and start working. You need to make a copy as soon as possible. Yugi agrees with him and leaves. Our hero holds the worm in his hand and decides to reduce Clara's control power, so he plants it in the ground and says, I need to punish you for your mistakes. The worm screams, who are you to punish me, you dog? Do you think I'll stay like this for the rest of my life? Just wait until I return to my normal state. Seo replies, I figured out what I'll do with you. There aren't many things you can do with worms, and this will make me use you to give flavor to Pepsi. He opens the bottle, puts the worm in it, and shakes it hard. The worm screams a lot. At the same time, a message appears on the screen saying that the war ruler's mood is improving because of Pepsi and his power doubles, and that the war ruler is getting excited, so Seo knows his decision was right. He remembers that ancient legends said humans were hurting Ra, who sent Sekhmet to stop them, and then people feared they would die because of Sekhmet's cruelty. So Ra made a large amount of red beer and made it flow on the ground. Sekhmet thought all this was blood, so she drank it all and afterward became drunk and returned to her form, Hathor, and thus the danger of extinction moved away from people, and this is the reason why these relics are weak and quickly affected by alcohol. Seo says while looking at the bottle, this worked in my past life too. I'm sure she feels like she's dying, but she won't die because she's in her transformed state. A while ago, Yugi made a copy of the painting relic in the other room, and this will be the basis of our plan. After a bit, Yugi goes with the painting in his hand to Seo, who's sleeping on the couch, and tells him, I'm done. What crap? Am I gonna sit and work while you take everything ready? Our hero gets up and tells him, what do we do then? Servant's life is like this. Don't annoy me. Here, Yugi is surprised by the word and gets very angry but gets scared when he hears sounds and asks Seo about them. He replies, Clara's soldiers might be around the house. Yugi says this isn't good, but Seo tells them he means to bring them here, and that he didn't hide the relic's aura and left many traces too. Seo looks at the painting and asks him if this is the copy. Then Yugi asks him why he did this. Our hero answers that not everything will be fixed when they get rid of Clara, and that they need to eliminate her soldiers too. And they saw how they destroyed the Hilton family, so he'll use Clara as bait to catch the soldiers. Suddenly the soldiers enter the room and point guns at them and say, stay where you are. You're surrounded. Where's Clara? When Clara hears the voice, she thinks her soldiers came to rescue her. She hears the soldier say, I'll shoot if you don't tell me now. Can you spare your hands or your legs? Our hero laughs and calms down and tells him he'll tell him everything, and suddenly he hears the worm raising its voice. I'm here. Here. Seo gets nervous and grabs the bottle and says, I want to finish this matter without problems. This is the new alcohol I made. Here, take it. It's very expensive. The soldier throws away the bottle, which falls on the ground and breaks, and the worm comes out of it. Our hero continues, I thought one of you would take it. Be careful. I worked hard to make it. Also, alcohol made from this big worm is very rare. Then the soldier steps on the worm with his shoe and says, are you mocking us, you dog? Give us back the general. What's this? Even though it looks soft, it's hard. The worm is in pain and our hero is standing there satisfied. At that time, the screen appears with text saying that the relic owner's control power is being affected due to injury, and that the war relic is unable to use its full power. He He knows Clara is breaking down because her soldiers are stepping on her. Suddenly, Clara returns to her normal form and screams with her face crushed, "You idiots! Do you know who you're stepping on? I'm your boss, you dogs." Then the screen says the target's control power temporarily decreases, so we find our hero pulling the cover off the painting, which releases energy that melts the soldiers' bodies. He tells them it's the unfinished Van Gogh painting they used before, and that it absorbs everything to complete itself. He asks them how they feel being attacked by their own relic. We see the soldiers trapped inside the painting asking Seo to let them out. Clara's eyes are glowing with energy around her. Standing with them in the painting, the soldiers ask her when she entered, and that she doesn't look good. She replies, "All because of you." Seo continues, "Finally you return to your normal state, General." Clara ignores him and asks her soldiers to quickly search for the black dot they'll exit from. They actually start searching, and Seo knows all this is useless and stands watching them with Yugi, and hears them say they found it. Our hero tells her, "I didn't imagine they'd find it this quickly. What am I supposed to paint now?" He's holding the brush on the painting, and here Yugi replies, "Draw the craziest thing you can draw and show us your creativity." We see Clara shocked when she finds the monster approaching her and the soldiers and running after them, with one large eye and many arms. Clara goes toward the black dot that's supposed to get them out, but is surprised she's still inside. Seo laughs. "This black dot is useless. There's no exit from this painting because I played with this relic a bit. Did you hear me?" Clara is standing looking at him, and afterward they had to give him secret information about the American military and kept trying to trick him to leave them alone. We see our hero carrying the painting and saying, "There's nothing more I can do with you now." The soldiers scream, "What are you planning this time? Didn't you say you'd let us out if we gave you the information?" We find Seo standing in front of the fire and replying, "Did you believe I'd really leave you if I took the information? I'm sorry, but if I leave you alive, things won't be the best." Clara, wrapped in the monster's arm, shakes when she approaches the fire and screams, "Ah, you filthy bastard." Our hero bids her farewell and burns the painting. We see the news saying, Clara, who exposed herself recently, has disappeared, and a large number of her important soldiers have also disappeared, and it will be difficult to find them and investigate them because there's no evidence leading to their location. Seo is following the news on his phone, wearing sunglasses and on a large ship. He hears Yugi calling him, "Boss, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you came all this way to work. Aaron's mom and dad organized a sea party for you." Our hero is lying on the chair, focused on his phone, and then he hears a voice saying, "Work. Get into the details right away, and if you need anything, don't hesitate. You're the one who saved us." Here, Seo says he has some relics he wants to sell, as tools like the immortality seedling that everyone knows its effect, and that he also has a tea tree that has a very sweet taste and smell, and that the more shrines he attacks, the more relics he can use. He also tells them he hired a skilled manager for this matter, Edward, and that everything will be ready once he has money. We see Aaron's father standing in front of him and laughing, "Say so, we'll help you. Seems you're planning something good. What have you decided to name your company?" Our hero tells him he's still undecided, but he's thinking of naming it Shrine. He finds the crow flying toward him and saying, "Looks like you're enjoying yourself alone." Then Aaron's father and mother standing with him are surprised by so. At the same time, we see Aaron coming holding the relic bag and telling our hero that the relics are acting strangely and that she brought them all, and she hasn't finished her words when a spark comes out of the bag and falls on the ground. The spark surrounds Aaron from every direction, so Seo understands that the bankruptcy relic is controlling her without anyone's command. Then Aaron's mother gets scared and approaches her daughter who's screaming and asks her what's happening. The crow tells Seo, "Looks like you have friends. First time I see them." His eye is glowing with an aura around him. Our hero shouts, "Don't play dumb. I know you've been watching me the whole time. If you came to make trouble, I don't want to see your face again. Don't be scared. If we all stay inside the ship for a short time, everything will be fine." Aaron's father asks about the crow, so Seo replies, "Don't worry about it. This is someone who watches me, and whenever he finds himself free, he jumps to me anywhere." Here the crow gets annoyed, so our hero asks him what he wants from him this time. He answers, "I was writing down the achievements you made, but it seems you want to be a thief and not a shrine raider." Then Seo gets angry, and his eyes glow, and he tells him, "Get out of my face. If you came to give me a lesson, I don't want to see you. I chose what I want to do however I want." The crow explains to him that he came to see him and tell him something important, which is that there are relics that will target him. Our hero responds, "The technical map has told me things like this before. There were rumors spreading about me among the relics, saying they would put me in their brain. I know they don't like me because I'm standing in their way." The raven tells him, "That's not wrong, but your actions make the relics hate you easily, especially since they don't know how to control you. The relics hate these types of people more than anyone else. I came here to warn you that there are many relics that have bad intentions toward you. You know there are leaders among the relics, and they're the reason for what happened to me. Be careful. The relics' movements lately haven't been controlled, and there are tombs that will appear soon that you weren't expecting. Our hero laughs and tells the Raven that he doesn't care about the tombs or anything else, and that no relic will be able to do anything to him. The Raven then flies and says, "You're very confident in yourself, so everything I said doesn't scare you? I found this on my way here. I'll give it to you since I don't need it." He then throws something into the ship, so Seo asks him what this is, and the Raven answers that this is something that will benefit him, and leaves. The screen appears and tells Seo that this is Hyung and Nolbu's pumpkin arranged by S, and that it's a consumable relic with no other uses, and that it was supposed to arrive via a swallow bird, not a crow. At that moment Seo thinks, I wonder what use it has. Yuji runs over and is surprised when he sees the pumpkin and asks if the Raven has left. Our hero replies that he's already left, and left behind Hyungbu's pumpkin relic that might have treasures inside. Here Yuji gets excited to open it, but his excitement fades when he hears Seo tell him, but if this is random, and Hyung's pumpkin actually comes out, we'll find something good. But if Nolbu's pumpkin comes out, it'll be a disaster. So we'll examine it another time since we won't be able to handle what happens to us. Here George is behind him asking where he'll examine this huge thing. Our hero reassures him, and glances at Yuji from the corner of his eye. Yuji puts his hand in his pocket and pulls out the relic he stole from Clara and her soldiers. Then the screen appears with text saying this is Van Gogh's unfinished drawing arranged by S, and that it's a consumable relic with 25 uses left. Yuji lifts it with his hand and energy comes out that sucks the pumpkin inside. Yuji is happy and says, "This is very convenient. After this, I won't worry about carrying a heavy bag with me again." Seo tells George, "Let's go. Let's enjoy the party. Call everyone here." As soon as our hero returns from the trip, he starts building his company, since he now has money, so he decides to make a double Hammurabi contract with Edward. One day we hear Irene calling Seo and giving him a letter and telling him it came in his name. Seo opens it in front of Yuji and Irene, and tells them this is an invitation to a party where all the tomb excavation groups will be present, and that the men of Venice organized it. Yuji is surprised and says, "Aren't these the same bad people?" Seo replies, "The funny thing is that the person who sent the invitation is John." Here Irene asks if they're going or not, so our hero replies, "No, of course not. You don't know what disasters can happen if we go to these parties." "What's this name?" He's looking at the list of names invited to the party. Irene asks him if there's anyone's name he knows. He laughs and says to himself, "Julian Miller. Although he was a relic user, he always opposed me. I changed my mind. Let's attend this party." They wear elegant clothes and go to the party, and we see someone laughing and saying, "So, Seo decided to come to the party?" He's standing in front of the mirror with someone behind him replying, "Yes, he decided." He continues, "This turned out he's stupid and fell into the trap. Even though I did everything I could to bring disease to Irene's family, he treated them and also forged Van Gogh's painting relic that I gave to Clara. I'll teach him how to do this. Let's go to the party hall, Bella." After that, we hear Edward warmly welcoming our hero and Irene. Yuji gets annoyed and shouts, "Why are you ignoring me like I'm air?" Edward coldly explains that they don't need to warmly greet each other because they've known each other for a long time. Here Seo interrupts them. "You arrived early, Edward?" He replies, "Of course, aren't I the information gatherer? I have to come early and watch the atmosphere." Our hero asks him if he found out anything, and Edward answers, "I don't know. Everyone's trying to gather strong and useful tomb excavation groups around them, including those Venice scumbags. What more do they need? I believe this could be the party's purpose originally. I think it's natural because many tombs have started appearing. Don't you think they'll try to include you too, boss?" Seo says all this is unnecessary and he doesn't work for anyone. Edward continues, "Even if you're not, you should still be careful. There are other people interested in you." He sees 3 girls at the party who admire Seo. Our hero says, "Whatever their goal is, I didn't come here to please anyone. I came for my own interest." Suddenly, he hears a voice asking, "Are you the famous Seo? I heard about you and want to welcome you. Since I'm one of the party organizers, I'm Austin." Then Yuji is amazed and says Austin is a famous person. Irene continues, "This man has many talents. He's an artist and author and acts in movies and also plays music." Seo confirms their words when he sees everyone looking at Austin, who he finds has a malicious aura around him, but he doesn't sense any relics because Austin is hiding them. We see Austin approaching our hero and telling him, "I just came to greet you, but it seems you're annoyed by me. Anyway, nice to meet you." He's still extending his hand to shake our hero's hand, but is surprised when Yuji gives him a notebook and asks for his autograph. Austin pulls out the pen that emits energy from his pocket and writes with it on the notebook while saying to himself, "This kid gave me a chance to take out my relic. He can't know this is a relic in any way, and with this I'll make this kid respect me and admire me. But before all this, I have to make him under my command and control. He's surprised when he sees Yuji hopping and tearing the paper and screaming because his body is moving on its own. Then Austin asks him, "What's this? I only gave you my autograph." Here Yuji looks at So, who's holding the phone, and suspects he's the one who did this, asking, "Isn't this Shakespeare's pen? When did you hide it? Everyone who has an autograph come to me because I'm going to cut you all up." He's standing agitated and running toward people who are scared, and all this is by Seo's command. Suddenly, our hero's eye glows and he snatches the pen from Austin's hand, who is surprised. Here Seo speaks, "What are these cheap tricks? I'll destroy you if you manipulate the relic." He's pressing his hand hard on the relic that's sparking. Edward is shocked and says, "A relic? I didn't sense any relics here at all." Seo tells them that Austin was hiding it but couldn't hide the aura that leaked from it when he came to use it. Then Austin screams, asking our hero how he dared to break his relic, and he answers, "If it was so precious to you, you wouldn't have attacked me with it." Austin continues, "What nonsense are you talking?" Our hero remembers that he knows Austin, who's from a rich American family like Irene's family, and this family used to support relic users with money, which made them train royal-level relic users, and Clara was one of them. Seo considers them his enemies because they helped users who had connections to Venice, and they don't let worthless people like Austin become royal level. He decides here to mess with him, but he's surprised because there were no men from Austin's family who used relics in his past life, but now Austin has ruler level relics that he doesn't know how to hide because his mood isn't stable. He asks himself, "I wonder if the future has changed again or what?" Then he finds Austin putting his hand in his pocket and telling him, "Let's see then if you'll remain confident after what I'm going to do or not, you idiot." He doesn't notice that the press is filming him, and starts asking him if he'll show them how he uses his relics and if he uses them often, and they inquire about the type of relics he has. Here Austin gets very nervous and tries to deny it. Seo laughs and provokes him. "Are you afraid of the camera or what? Aren't you famous?" Austin screams, "Shut up, you dog." Our hero interrupts and tells him, "If it's not as they say, then you should clarify for us, because I'm honestly very curious. Were you doing suspicious things with this relic or what? Is this the reason you don't know how to talk?" Here the reporter asks Austin if what Seo is saying is true, and he responds with lies, of course. Then our hero continues coldly, "Okay man, if it's not like that, then forget what I said. I'm not afraid for my reputation anyway, unlike you." They hear a voice saying, "We'll start the explanations. Many people lost their homes because of these tombs appearing, so our foundation will provide shelter and help people who are suffering." The speaker is Julian Miller, and this man was a partner with John, and was his left arm because Seo was his right arm, and he has the Lin Yang relic that helps him know everything about tombs and relics. In his past life, Julian Miller was the one who made the plan that Seo executed, and despite that, their principles were completely different, and they didn't agree, and one day Julian accused our hero of killing people while going to attack the tomb, and when Seo tried to defend himself and explain, they argued and our hero got angry and cursed him. Here Seo says to himself, "My head hurts just remembering this matter. I won't get involved with him again. The information provided by the Lin Yang relic no longer matters to me. I can know it with the experience I have with the Raven's help too, but I don't deny that Julian is the reason I attended the party today." He turns and bids farewell to Austin, who's doing an interview with the press, and Austin asks him not to leave. Seo is sure that John is at the party, since he's the one who sent him the invitation, so he decides he won't let Julian join John or anyone from Venice, and although he doesn't need him, he won't let him work for anyone else and plans to distract them. At that time, Julian ends the meeting and says, "And with this, I've clarified our charity group's goals. I hope everyone cares about it." Then Seo decides to delay him so he won't meet John, but he finds the press calling them and asking Julian to describe his feelings after joining John's team. Here John interrupts them and laughs, "What are you rushing for? At least give me a chance to say my opinion on his words. Your report was very good, and from here on I don't want you to worry about charity money. I'll help you as long as you join my team." Julian thanks him and Seo is standing watching them and saying to himself, "What's this?" It seems Julian joined John before the party. He took him by surprise quickly. "Damn you, John, you scoundrel. Doesn't this Julian see or what? How does he choose John?" He's holding his phone and sending a message to Edward and Yuji, while at the same time Edward says, "I don't know what happened, but let's go since he sent for us." Yuji tells Aaron they're coming back again. We see the press asking John if he's going to donate a large sum to the orphanage, and if Richard will also donate a new painting. Then Richard appears and asks, "Who said that? You got it wrong. You all know I'm not free to paint something new because of my work in Venice." Here our hero steps in. "Don't make me laugh so you're not busy. You wouldn't even know how to paint it anyway." And here we hear Yuji calling out to Seo, Looking annoyed with Edward beside him, our hero continues, "This Venice thing is just an excuse, isn't it?" Richard gets really angry, and then Julian asks, "So, what does he mean by that?" He answers, "Haven't you heard the rumors or what? There are people saying Richard forged someone else's paintings. This is well known." Richard shouts, "What are you saying? Do you believe this?" Then Yuji asks him to prove otherwise and paint something new if he's innocent and doesn't want them to doubt him. So Richard tells Yuji loudly that he's crazy and how dare he do this. But Yuji also shouts at him, "Why? Can't you draw something after you stole my drawings with your hurricane's help or what?" When the press hears this, they start taking pictures and writing articles, and then Seo is happy there are so many reporters, and we see Richard very angry, approaching Yuji and telling him, "Look, I'm fed up with you. You want me to finish you off? You're not going home in one piece today." And he starts hitting him, but Yuji blocks him and tells him he's not like he was in the past. The press is filming, and here our hero advises Julian not to get involved with Richard and John because they're troublemakers, and he was their victim. And this is because John uses the Conquest relic and forces people to listen to him and tells him the relic is affecting him, so Julian asks if he felt like he wanted to sign the contract without thinking with John, and asks him to use his brain a little. At this moment, John shouts, "That's a lie! I didn't use any relic on you, Julian. What are these things? They can't be used in secret." Julian replies, "Well, so you're admitting you actually have it. I felt a strong aura from your direction." Seo is certain John didn't use the relic because if it was working, this hall would have been destroyed. John tries to defend himself and asks Edward to prove his words are true since he's a relic dealer. Edward covers his ear and walks away saying, "What do I have to do with this?" John gets angrier then and threatens Edward that he won't work with him because of these actions. Edward replies, "Work what, man? Weren't you the one who threw me out on the street when I asked for your help?" The press is very happy with this solid news and continues filming, and then John's assistant tries to take Julian to another place so they can finish their talk, but Julian completely refuses and tells them they're the reason for what's happening, and asks him to cancel the contract and walks away. John and his assistant try to convince him to come back and threaten that he'll regret it, but it's no use. Seo knows Julian has high control power, and that he's protected by dangerous relics that no one else has, and he taunts John saying, "There, you lost a heavy hitter." At that moment, an aura forms around John and an explosion happens and people start fleeing. We see John grinding his teeth and his eye glowing, and Seo knows he won't leave him alone. The assistant asks him scared if he's really going to use the relic, and that if he does, there will be many losses on their part. John answers, "Doesn't matter, I won't let him walk away like this time." Our hero challenges John and tells him, "Try it. The situation won't be like last time because my control power has increased." We find John preparing to use the relic, but Austin stops him and says, "Leave him to me. If you use the Conquest relic here, the hall will be destroyed, and the remaining Venice members won't be happy. There was a challenge between me and this kid. Let me finish it." And he points to Seo, so John calms down and agrees. And there's energy around him, so Austin holds a book in his hand, and there's an aura around them, and our hero knows he's going to finish him off. Seo remembers this is the Avesta relic, which is S rank, and it's a very powerful relic, and it belonged to the ancient King of Strike, who was one of the strongest kings, and it's at the same level as the King of Conquest who's with John, and the King of War who was with Clara, and that this king ruled a large number of people using the relic, and because of it, people gave him all their wealth and relics, and sold themselves to be soldiers under him, and this is what made him one of the 4 powerful kings. He suspects the future has changed as long as this relic is with Austin. He sees Austin opening the book from which sparks come out as he says, "Surrender to me, my followers. Defeat this man standing before me, and put him under my image." Then everyone's eyes in the hall glow, and they approach Seo, ordering him not to bother Austin, and then the screen appears written on it that Austin controlled the people because of his power and fame, and that his ability level and followers increase by 10%. And we see Yuji trying to save himself from the people grabbing him, and Seo who understands that people's minds are controlled, and that this is natural from a relic like this. Suddenly he finds Yuji's eyes glowing and they grab him by his clothes asking, "What are you doing to Austin? He's our superior." Here Seo asks him how he controlled him. Austin laughs, "You can't prevent this even if you have control power. My relic plays with people's emotions." And indeed, Seo feels then that there's something strange, but he won't let this continue much longer, so he hits Yuji with his elbow on his head to wake him up. At that moment, Yuji immediately returns to normal, and our hero asks him if he's okay, so he tells him he's fine, and his head is swollen, and he sits crying. Seo takes out his sword and there's an aura around him and his eyes are shining and he says, "If you're going to use mental attacks then I'll respond the same way. Get out of my way, you dogs." And here Edward shouts and asks our hero why he's taking out his sword, and if he's planning to finish off these people. So he explains to him that it's not their fault, because they're under the relic's control, and that there are many people watching them. So Seo replies, "Don't worry. Watch and shut up." In his hand is his sword from which sparks come out, and he moves toward Austin, who sees people's shadows screaming. He's shocked when he finds sparks around him and starts bleeding. He screams and puts his hand on his neck, which he felt was cut, but he's surprised it's intact. Then Seo laughs at him. "I took pity on you, but this is very entertaining. Shame on you. You're almost doing it yourself from fear." He's standing with his sword on his shoulder, and here Austin gets angry and shouts, "You're the one who made me see these things, you dog." Our hero answers him, "I controlled all the people present because this Huang sword I have can terrify people and make them imagine things that didn't happen. You're not the only one who controls minds here. Anyway, I'll take this." In his hand is the Avesta relic, and then he's in the darkness and moves to hit our hero but finds himself going back. Seo mocks him saying, "Are you scared to this degree? You've become a strong artifact user, man." He looks at the relic from which sparks come out, and at that moment the screen appears telling him he can't use a relic that still has owners and that he must reduce Austin's control power. And here Seo understands that Austin is still conscious. At that time we see Austin wiping his mouth and asking Seo, "Don't you know it's not in your interest to steal a relic that belongs to someone else? Come back, Avesta." And he spreads his hands and sparks come out of them. Our hero is surprised by the rope relic coming out from under his sleeve and wrapping around Austin's neck, who screams. The screen appears again, written on it that Austin's control power is decreasing. Seo notices when he sees Austin's actions that no air is reaching his brain, and orders the rope to choke him more. And here the relic speaks, "Strange, my owner wasn't this weak." The screen appears saying Austin's power dropped to B rank, and he no longer has control over Avesta. So Seo is happy, and grabs the relic firmly and says, "This is the right time to do this. I'm sure if I continue like this, I'll be able to control it. It seems my power has increased a lot. I struggled before to control Muramasa, which is A rank, and it seems to me I won't lose against this even though it's S rank." The relic says to our hero, "Even though you're human, your power is very great." At that time Austin tries to undo the rope, and Seo asks him, "What are you doing with my relic?" "Don't bother me, rope. You're just a low-rank relic. I'll show you my control power now. Listen to me, all of you." The rope breaks apart then, but Seo orders it to choke Austin, so the rope wraps around his neck again. And then Bella intervenes and cuts the rope, which hurts with a sharp knife, in an atmosphere full of sparks. Here Seo asks, "How dare you destroy someone else's relic?" Austin answers with his hand on his neck, "You're the one who destroyed my relic before." And here our hero explains to him, "I did that because you bothered me first. Anyway, you no longer have control over this relic. I'll leave since I'm done. Enjoy the party." Bella is standing between them, pointing the knife at Seo, so Austin orders her to grab Seo and not let him escape. We see Bella running after our hero, who tells her he doesn't have time for this child's play, and throws a bottle at her that releases smoke, so the place explodes in front of her. After that, Seo runs to Edward and Yuji, and asks them to follow him, so they can leave, but they need to find Eren first. When he sees Julian in front of him, he calls him and asks him to come with them, and tells him he has a useful relic that will help them escape. Here Julian asks, "And what makes me trust you? You're the one who made all this mess." Seo replies, "You have to admit the truth. Those dogs brought it on themselves, and I'm the one who helped you. If I wanted to threaten you, I wouldn't have helped you from the start." So Julian asks him why he's trying to help him. We find Seo laughing. "Who knows? Maybe we knew each other in our past lives." After that, we see Edward and Eren and Seo and Julian gathered around Yuji, who sits on the ground and draws on it. An energy comes out. Julian asks, "So, you're saying we'll be able to get out of here once you finish this drawing?" Our hero tells him, "Yes, he'll finish the drawing right away. I heard you have a younger sister who's still..." He doesn't complete his sentence and Julian interrupts him and asks how he knows. He replies, "I learned this from the news that spreads quickly. How about I help you find her?" He knows this is the main reason that made Julian work with John. Then Julian thanks our hero and tells him all this is unnecessary because he found his sister who died before his eyes. Seo is very surprised and hears Yuji calling them and telling them the drawing is finished. Here our hero looks at Julian and talks to himself. "Impossible. I'm the one who found his sister in his past life after searching a lot. This means she's supposed to still be alive. I was planning to take his relic in exchange for finding his sister. It seems my plan failed." and we see at that moment Seo and those with him surrounded by the aura that will transport them to another place. After that, Julian says, "Thanks for getting me out. I'll leave." At that time, Yuji asks Seo if he knows Julian. Our hero replies, "Let's go now to Seo's house in New York." And we see the news saying, the Venice party ended in a state of chaos. 80 people suffered serious injuries, and 300 people had minor injuries, and there are several missing persons. People blame Venice for the violence that occurred, but Venice clarified that the person who caused the chaos is not one of them, and this also didn't make citizens stay away from them. At that moment, our hero is sitting, drinking something cold, laughing and saying, "Good, let those scoundrels get what they deserve." Then Irene asks him, "Isn't it a shame that the party ended this way?" He answers that it's not a shame at all, and that he had to do this and take this valuable artifact, and that alone is enough. He continues to himself, "Since this artifact is now in my hands, surely the spot of the king of multiplication will be empty. The kings will be very different from the past, but surely there are many things that have changed, like the issue of Julian's sister. It's hard to know these things with the information I currently have, which means I need to start using my brain." Suddenly he hears Yuji calling him and asking for help, so he asks him what happened. Yuji tells him that the rope started acting weird when he tried to fix it, even though this isn't the first time he's fixed it. Seo goes to look at the rope and says, "What do you mean by weird? This is pretty nice." Here Yuji replies, "It looks fine, but if you try to get close to it." He doesn't finish his sentence, and finds Seo approaching the rope and saying, "Why don't you try and show me, or are you just trying to get out of work?" Then Yuji approaches the rope, which moves and screams and ties up Yuji. Yuji screams, "I was trying to fix you, but I saw. Didn't I tell you?" Then Seo is surprised and asks the rope why it doesn't want to be fixed, and threatens it that it will be cut if it keeps doing these things. Here the rope speaks, saying it doesn't want this, and that it feels something strange, and it wraps around Seo, and energy comes out of it. The screen appears telling our hero that the rope is transforming after reaching its goal, and that it refuses to be controlled by someone else. Seo understands that Austin tried to use the rope to attack him, and since the rope has no owner, it should have listened to Austin's words, but that didn't happen. We see the screen with writing on it. This is a rare silver rope that descended from the sky and has many uses. Rank B. The rope's rank increased and it transformed into a possession artifact. At that moment, the rope feels it has become good and starts moving everywhere, and here Yuji looks at it and asks him what's happening. Our hero answers that the rope's rank increased, and that this is the first time he's seen it in this state. Then the screen says the rope has no owner. The rope is wrapped around Seo's head, and here Yuji is happy because he won't need to fix it, and asks Seo if this possession artifact is dangerous. The screen replies that the danger of this rope is that it flatters too much. Seo laughs and continues, "I thought all artifacts had weird dangers, but it seems there are things that treat their owner kindly." Seo mentions that this rope has a special case, and the screen appears again to label Seo as Artifact Trainer, and tells him that his compatibility has increased with all artifacts and that he can bring out 90% of the artifact's power. Our hero says to himself, "This compatibility is hard to increase, but it's a good thing and is considered the key to everything. If I can make the tornado transform like the rope, then the game will be over." He tells Yuji that he's going to do some research on artifact transformation, with the rope wrapped around his neck. Now we go to the Venice institution where there's a meeting, and we see a blonde-haired guy saying, "This party was a huge loss for us. Venice's system that collects information was able to gather information and know the abilities of all the people who attended the party, and this allowed us to select artifact users who have high abilities. We were planning to recruit the hesitant people to us and pay attention to our enemies, but we failed because the party stopped." One of the generals sitting there suggests they hold another party, but the blonde man also replies that they don't have much time. Here the other asks, "What do you mean by that?" The man starts talking about how small and large shrines are appearing one after another, and that the biggest 7 shrines will appear soon and will be much larger and more dangerous than any other shrine, and this means the artifacts inside them will be powerful, and this is what Venice noticed, and that whoever controls these shrines will change the world, so Venice must try to attack the shrines quickly, regardless of the challenges they'll face. People are convinced, and the man continues, "We'll need many people for this work, so we decided to recruit those who would attend the party." He still hasn't finished speaking and finds people objecting. One of them raises his hand asking to speak and says, "Tell us a bit about the people Venice's system reached, and do you think we can recruit them to us?" Then he replies, "That's a good idea. Now I'll introduce you to the best 50. First is John, who has high control power and has 21 artifacts. Second is Austin, who has many talents and controls, 20 artifacts. Third is Richard, the king of forgery, who controls 6 artifacts, and fourth is Julian, who plans well and has 19 artifacts. After them is Irene, who has destructive ability and has only 1 artifact. Also, don't forget Edward, who has great wealth and controls 17 artifacts, and lastly Yuji, who can deceive people and controls 5 artifacts. All these people are standing by our side. We want to recruit the hesitant people, so we need to search for them. Suddenly someone interrupts him and whispers to him. Then the man continues, there's one more person who's considered the highest on the list, but we put him aside alone because he's stubborn and doesn't listen to anyone, and that's Seo, who has the stealing ability and controls 50 artifacts. Everyone present is shocked and says loudly, 50 artifacts all by himself from this kid, seriously? Then the man explains to them that Seo agreed with some people on this list, and that Venice considers him an enemy because of his actions, and that they tried to recruit him but he won't be useful and will just be a threat to them. Nothing more. After that we see people shouting, impossible, can't you handle this kid or what? Here the blonde man claps and asks them to calm down, and tells them that Venice exposed Seo despite his high abilities, and that they have a lot of information and strong support and different talents, and this will help them prevent Seo from entering the 7 shrines before them, and this information is extremely confidential. Then the screen appears explaining to Seo the basic conditions for artifact transformation, which are that the artifact must have a certain rank, like the antique rank C or rank B or rank A, and finally the ruling rank S, and that he must preserve the treasure's value and be a hero of the era, and that he also uses artifacts from the ruling level. Then our hero is sitting on the ground and asks, you mean I have to do all these things for my artifacts to evolve? Hey Crow, can you explain this in detail? What does it mean to preserve the treasure's value? And what does it mean to be a hero? Like, do I have to be famous, for example? For the level of the artifacts I have to increase. The artifacts are in front of Seo talking to each other, and we find Yuji entering and asking him if he's finished and that he should watch the news because there's something strange happening. Here Seo asks him, what's this? He opens the news, which says that a large number of shrines appeared again, but what's strange is that they form strange shapes when they determine their location on the map, and when Venice was asked about this matter, they said they're unable to know the reason and are still investigating, and that the government is relocating the houses next to the shrines. Our hero gets annoyed and says, ah, you dogs, you want to convince me that you don't know the reason? You're definitely doing this to hide the matter. We see Yuji also surprised and saying, what do you mean they'll hide? Do you know something about this matter? Seo answers him that he knows, and this means the 7 great shrines will appear soon, and then he realizes that the future is changing because this was supposed to happen many years from now. Yuji asks him again about the 7 shrines. Seo explains to him that they're bigger and more dangerous than regular shrines, but the artifacts inside them are very valuable, and that the ancient shrines have inside them the 7 deadly sins, and that's what doesn't encourage him to go there. But he remembers he has the artifact science artifact that gave him the ability to attack the shrines, and that there was one shrine called Shrine of Greed that our hero attacked when he was working for John, and all the people who had an artifact from these shrines became royal level users. Our hero tells Yuji that they must reach these shrines before anyone else. Yuji replies, but you said attacking them is difficult. Our hero tells him, that's the problem, but we won't let John or the idiots at Venice reach them before us. We'll need at least one of 2 things to go to these shrines. Either we have a very skilled team or useful artifacts. He's sure it's difficult to trust and employ people, so all that's left is for him to develop the artifacts he has. Suddenly he remembers he has the Avesta artifact in the safe that will be able to control people with its help, and that he can also reach the ruling level through it. He grabs the Avesta artifact that has a spark around it and says loudly, this is your first mission, Avesta. Let me become a priest. At that time, the screen appears with writing on it. You won't be able to use this artifact. You must be famous and have a good reputation to use the artifact, but now you'll only be able to control 10 people. Here Seo gets very annoyed and throws the artifact and steps on it and says, how do you want me to be famous to use you? I want you to help me become famous. Since Austin was famous, then surely 10 people is a small number for him. Seo asks Yuji, what exactly did Austin do? Yuji tells him he sings and acts and that he wrote a nice novel and he read it. Then Seo says to himself, I don't know how to sing or act, but I can try writing a novel, so I'll need a laptop and I should read his novel first. And indeed, he starts reading the novel, and then Seong is watering the plants and hears Seo saying, I don't understand what's so good about this novel to make it this famous. Seong asks him what he's doing. So our hero answers, I'm reading this to help me write my own novel, but it didn't turn out as beautiful as I imagined. Tell me, will people like the novel if its style isn't good? Seong replies, maybe that's the reason for its fame. Here, Seo closes the novel and tells him he'll write something much better than it. We find Seong asking him why he wants to write a novel, but Seo leaves him and walks away saying, none of your business. Our hero starts writing the novel and discovers that the matter is fun and will make him very famous, and he thinks he'll make this a side job. He finishes and goes to give the papers to Yuji and the guys to read. Seo asks Yuji, who's reading, about his opinion, and here he replies, you wrote all this? Good for you. And he talks to one of the guys. I heard you write in a bad style. Is that true or what? Our hero replies, yeah, just finish and read. Seo stands watching the guys as they read and says, I got 4 fans like this, 6 more to go. What should I do for the publisher to contact me? Well, if they request a second book, if this book achieves a lot of sales, what will the situation be then? Surely it won't be the best thing because I'll be busy attacking the shrines. He calls out to Yugi, I'm done, servant number 1. So Yugi tells him he's finished and our hero asks for his opinion. Yugi gets excited and responds saying it's beautiful and that he's a genius, but Seo asks him to tell the truth and not lie, or else he'll use Shakespeare's artifact on him. We see Yugi sitting and crying. Okay, I'll tell you, this is really boring, boss, and it has no meaning and isn't exciting. Plus, I don't understand why you keep going on and on about attacking shrines. The words hit our hero like an arrow. He shouts loudly, artifacts are the best thing in this era. Yugi replies, so you've got nothing in your head except artifacts and that's it? One of the men tells Seo that he can't read it because he doesn't understand some of the words. He and Seong start asking about the meaning of the words. So our hero explains the meanings to them and says, these words in the first line, don't go past them and that's it. He walks away, but Yugi keeps provoking him and says, oh, I forgot to tell you that this novel is completely incomprehensible. The rope artifact could write better than this. Here, Seo tells him that writing the novel turned out harder than he expected, and decides he'll focus only on what he's good at, which is attacking shrines. We see Yugi fixing the artifact and saying, I'll never finish this repair job. He's surprised when Seo opens the door, throws him a bag, and asks him to get ready because they're leaving. Yugi asks our hero where they're going, and Seo tells him they're traveling to Kyoto, Japan. At the same time, they hear news on the phone saying that 1,000 people are missing in Kyoto City. All girls. Our hero says he knows the reason for this and that the harem artifact is the only one capable of doing this. Yugi asks him, what's this harem artifact? Seo replies, it's useless. All it does is seduce girls and that's it, but it's useful for me now. Yugi gets really happy and says it's an amazing artifact. Our hero laughs and tells him, I'll seduce all the girls and make them like me. Yugi screams, you're determined, you won't change what's in your head. Then Seo tells him that this way he'll have 10 admirers and will be able to use Avesta's artifact. Afterward, they travel to Japan and we hear So say, I heard that all the missing people are outside the bamboo forest. There are officers everywhere. Yugi tells him that things went crazy when the Prime Minister's daughter Ayagi disappeared and that an officer died while rescuing her. Seo asks him, so they're here for that reason? What the hell? Yugi is following the news on his phone and asks if this artifact isn't dangerous. Then Seo says, it's not possible that among all the artifacts that seduce people, the artifacts that work on women are there, like King Uiga's artifact who had 3,000 concubines, and also Casanova's artifact that flirts, and yet none of them could eliminate the person. This means whoever is using the harem artifact has other artifacts too. I'll go see what's going on and leave you here. He leaves Yugi after that and walks. At that time, the officers are searching for people with flashlights, but suddenly they hear a sound and see a spark, and our hero runs at them and hits them with a whip, throwing them to the ground. Afterward, he says, I don't want to hear the sound of the harem artifact on me. There's definitely another group near here. Then he hears 3 officers reassuring the women who are walking while they're staggering around them. There's an aura around them and they're saying, you're safe. Come this way so we can take you back. What's this? Why are you acting like this? Put the weapons on the ground. Or else. The women are holding sticks and one of them grabs an officer by his clothes and attacks him. Seo sees all this and asks, what's this? What's wrong with them? They're like ghosts and vampires. They must be under the influence of the harem artifact alone. They've been turned into human weapons. Suddenly, he finds them approaching him with their eyes glowing and a terrible aura around them. He tries to calm them down and tells them, please be nice to me. I didn't come to fight with ordinary people. But he finds one of them flying in the air and coming down on him with a stick. As soon as he escapes her, he finds another approaching him and trying to strangle him, but he manages to push her back. He's surprised when he sees Soka, owner of the Future Guide artifact, screaming and attacking him with a knife. Here Huang's sword comes out, sparking, and he decides to attack them. Soka approaches him and strikes the sword with the knife, causing the knife to fall from her hand. Then she cries out when she finds Seo holding her at the neck with his sword, telling her, "Calm down, you idiot. I'm the one who saved you when I destroyed your artifact. Right, Soka?" Soka hears these words and returns to her normal self again, shocked. Then a screen appears with text. Your enemy's feelings increase greatly. The artifact's effect on your enemy decreases. Seo asks, "What does this mean? Give her more energy. Come on, wake up." At that time, Yugi is sitting holding his phone, and we see Seo slowly returning with Soka in his hand. Yugi asks who she is and he replies, "This is a Japanese girl. I know her. I didn't know she'd get involved in all this. I met her inside by chance. Are you awake now, Soka?" Soka tells him she's awake. Then he asks her if she remembers what happened to her when she was hypnotized and if she knows what's happening there. Soka answers nervously, "The person who controlled me was someone from the American army and said his name was Simon." Here our hero guesses that he's Clara's follower since he's from the army and knows how to use artifacts too. Yugi continues, "That must be what happened." Soka starts telling them that many people are under hypnosis and that there are more than 2,000 civilians. Seo interrupts her. "The women's combat skills weren't normal. This isn't just hypnosis, is it?" Soka answers fearfully, "You're right. Simon has an artifact that summons spirits too." Our hero says to himself, "This Simon seems really perverted since he made an army of women using a spirit summoning artifact." Soka continues that Seo won't be able to reach Simon easily because the girls guard him with all their strength. He replies, "Of course, because I'll have to attack an army of 2,000 people, but I know what I'm doing. I'll go back to the hotel and you should go too. Do you have money?" Soka tells him she doesn't have any at all, so he gives her money and asks her to go home immediately and not get involved in matters like this again. He hears her say, "You said you saved me when you destroyed the Future Guide artifact and saved me again today, right?" Seo explains to her that he destroyed her artifact because it was bothering him and asks her to go home. She starts crying. Seo walks with Yugi, who's talking and saying, "You're really famous, boss." Seo asks him to be quiet because he doesn't care about artifacts. A screen appears with text. "You've achieved part of what's required to use Avesta's artifact. Your popularity must be high. You've controlled 4 people out of 10. Seo understands that Soka submitted to him and asks himself, who are the other 3? Then he asks Yugi about Anubis's artifact, and he tells him he has it, but it's impossible to know how to use it. Seo shouts, "Didn't I tell you to fix all the artifacts except the 3 Egyptian rulers?" While Yugi is still explaining the reason, we find Seo ordering him to follow him to train the dog. Yugi is very confused, and they go to the park. Our hero places Anubis's artifact on the ground and asks it to return to its glory. The Key of Life releases tremendous energy, and the black Anubis dog appears, asking what happened to him and where he is. Seo replies, "Ah, it's been a while since our last meeting." Then the dog gets angry, his eye glows, and he threatens our hero that he'll finish him off this time. But suddenly we see him falling to the ground, unable to move his body. He asks Seo what he did to him, and he answers, "I didn't do anything. It's just that you're destroyed from the inside. I'll have the artifact repairman with me fix you if you make a contract with me." Here Anubis speaks and says, "Do you think I'll make a deal with someone like you? Don't make me laugh." This is the exact response Seo was expecting, so we see him pull out the silver rope artifact full of energy and ask it to start training the dog. The rope wraps around Anubis and pulls him off the ground. Seo is holding the rope and saying, "We need to retie you first. Come on, let's take a little walk. Walk in front of me." Then the dog winces and says, "Ah, you filthy one. How dare you command me?" and refuses to walk. He pulls the rope hard and asks him to move. The dog replies, "Aren't you an artifact like me, rope? I mean, you should stand with me. Why are you standing on this bastard's side?" The rope chokes him more and asks him, "How dare you insult the boss?" Seo talks to Anubis. "For your information, this artifact has evolved now, so it's full of energy. Let's try something else. Give me your paw like this." Here the dog decides to listen to our hero's words so he can be fixed and become capable against him. So he actually gives his paw to Seo. Seo asks him, "Give me the other paw and let's enter the second phase. Go fetch this for me." He throws a ball in the air. Then a red aura forms around the dog. His eye glows, and he says, "Isn't this enough, human? I'm a ruler, as you know." He doesn't finish his sentence when he's surprised that the rope pulling him goes after the ball and gives it to Seo. Seo asks the rope, "You're the one who brought it? Why?" He throws the ball again for the dog to fetch it himself. Anubis gets annoyed because he won't be able to run again, and the ball is raised in the air. So Anubis flies in the air, catches it in his mouth, and our hero encourages him. Afterward, Seo continues training Anubis for a long time until his energy runs out, and he agrees to the contract. Seo offers to make a contract with him, and that he'll fix him in return. Anubis agrees, but on the condition that he has strong faith, is capable of making cold judgments, and is ready to die at any moment. He knows that our hero meets all these conditions even though he's still a young man. Then the atmosphere is full of energy, and as soon as Seo agrees, he rolls up his sleeve and a tattoo of the key of life appears, releasing a spark. Then the aura around Anubis disappears. Our hero asks Yugi, take him and fix him, but not too much. At least let him be able to live, because if we fix him completely, he'll change his mind. Here the dog screams, isn't what you did to me enough? I did everything you asked me to. Now we go to a place where we hear someone calling the sleeping priest and telling him there's a stranger. The priest gets up and says, what's this? It's still too early. How dare they enter my room and wake me up? I don't know who they are, but they won't die a normal death. At that time, we see 4 people surrounded by energy with their eyes glowing, standing in front of Yugi. Yugi is scared, and next to him is Seo talking to them. I don't fight bandits, so get out of my sight and call the commander who's with you. Here the priest comes out and our hero is surprised when he hears him say, who are you? Or should I tell you I don't want to know because you're going to die here anyway. You're certainly very brave since you're the first to stand up to me. Some of the women you see here aren't everything. The army is still hiding in the nearby village, so you're completely surrounded. Also, these aren't just any women. There are spirits of brave soldiers possessing them, and this army can finish you off and destroy you in the blink of an eye. Seo smiles and replies, well, that's something that doesn't impress me. He extends his hand, a spark comes out, and an explosion happens. Then an army of skeletons holding weapons and wearing war armor appears. Our hero tells the priest, take the army of immortal soldiers in front of you. These were dead soldiers brought back to life through the Death Ruler's artifact. The priest gets very angry, grits his teeth, and asks, how did this happen? Seo answers him, I should have shown you this since you see yourself as strong and like to brag. You're the one surrounded, you idiot. The priest screams and says, ah, you dog, what are you doing? Attack them. These are just a bunch. Then Seo replies, even though the women are under control, they'll try to regain consciousness when they find themselves between life and death. I have 10 times the soldiers you have. In this battle, the women surely don't know they're sacrificing their lives by being thrown into this fight. I won't hurt anyone who surrenders. Think carefully if you consider yourselves soldiers. Do you think it's worth being under a commander who pushes you into battle knowing you won't win? Suddenly, the women return to their normal state. They kneel and lower their heads, and the priest goes crazy over what happened and says, you're insane. What are you doing? Finish him off immediately. We find Seo ordering the skeletons to grab him, so 2 of them run and pin him by the neck with 2 swords surrounded by aura. Here the priest gets scared and says, impossible. My life was supposed to change in a few days. I was preparing to attack the great shrines. Here our hero, standing behind him with 2 skeletons, asks him, you're saying the great shrines will appear near here soon? He continues threatening the priest until he confesses that one of the 7 shrines will appear in Kyoto. Then the weapons come down from his neck and are thrown to the ground. He puts his hand in front of Seo and says, enough. I answered all your questions. Leave me alone. Seo replies, I really did that, but I didn't complain about you. It seems they have problems with you. There are 2 girls and a man standing with auras around them and their eyes glowing. So the priest asks what would make them do this. Seo replies, maybe because they found out you're a coward. At the same time, the screen appears with text written on it. Your enemy's magic has decreased. The owner of the harem artifact has changed. You now have 2,000 followers. You've fulfilled the requirement to use the Avesta artifact. The priest is surprised when he hears Seo say the owner of the harem has changed, so he smiles. His eyes gleam, and he says, stomp on him. The people surrounded by energy approach the priest, and he begs them to forgive him. Now we go to the hotel. Yuji hears himself asking Seo if he's going to stay here, so Seo tells him he'll wait because one of the 7 shrines will appear soon. Yuji replies, but we came here to steal the harem artifact. Seo replies, doesn't matter since I brought all the artifacts I use with me. So Yuji, who's eating, puts his hand on his cheek and gets sad because he didn't bring many clothes with him, so Seo tells him to buy some. Then Yuji inquires about our hero's plan and asks him to look at the window where many fans are standing taking pictures of him. Our hero admits he's starting to get annoyed by this fame and goes outside to the fans and says, I don't want you now. You can go home and I'll call you when I need you. The fans get upset and scream at him, so Seo replies, shut up and listen. You can subscribe to my fan club website, and he gives them the link so they agree. Here Yuji asks our hero when he made this website. So explains to him that Soka made it for him because she has experience in this matter, and she rejected many fans, and this way dealing with fans will be easier. At that time, Seo notices one of the girls, and feels he's seen her before. He remembers that she's Seol, who was with him on John's team to steal the shrines, and that she was very talented at finding people and sensing artifacts, which is what made her take on the observer role in the team, and that she was very close to him. Then he was asking himself, I wonder where she disappeared to, but it seems she was in Japan. He looks at the artifacts in front of him and grabs the Avesta artifact, opens it, and finds out that this artifact accepts followers even if they're stolen from someone else, and that some artifacts develop, but not with the same quality he wants. Then it appears on the screen and tells him that 3 artifacts have developed, and that Shakespeare's pen rank increased from A to S. Here our hero says, this artifact developed well, but no artifact reached the ruler's rank itself. What's important is that I benefited a lot when I made a contract with Avesta, and also took Casanova's perfume, and easily got fans. What I still don't know how to solve is the reputation issue. I wonder which artifact will reach the ruler's rank quickly. He's looking at the artifacts when he hears them say, what do you want from us? Your face looks very scary. Then he hears the door being knocked on. So Yuji gets scared and says, Seo, I feel something strange. That's the sound of the cart used by the people who clean the hotel rooms. He opens the door and is surprised that Seol is actually the maid, but he suspects her because he feels a faint aura coming from her. Seol still tries to enter, so our hero commands her, wait. When he finds she doesn't care, he puts his hands on her shoulder and yells at her, didn't I tell you to wait? She replies loudly, what's the matter? Why are you acting this way? Seo replies, that's exactly what I'm asking you. What do you want? Since we entered the hotel, you've been circling around me, and now you're trying to play the role of a maid to spy on me. Do you think I don't notice all this? Here Seol slams her hands on the wall and screams, you're delusional. I don't even know what you're talking about. Our hero laughs and continues, are you still going to pull this stuff on me? Can you explain why artifact auras are coming from you? Are you still as innocent as you are? At that time, Seol is shocked and Yuji is confused. Suddenly Seol flies in the air and summons her demon. Her eyes are glowing and she orders it to capture Seo. Our hero knows this is the Gumiho demon, and the Gumiho demon is the ghost that appears in the story of the 3 kingdoms, and that it's a Reaper artifact and very dangerous, and he's thinking what to do. He closes the door and stands behind it. Here Yuji yells at him, are you running away after all you said? Seo explains to him that he didn't know she had an artifact this powerful, and that his soul could be reaped if he messes with an artifact like this easily. Yuji gets scared and asks him, what does soul reaping mean? So Seol replies, it means you'll die, buddy. Then Yuji asks him to go and apologize to her. But suddenly Seol sees tremendous energy coming from the door and hears Seol say, if you think you'll get rid of the demon through the door, you're stupid. Open the door, Gumiho, and kill this rude guy and leave the other idiot alive because I want to ask him some questions. Gumiho extends her hands and opens the door. Yuji is crying and Seo asks himself, I wonder if I have an artifact against ghosts or not, and when he remembers he doesn't have one, he goes looking for something else he can use. The demon is close to him, so he grabs Hammurabi's artifact and tremendous energy forms around him and Yuji. Gumiho backs away from them, and here Seol screams, what are you doing, Gumiho? Attack them. Gumiho tells her she can't do that. Then our hero remembers he has an artifact against her, but doesn't know exactly what it is because there are many artifacts. Gumiho is so scared that she disappears. Then Seo mocks and says, what's this? She ran away? That's the problem with artifacts. Seol asks him how he did that to her artifact. He answers that he doesn't know, and it might be her bad luck. He pulls out a rope artifact surrounded by energy from under a pile, ties her up with it, and says, I have to punish you for intruding on someone's room without being called. Seol asks him to untie her, but Seo tells her he won't be able to do that, and wants to ask her some questions now because he wants to know many things. He's laughing with an aura around him and asks her who sent her. She tenses up and says, do you think I'll tell you? Our hero threatens her that it's better for her because he'll use many methods and will make her talk against her will. Seol knows that Seo isn't easy because he was able to recognize her even when she was disguised, so she decides she'll tell him unnecessary information to buy time. So she tells him she's a follower of the cause and was looking for the girls gathering at the shrine, and when she saw him take all the girls, she followed him. Here, our hero says to her, since when have you been working? Are you police? Seol asks him, why are you so confident in yourself? What do you know about me? Seo replies that he knows many things about her. So we see Seol talking to herself saying, it'll be useful for me that we're talking about stupid things like this. I won't let him get much information from me, and I'll wait until my friends come and rescue me. At that time, we see 2 people wearing suits, and one of them says, hurry up, why is this dog here? He seems asleep. Let's move quickly before he attacks us. At that moment, Anubis wakes up and light comes out of his eye, and he attacks them. When Seo hears, he says, I was right when I put a guard. I'll go see who he caught. Then Seol's companion is lying on the ground, screaming because Anubis is biting him. Our hero comes out and asks the man, did you come to attack me too? The man gets nervous and replies, what do you mean? Of course not. Here Seo grabs a knife, threatens the man, and cuts the bead in his hand. He looks at it and says to him, I've seen this bead before. You're a follower of the Chinese flower group to attack the shrines, and this symbol means you're the corporal, right? Red Flower Corporal Liao. The man is still screaming until Seo puts him next to Seol and says, tell me, sweethearts, you have connections in China, don't you? And he remembers that Pandora united America and Europe, and was going to include China, which refused and allied with Russia. He asks himself, I wonder when China or Russia will make their move now or not. He continues, I'll ask you again because there's no point in lying. Since you're part of the Chinese team to attack the shrines, you came to Japan to do what? And why are you spying on me? Won't you answer? It seems you don't realize you're in danger. Bite this man, Anubis. You don't like bullies, and this man mocked you. Then Anubis immediately attacks the man who cries, and the dog opens his mouth wide to bite him. The man gets scared and confesses to Seo that he'll tell the truth. He starts telling him they came to spy on Simon, so our hero asks him, isn't Simon the one who kidnapped all the girls? The man replies, that bastard told us he'd help us attack the 7 shrines, so we started spying on him to get this information. Seo says, strange thing, so the information Simon knows about the 7 shrines came to him from China and not from America? I thought he got it from America because he was working with Clara. The man tells him that Simon betrayed Clara, and our hero starts replying saying, thanks, but how did China know information about the 7 shrines? A few days later, we see Seo and Yuji walking in Otsu City. Seo looks at the flash drive he stole, and it has everything about the Red Flower group that spied on Pandora and hacked its information, and that Pandora has a high-tech detector called the Pandora system, through which they're trying to monopolize information about shrines and artifacts. But because Chinese hackers are very skilled, they were able to challenge with Russia and access this information, which is what affected Pandora's security. Although this is not a good thing because the Chinese-Russian alliance is full of people like Pandora's people, this is better because they prevent ordinary people from using artifacts. Yuji hears him ask, will you let the Chinese team walk away that easily? What if they come back and threaten you? Seo replies coldly, let them do what they want. For your information, I won't let them get away easily. I planted a tracking bug on Seol before she left. I want her to join me because she's very skilled, but this isn't the right time since I won't be able to control her as long as she has this personality. They then take a taxi and Yuji asks our hero if he has a tracking bug. Seo answers, yes, we need to gather some information from China. I want to know what types of relics I have. I don't even know what type of relic controls the demon. The driver hears them and asks where they're going. Seo tells him they're going to Kyoto, and he replies, don't you know, sir, that a major disaster happened in Kyoto yesterday? Our hero assures him they won't go to dangerous places. Then Seo remembers there's a tomb that will appear in Tokyo in 3 days, according to what Simon said, and to avoid getting trapped in the tomb, he decides to change hotels. After that, they arrive at a place where the city is destroyed. Yuji speaks, it's like we're in Rome exactly. Seo says, the city is completely ruined, and this destruction is preparation for the tomb that will appear over an area of 1,000 kilometers and will cover the entire city. This is what Venice said and evacuated the city for that reason. They get out of the taxi and walk toward the tomb entrance, and find it still closed. Here our hero asks, is it possible that all the tomb groups here are unskilled? Yuji inquires if there are other groups, and he answers, of course. Since Venice predicted that a tomb would appear, all the information and groups related to it came here. Suddenly, they hear John's assistant calling him and asking what brought him here. He tells him that John doesn't care about them because of what he did to them at the party. Seo replies coldly, and did I do something wrong? I only told the truth. But the man gets angry and tells him, you were doing that to ruin our plan. Then someone appears who calms John's assistant down and says, calm down a bit, boss. This isn't the right time to fight. I apologize to you on his behalf, Seo. Then our hero is shocked and remembers that this is the man John sent in his past life to order him to attack the last tomb, and that he kept convincing him not to take Yuji because the tomb was easy, and the situation was a relic of exit, which turned out later to be the reason for trapping him in the tomb and killing his friends. He's grateful to the crow that brought him back to life again, so he decides he'll pretend to befriend this boy even though it will bother him, and that's because the boy is despicable like John. He hears the boy ask him why he's acting like this. Seo answers, I'm like this, I just don't like you. Here the assistant speaks, didn't I tell you that these types aren't worth talking to? Seo ignores him, takes Yuji, and they go to the tomb. The assistant says, what? They're going to this huge tomb? Just the two of them? Our hero answers, yes. Do you have a problem or something? Then the assistant yells and says, there are many skilled groups that can't enter this tomb. Do you think you're better than them? Seo and Yuji are standing in front of a large energy ball, and he replies, yes, we'll be better than them. Stay seated and watch. They enter through this ball, and when they approach the entrance, our hero asks Yuji to get ready. But Yuji is amazed by the beauty of the place and says, it's like I'm on a trip to Italy. What's this? There are people unconscious on the ground. Our hero explains to him that they're not injured or dead, just sleeping. At that time, Yuji gets tired and asks Seo not to rush and to take a break. Our hero pulls him by his clothes and tells him, I didn't know the relics were this far. Come on, let's go back after we prepare. Here Yuji speaks, why like this? But this is the best place to rest. After that, we see So preparing his bag and saying, this is what I expect from the Tomb of Sloth. Yuji asks him about the Tomb of Sloth. So our hero explains to him that everything that happened to him is because of the influence of the Tomb of Sloth, and that the 7 tombs contain the 7 deadly sins, like pride, wrath, envy, sloth, lust, greed, and gluttony, and that the tomb therein is the Tomb of Sloth, which as soon as someone looks at it or approaches its entrance, sloth takes over the mind. Here they hear the sleeping people saying, what tombs should we care about? We want to sleep and don't want to search for tombs again. Then Yuji understands that this is what made him feel like he wanted to sleep. Suddenly, our hero takes out the key of life, surrounded by energy, and the dog appears and asks Seo, what do you want from me? There's nothing I can do in this place. You won't be able to cross unless you defeat sloth with your mind, and that's impossible for humans because they're naturally lazy. Seo replies to him, shut up, I called you for something else. Just walk behind me. We see the rope tie up Yuji and drag him behind them. Yuji asks our hero what he's doing. Our hero tells him he's doing this to him so he won't get lazy again. At the same time, the screen appears and tells Seo that the entrance attack and his sloth feelings have decreased because of his endurance power. So he says to himself, endurance power is definitely useful sometimes, but I need to finish quickly because I feel my enthusiasm is decreasing. He hears Anubis praising him for being able to reach this whole distance, and tells him that he needs to walk a little more to reach the entrance, because if he loses to sloth and rests in a certain place, things will get out of hand. He asks him if he's confident he can continue. Seo answers, you're right, let's make a hole here. Do I have to enter through the entrance? If I enter through the hole, it'll be like an entrance exactly, and since the area here seems difficult, I need to blow you up to help me in the process. But don't worry, you can be repaired after that. He extends his hand and a spark comes out of it and a big explosion happens. Then our hero wakes Yuji up and tells him the entrance problem is solved, gives him the key of life, asks him to fix Anubis, and they continue on their way. Yuji speaks and says, we're really inside the tomb. I wonder what relic is here. Seo replies, this is the Golden Domus Aurea Palace. Doesn't it remind you of something? This is a Roman emperor you know well. Yuji is amazed, and suddenly a fire breaks out. So Yuji screams, wait, this is fire. Could it be Emperor Nero? This is tyrannical. The tomb can be this harsh. Seo tells him they need to put out the fire first and asks him to take out the painting relic that will absorb the fire. Yuji takes out the painting and asks Seo if this will work. Our hero assures him it will work and that they can use the fire as a weapon anytime. Here Yuji commands the painting to absorb the fire, and indeed the relic sucks in all the fire. But suddenly, they hear a sound and see that the people at the entrance have woken up and are coming. Yugi says, come on, let's move quickly. There are too many of them, but Seo refuses and decides to stall them a bit and tire them out. The people enter the tomb, and John's assistant is asking them to catch Seo and get information from him. Our hero says to himself, all the unnecessary people have gathered in my face. Not surprising to me. And there are people I don't know whose personalities I wished I could understand, but unfortunately, I won't be able to now. He presses his hand, from which a spark comes out, on the ground, so it breaks, and tremendous energy comes out of it in front of the people who scream and say, the tomb is collapsing, go back. Then Yuji says, archaeologists will cry if they see this scene. At the same time, the screen appears with writing on it that Seo is nicknamed the Tomb Destroyer, who makes archaeologists cry, and that the tomb digger skill has evolved to tomb destruction of rank F, which will make him able to destroy any place in the tomb, not just the ground. Then the people cross the broken part, so our hero decides to use the new skill. He raises his hand, energy forms around him and Yuji, and the ceiling falls on the people. Here he asks, this skill is useful, isn't it? Come on, let's move. The people are thrown on the rocks, and then Yuji hears an explosion sound, so he asks Seo, who extended his hand and produced sparks from it, what he's doing. He replies, we need to destroy the road so they don't come after us. Then the screen appears and says, the experience of the tomb destruction skill increased to rank C. With this, our hero killed 2 birds with 1 stone. After that, We see Yuji screaming at him, "Stop what you're doing and let's go. You'll destroy our path too like this." Seo agrees, and they enter the Roman theater, and our hero is certain that Nero's relic is in this room. They're surprised by the iron door closing on them, so they understand they're trapped. Fire ignites, and the relic laughs and says, "You found me, my audience. Well, you can watch my artistic works from there, and I hope you'll praise me." The fire is filling the place and surrounding Seo, and all this is because of Emperor Nero's relic, who was famous for being tyrannical and loving the arts, and that there were people who said he would have been happy if he'd been born as an artist because he wrote some books, and that his skills were terrible to the point that the Great Fire of Rome happened during his reign. Seo knows they'll be roasted if they watch him in these flames, so he brought with him Homer's glasses that he stole from the famous Greek writer who wrote the Iliad and the Odyssey. And because Nero was obsessed with Greek culture, surely Homer's relic will catch his attention. Our hero wears the glasses, but a spark from the fire hits them and flies them away and injures Seo in his eye. Yuji asks him if he's okay, and they hear the relic's voice saying, "These ugly moves don't affect me. I really love Homer's relic, and this relic won't help you with anything when you use it because you're human." Here Yuji gets angry when he realizes the situation is getting complicated, and grabs the painting relic, which sucks in the fire, and the relic says, "You're still insisting on doing things that won't help you." Seo speaks, "This bastard is using fire like it's his servant." Then the relic laughs and asks them if their feelings have been moved, and asks them to glorify him. We find the fire heating up more, so Yuji asks the relic to stop what he's doing, but the relic refuses and threatens them that they won't be able to walk unless they escape from the fire. So Seo says to himself, "The situation is very difficult. We're really going to die." Suddenly the fire disappears. The relic speaks, "Look from here. Aren't you Seo, the author of the book, The Secret Secretary?" Yuji asks him if he means the novel that Seo wrote, and the relic replies, "Really? I was waiting for this book. It talks about relics, and is also the bestseller." Then our hero asks him what he's saying and what is this talk and how does he know and from where. The relic tells him that all the relics are talking about him and that he's famous among them. Here, Seo accuses Yuji that he sent the book to the relics behind his back, so Yuji defends himself. "And why would I do that? Think before you speak." The relic asks So to come closer and to give him a chance to meet him. Our hero will go crazy because he's certain he got rid of this novel. So he approaches the fire, and after that the Emperor appears and welcomes Seo. Then Yuji is shocked when he sees the relic in human form. Our hero tells him, "Why are you so surprised like this? Didn't you see a relic in the form of a dog? Relics whose rank is high can transform, and this is just an illusory appearance they use to communicate with humans." We see the Emperor extending his hand with energy around him and saying, "Although I'm obsessed with the arts, I won't be able to forget the moment I read your book, Seo." Its level was sophisticated compared to the lowly things that humans read. Yuji asks him what exactly he liked about the book, and the relic answers, "Didn't you feel anything after reading it? It's a masterpiece. I can't believe a human wrote this." Seo is really popular now. Here we find Yuji mocking our hero and telling him, "Cheer up, man. You've got obsessed fans now, and you'll reach the dominant level soon." And here the relic asks Seo to compete with him in writing, which shocks Yuji and our hero, who can barely grasp that he's in trouble. We see the relic asking Seo to race with him to find out who's more famous. Yuji laughs while our hero gets nervous and asks, "What are you saying? What's forcing me to do this?" Yuji says to Seo, "Why not, man? You'll be an artist." So our hero replies, "You shut up, and I'll deal with you when we get out, you bastard." And here the relic shouts and asks Seo to start the competition and expresses his joy. Seo tells him, "You shut up too. I'm not pleased at all, by the way, and I don't have time to compete with these relics. I need to find a way to control them. This relic is very strong because it's one of the 7 great relics. Also, the fire that was with him was hot, and I'm sure he has other abilities. What can I do now in this situation?" Suddenly, a loud noise comes out, and we see people standing behind the iron door, looking at Seo and the relic, trying to break down the door to reach Nero. Then our hero speaks and says, "These idiots got here really fast." We find the fire reaching the door and suddenly grabbing it. The people scream and the relic yells at them, "Get out of my face! I'm not free for some insects like you." Seo is thinking of a plan when the screen appears with text saying that the swindler relic's power is approaching, that it's a strong relic and can figure out the tomb's weaknesses and also the relics inside it. So our hero says to himself, could this swindler relic be Liang's relic? And was Julian here? Since Julian has Liang's relic, he'll definitely be able to figure out Nero's relic's weakness. He hears the relic shouting at him, "Why are you standing like a statue? Come on, let's start the competition. These losers won't be able to bother us. Let's go and no cheating." Our hero agrees and decides to take control of Nero before Julian arrives. Even though he knows this is stupid, he has to listen to the relic and tells him he'll race with him on the condition that they leave here. He asks him to follow him. Then Nero objects and says, "That's nonsense. You're planning to get me out of here. Do you think I don't understand these moves?" Seo replies, "Alright, don't worry, sir. You can kill me with this fire." He's sure the relic won't be able to kill him easily, even if he asks him to, because he let him live when he was able to kill him. The relic says, "I want the competition to be fair. You know the importance of this place for artists, and since I'm on my home turf, you'll be able to bring out your skills. For me, this is just a dangerous place, so it's impossible for me to use all my abilities. So if you want the competition to be without cheating, we need to do it in a neutral place that has nothing to do with either of us." Finally, the relic is convinced, and we find the whole body glowing and disappearing, leaving only the crown. Our hero grabs the crown and says, "Good like that. I convinced him. All I want now is to take it and leave." But he's surprised when he sees sparks and hears Julian calling him. Seo tells him he came too late, and that the relic is his now. Julian replies, "Stop lying. The tomb still hasn't been attacked." So our hero provokes him more and tells him, "Suit yourself. Go ahead and search for the relic from here until tomorrow. Let's go, relic." And here Seo and the crown disappear through the energy forming in the place. Julian says then, "This relic's aura disappeared. Did this kid really take it and leave? How could he do it and get out before the tomb was attacked? What's this? The tomb is collapsing after its owner left. Since there's no exit, I have to go back the way I came." The people are standing watching the tomb collapsing on top of them, afraid. Then the tomb completely collapses and disappears. We go to Austin watching the news that says, "The huge tomb that appeared in Kyoto suddenly disappeared, and the Bureau suspects the tomb was attacked, and the city has begun repairing the damage." Austin shouts, "What's this? The tomb was attacked, but they didn't say who took the relic." And here Bella tells him that new information has appeared now, saying that the person who took the relic from the tomb is Seo. Austin goes crazy and says, "All we get is this kid, so what was our team doing there? We paid through the nose for this." Bella tells him that they said this tomb collapsed from the inside, and that its exits were blocked, and that they asked Julian to help them and get them out. Austin puts his hand on his head and asks, "They're still alive too? They should have been buried where they were. This bastard is the one who took Avesta's relic, and now he has one of the 7 great tombs. They didn't discover anything about him. Shouldn't they do something useful, at least since they couldn't take the relics?" Then Bella answers him that Seo has a very good explosion relic, and that only 2 people entered the tomb. Austin is surprised. "What do you mean only 2 people? Impossible. Impossible for this to happen. It's difficult, and no one can control it at all. I paid the person who uses Damas's relic and learned how to control it. And I learned that to attack this tomb, we need to sacrifice 100 people, not just 2. That's why the team that went to attack this tomb took many people with them." Bella asks him if this means those people will die in the tomb, but Austin ignores her and is surprised, asking her to monitor our hero and find out how he did this. Bella agrees and actually goes. At that time, our hero Seo is in the hotel with the relic in front of him, who's talking and saying, "Since we're out, let's start the competition because I'm really excited." Seo replies, "I'll ask you another request before we start. I want you to help me investigate. How could you read the secret secretary? Could someone have leaked it behind my back?" Then the relic admits to him and says, "I paid money to read it. Doesn't the original author know this or what?" Our hero asks, "Is there a secret? Is there someone stealing his novels to make money from them?" He hears the relic tell him, "But I read it through the information the relics gave me." Then Seo leaves him and tells him he'll go search, and that whoever did this is definitely in this room, and he'll find out what happened when he asks all the relics one by one. He starts with the silver rope wrapped around his leg and says, "Your turn, rope." The rope asks if he's talking to him, and our hero answers, "Yes. Stop splitting up and calm down and stay in place. You leaked my novel to the other relics. Answer me, did you do this or not?" The rope is thinking about what to say, but Seo gets angry and asks him to tell the truth quickly. Here Anubis appears and speaks, "I was bragging that your writing is beautiful." Our hero asks him if he published the book to brag about it. Then Anubis admits to him that he got together with all the relics, and they saw the paper he wrote, and he accuses the rope too. But the rope keeps defending itself and says it didn't leak anything. So Seo knows that the one who did this must be someone else. He hears Yuji calling him to eat chicken before it gets cold. Seo replies, "Not the time. Are the relics in your room?" Yuji answers that they're there, but they're still not fixed. He replies, "Doesn't matter. Since the rope is innocent, who did this?" Suddenly he hears a relic's voice telling him, "What's this sweetness? Our income is in the billions now. Making money is really easy." Seo gets angry and says to himself, finally caught them red-handed. He opens the door, and as soon as he sees the relics gathered around the novel, they run away, and we find tremendous energy forming around Seo. Then he orders them with his eye and voice to stop, or he'll do something to them. Then he hears the relics saying that his control power is high. He asks them what they were doing with his novel. The relics reply, "How did you find out?" Then Yuji enters and asks what's happening, and Seo explains to him that he's looking for the person who leaked his novel behind his back. Yuji replies, "Yeah, you should find him." He hasn't even finished his words when he finds Seo gritting his teeth and shouting at the relics, "Who's responsible among you? Which of you did it?" All the relics point at Sybok, who gets really annoyed then and tells them they're traitors. We see our hero asking him if he's the one who really did this, and Sybok actually admits it to him. Here, Seo steps on him with his foot and tells him, "So you're wrong and you succeed too. Why are you still here? You're supposed to be next to the immortality plant anyway." Sybok replies, "What do you mean? It's dirty. What made me work without paying me money? What you're doing is illegal, by the way." Our hero accuses him that all he cares about is money, so the crushed Sybok interrupts him. "I had to do this to make money because you didn't pay me a penny. I was working 2 jobs. Seo grabs his hand and tells him, "Shut up. Even if you're working 2 jobs, you're not supposed to make problems for other people. I had to do this to make money because you didn't pay me. I was working 2 jobs, and Seo grabs him by his hand and tells him, "Shut up. Even if you're working 2 jobs, you're not supposed to create problems for other people. Why are you leaking someone else's novel without permission? Take out all the money you made." Sybok refuses, and all the relics gather and say they don't have money. Our hero threatens them and tells them, "That's right. Since you've become one hand, I'll take it by force." And the relics actually get scared and go to take out the money. Sybok shouts at them and tells them, "Now you do this, you dogs, and you were about to fly from happiness from the money just a moment ago. I won't forget what you did to me." And in 1 second we see the room fill with lots of money, gold coins, and jewels. Our hero and Yuji are amazed. Yuji says, "What's this?" The money filled the room, and our hero asks Sybok how much he sold the novel for. Yuji asks our hero if he's planning to write another book, and he replies telling him to be quiet. Here Yuji says that cashing this money will be really difficult because it's from different countries and has lots of jewels. Sybok replies and tells them, "Yes, it's hard to cash it, and because of this you should give me a percentage of it." Seo gets really angry and looks in his hand and finds a ball emitting energy and asks Sybok about it. Nervously, he says to himself, "What's this? Who allowed you to come here?" And here our hero threatens him, "Looks like you want to get beaten again. I'll do what you want." The worm gets embarrassed and tells him it's the relic's core and that it comes out of destroyed relics. It was the first time Seo learned anything about this subject. Sybok explains to him that this is like a soul for the relic. The relics gather around him and shout at him for revealing their secrets. Yuji was looking at the core and saying, "This is really strange. It's the first time I know that relics have something like this." And Seo decides he'll research this subject because it's important. After that, he spends a lot of time stealing all the money the worm has and makes sure that Sybok is good at business matters. The next day, they finish their mission in Tayuda and prepare to return to New York. They hear a sound in the street and go out the window and look at the people saying, "Seo Pasha, our Tomb Attack team has a good deal for him." And they start fighting over him and ask about the relic he used, and he tells them he didn't use any relics. He tells Yuji that all the Tomb Attack teams are gathered here, and that rumors have started spreading about him because he took Nero's relic, which means there were many conditions present. This is natural, because the news didn't say that many people died or disappeared. Yuji asks him if people were supposed to have died. Seo tells him that the tomb disappeared after the relic disappeared from it, and there was no other exit because the tomb wasn't attacked. Those people were supposed to be returning to the entrance, and this was difficult for them. He wonders how they managed to survive and spread the news, but he remembers that Julian was close to them and is sure that he helped them and got them out because he doesn't let people die even if they're competitors, and he knows that Julian is a good person. The messages keep coming to his email, and he looks at the people who want to recruit him and realizes it's going to be hard to get to the airport if things keep going this way. Here Luigi comes up with a good idea, and our hero asks him about it, and he replies, "Let's sell a fake artifact and spread rumors about this news." Seo asks him to make him a fake artifact that disappears after a while, so this situation will be different this time. Luigi says, "We'll just copy the form and put it in the artifact's core, because if we copy the artifact's energy, it'll disappear quickly, and if we only copy the form, it'll last longer and be more realistic." Here Seo asks him if they'll sell it after that to attract attention, and Luigi answers, "That's a solid idea, but we'll have to use the artifact core we took." Our hero tells him it doesn't matter, because they'll have others if they destroy another artifact. At that moment, Luigi gets really happy, and asks him if he'll give him a reward if it works since it was his idea, and Seo actually agrees, and Luigi runs off to execute it, and our hero says to himself, "That's what I expect from the king of fraud, this is going to be really fun." He goes to Luigi, who opened the computer, and asks him if he's supposed to spread that they're selling artifacts, and our hero asks him where he'll post it, and he tells him there's an artifact forum from Pandora where all the rich artifact users gather. He's surprised he doesn't know it, and Seo replies, "I know it exists, but I didn't know it was open. Looks like they spent a lot of money on this site." He was sure this site was to monopolize all information, and not just for artifacts, and decides he'll use it the other way around. He hears Luigi asking him what the post title will be because it'll make a big difference since you'll read this post, and because of that, it must be written carefully. Our hero gets annoyed and tells him, "Back off a bit," and sits in his place and writes, "Kyoto artifact for immediate sale." Luigi yells, "Are you selling a toy or what?" And Luigi answers him that the more dishonest this type of post is, the better it is for them. Luigi yells, "What kind of weird thinking is this?" And Seo continues writing the post, "If you don't buy from us, we won't care, and in the end, as you like." He tells Luigi about the post content and asks him if this is the Emperor's artifact. And our hero answers, "Yes, nobody knows anything about this artifact. What I did will fool a lot of people. I'm done and uploaded the post. Get ready to prepare the fake artifacts." He leaves him after that and goes, and Luigi agrees. After that, Luigi goes to our hero to show him that there are many comments on the post, and Seo says the site became famous, and because of this, the inquiries about the topic started increasing, and lots of calls and messages start reaching Seo, and also the news starts talking about it. This made him have to provide more information, and he decides to hold an auction in Los Angeles to sell the artifact in it this month, and he actually goes to Los Angeles with Luigi, and Luigi starts copying the fake artifact with high quality, so it'll be an exact replica of Nero's artifact, and our hero starts looking for a place for the auction. They stayed in Los Angeles until the auction day, when many people gathered, and they were angry because Seo rented a small place, and they're asking about him and looking for him because he was late, and our hero stands watching them, and Luigi comes to him and says, "Let's go, boss. Looks like we're late." Seo tells him, "Let's go. I'll organize this auction inside and you'll collect entrance fees outside and prevent any surprise guests from entering, but I'm not sure you can do this alone." Luigi asks him why, and Seo explains to him that the girl Seol, who is from the Chinese exploration team, is here. He knows this because he monitored her well through the wiretapping artifact he placed on her, and that many people will attend the auction, and that he wants the auction to end well and be done. Luigi gets really angry and tells him, "You can count on me," and Seo goes there and finds everyone there. He finds someone wearing glasses who says, "You're not supposed to be late since you're the auction organizer." Seo replies to him, "Be patient. You'll enter now. Each person will pay one artifact as entrance fees. Remember that each person will give me an artifact no matter what their position is or how many people are with them." A girl yells, "What are these weird rules?" And Austin appears yelling and accusing our hero of doing this to collect artifacts for free, and Seo speaks and says, "I didn't know you were here, Austin. As you know, there aren't many chairs inside at the auction, and this isn't good for people who have little money, and because of this, we increased the entrance fees. People get more upset because they're rich." And Seo continues his speech and says, "I'm the one who sets the rules here. Hand over the artifacts to my follower, and I'll go inside and prepare for the auction. And remember, there aren't many chairs inside. Choose the artifacts you'll give me well." People accuse him of being a thief, and Luigi intervenes and calms them down and tells them they didn't specify artifacts of a certain rank, and any one artifact will be enough to enter, but whoever pays an artifact with a high rank will enter first. Here, people object to this point and insist that whoever pays first will enter first regardless of the artifact type, and they start throwing artifacts, and this is why So rented a small place, because this way, he'll force the auction participants to compete with each other and pay high-ranked artifacts to enter. Austin enters the auction and hears Seo say, "Welcome, you're all here because you're real customers. I'll show you now the auction item." He opens the box and shows them Nero's artifact, which releases terrifying energy, and people are very amazed by it. Luigi asks if the auction will start now, but Seo asks him to wait until everyone enters, and when the last one enters, he tells Luigi the rest that the place is full, and at that moment he's happy and says, "Lucky for me that people left without making any problems and the auction will go well, and this is a good thing. How much artifacts did you collect?" The man tells him there are 3 full boxes. And here Luigi is happy because he'll get a lot of money for this amazing amount of artifacts. And he carries a box of artifacts and leaves, but he hears Julian's voice welcoming him. Luigi replies and says, "Julian, I didn't expect this from you. What brought you here?" And Julian replies, "I'll be honest. You're trying to sell a fake artifact. What game are you playing?" Luigi is shocked and asks himself, "Were we exposed or what?" He recognizes me. I heard from Seo that this man has the artifact that lets him see the weaknesses in any artifact, and even if we copied the artifact and put it with the core, he won't be fooled. I have to fight him now. He tells Julian, what do you mean? The artifact you see is real. And he finds Julian asking him to stop lying because he can't fool him, and tells him he paid the fees and saw the fake artifact with his own 2 eyes, and asks him why he's doing this. He tells him he used to respect him because his digging ability is high, but he discovered he's a fraud and scams people with fake artifacts, and Luigi gets very nervous and thinks what he'll do, and was denying and saying, I don't know what you're talking about, you're tricking me to ask for a price reduction. Julian walks and tells him he'll reveal the truth because they insisted on lying, and Luigi was sure Julian will make a mess at the auction and asks himself, why is he doing this? I have to stop him, and tells him after that, wait, I understand, and I'll tell you everything. Julian stops and says, you're definitely going to admit the truth that this artifact is fake, right? And Luigi tells him they had no other choice, and they only displayed the fake artifact because they'll give the real artifact to whoever wins the auction, and Luigi was stalling him so he wouldn't enter. He finds Julian reply, my boss said it was real, they must have seen something borrowed, I feel like I'm being laughed at, and he walks after that, and Luigi cries and tries to stop him, and tells him he'll reveal their secret information, and Julian tells them he doesn't need it, and Luigi is surprised by his reaction. After that, Julian enters the auction and sees people bidding money until they reached 1.5 billion, and he puts his hand that's shooting sparks on his neck and yells, wait! Stop the auction. There's something I want to tell everyone. He had an aura around him, and his voice was so strong that people are asking if this is an artifact's power, and at that moment we see our hero looking at Julian, and beside him is Luigi, who pulls him out and suspects there's a problem, and decides he won't let him ruin the auction. He orders the rope wrapped around his hand to tie Julian, and Luigi was saying, I'll explain everything to you, and Julian asks him, what will you explain? You're completely fooling people. Listen to me well. The artifact being sold at this auction. And before he finishes his words, he finds the rope around his mouth gagging him, and wrapping around his whole body and throwing him on the ground. He tells him, why are you angering the boss? Be completely quiet. And at that moment, Seo laughs and asks, will the bids continue after this interruption? I've been communicating with Julian constantly, and he's been pressuring me to sell him the artifact. I know how you all feel now, but all the people here want the auction to be fair. We'll take the necessary measures and make him leave immediately, and now we should continue the auction. The auction continues and succeeds so much that the fake artifact's price reaches $9 billion, and suddenly, we see a girl raising her hand and saying, I'll propose something different. I'll pay an SS rank artifact instead of money. People object to her, and she asks them why they're objecting. Instead of taking money for your entry, they took artifacts, and they'll definitely prefer this way more. And people keep refusing until they hear our hero tell them that this proposal is good, even though this artifact's rank is a bit weak. When they see this way is good, they started bidding artifacts of different ranks and were competing, and Seo was watching them very happy. And the fake artifact finally goes to Sophia, Princess of Monaco, who suggested she'd pay with artifacts, and after that, the auction ends. Sophia was happy, but Austin shouted, you offered the exact same deal you offered the princess, or did you give her the artifact because of your feelings toward her? Our hero told him that Sophia paid 2 billion plus an SS rank artifact, 2 S rank artifacts, 3 A rank artifacts, and 10 B rank artifacts, and he knew Austin was a spy working for Pandora. Now we go to a room where Julian was tied up on the floor, with Yuji standing next to him, and Seo as well, who asked him what they should do, what happened, and what brought this man to the auction. Yuji answered, I think he came to participate in the auction officially. He even paid the entry fee, and said it was a fake artifact just from looking at it. Seo said, even though we perfected the forgery method, we couldn't fool this guy. Julian asks Seo, you've been a con artist this whole time. Do you think what you did will go unpunished? Seo replied, it will if I want it to. What do you think? Julian told him, don't make me laugh. When I get out, I'll expose the truth. Our hero asked him not to do that because the person who got the artifact at the auction is a country's princess. Julian threatened him, saying, if you're scared, why did you do this in the first place? I won't cooperate with you. Yuji told our hero that Julian won't understand because he's too stubborn, and asked him what they'll do. Suddenly, they saw fire coming out of the room's ceiling, heading toward them and exiting through the door, and he said, this is a soul-type artifact. Where did it come from? I forgot. I guess they heard us talking. Yuji got nervous and asked him what they'll do. Julian spoke, you brought this upon yourself. Now someone knows the truth and you'll be exposed soon. Our hero knew Julian was right, and Yuji asked him if the mission had failed. Seo told him it hadn't failed, and that they need to create a portal to escape through, and at the same time Julian attacked him. At that moment Yuji said, if that happens, everything will be fine, but how will you do it? Our hero explained that he'll send a companion with Julian, At the same time, Princess Sophia was sitting with the crown she was happy about in front of her, saying, "This is what I expected. Even its color is different because it's one of the artifacts of the 7 great tombs." The man congratulated her and told her he took all the money and artifacts, and she can take the artifact now. She thanked him and gave the bag with the crown to one of her men, asking him to take care of it and protect it, because she paid a very large amount for it. Her main goal with this artifact was for the Pandora organization to take interest in her, but she was surprised by a voice saying, "Wait a moment, sorry to ruin your mood, but the artifact you got is fake." Sophia asked her, "Who are you and what are you saying?" One of Soul's men shouted that she entered an auction for a fake artifact, and here Sophia screamed in disbelief. Soul told her she'll prove it to her, and asked her to take out the artifact. Sophia asked what makes her trust her, and Soul answered, "How could I deceive you with so many witnesses around us?" At that moment, Sophia gave the crown to Soul and warned her not to pull any tricks for her own sake. Soul asked Sophia to hold the crown firmly with one hand, and suddenly a spark came from the dagger that broke the crown, and half of it fell to the ground. Sophia screamed, "What are you doing? You broke it, you crazy woman." Soul replied coolly, "Yes, I split it in half. Pay attention, what I have is just a B-rank dagger. What rank do you think this artifact is?" Sophia told her she heard it was S rank, and Soul explained that no low-rank artifact can break a high-rank artifact at all. Here Sophia actually realized it was fake, and wasn't even low rank. Soul said, "That's right, you were all deceived. Even after you paid your artifacts as entry fees, the 2 managers are still here. We need to lock down the place and find them." The people were angry and called out loudly for our hero, determined to take him down. Soul was happy with their reaction because Seo won't be able to escape from all these people, and decided to put him in prison and run to get the original artifact from the 7 tombs. At the same time, we see our hero telling Yuji, who was forging the artifact, that everyone knows the artifact is fake, and asking him why he wasn't finished. Yuji answered, "They know? I'm almost done." Hirsio told him he must finish now because they need to get out of here immediately before people gather around them. Soul was standing asking herself, where is the real artifact? She didn't sense its presence and was sure our hero was hiding it well. Suddenly, she saw Seo turn himself in and ask them if they were looking for him. People started cursing at him, asking for their artifacts back, and asking if he'd been selling fake artifacts before or if he tricked them. We see Seo laugh and say, "What you saw was indeed a fake artifact." Soul asked herself among the people why he came out on his own and what he's planning. Our hero asked people to calm down because he'll explain everything to them, and ordered Yuji to show them the wound on his stomach. Yuji lifted his clothes and the wound actually appeared, and people asked him about it. Yuji spoke and said, "We didn't want to sell the artifact. Why would we sell something we found with such difficulty? But we got a call provoking us and demanding we hand over the Teodo tomb artifact. We didn't refuse this because the artifact is very famous, and because of this I was stabbed in the stomach as you see, and this is the hospital report. We held this auction because we remembered that if we kept this artifact we'd die." One of the people standing took the hospital report and read it. Seo continued, "We were planning to catch the culprit at the auction because he was obsessed with this artifact, so surely he would show up here." Here Sophia intervened and asked him, "Why did you sell it to me? Surely this culprit isn't me, and surely I would have been his target if he showed up here. You were using me." Our hero felt embarrassed and apologized to her, assuring her she's not in danger because she has private security. He told her they'll explain this story to her and give her the real artifact when the culprit is caught. Since in their current situation they won't be able to catch him, he decides to give her the artifact here and now. The people standing asked if this could really be the real artifact. The truth is, it's not real either, and also the wound on Yuji's stomach and the hospital report are all fake things made with artifacts. Yuji knew Julian would come now, and indeed Julian appeared, shouting, "Wait, did anyone win the artifact? There's something everyone needs to know." Our hero replied, "Calm down, Julian. I was going to say that now. Sorry, I should have found a solution like you said." Julian was happy and spoke, but our hero interrupted him, put his hand in his pocket and said, "Now, Your Highness, you may allow me to present the artifact to you." He was shocked that the artifact had disappeared, and swore to the people that the real artifact was with him, asking them to close all exits and search all the auction guests. Soul was asking herself, what's happening? What I'm seeing doesn't make sense according to the story I heard, and from his facial expression I actually believed the artifact was lost. The people at the auction heard a very loud voice telling them not to move because the artifact had been stolen. Here, Julian asked our hero, "What do you mean the artifact was stolen, Seo?" He answered, "I mean exactly what I said. It's a disaster. I have to deliver it to Princess Sophia." Julian told him he'd search for it with his own artifact, and Seo thanked him for that. After that, A small energy ball appeared and revealed that the crown was in Julian's own pocket. He was shocked and said, "What's this? What brought it here?" Seo smiled and people started searching Julian, who asked them to listen to him, but there was no use. All this while Julian thought he had managed to escape from the rope, but in reality our hero was the one who ordered the rope to untie him at the right time and asked Nero's artifact to hide the rope's trace and stay close to Julian. If Julian had used Liang's artifact, he would have known all this, but Seo knew he wouldn't be able to use it these days because of his endurance capacity. Suddenly the inspector grabbed the crown and said loudly, "I found it on this man." All the people ran to grab him, and Julian asked them to wait until he explains what happened. Sophia said to Sol, "Bring this dagger artifact so I can use it a bit." Sophia grabbed the dagger and struck the crown with all her strength. The dagger itself broke, strong sparks came out of them, and the crown rose in the air saying, "You are all so insolent. All of you kneel on the ground now." Sophia spoke angrily, "I'm sure this is the real artifact. Are you the real culprit, Julian?" Our hero shouted at him, "You've been blackmailing me this whole time. I should have known this as soon as you entered the auction. I understand now. You're the one who stabbed my servant with the knife, aren't you?" Julian tried to defend himself, saying, "Stop your nonsense. This is all part of your dirty plan." People started talking about Julian, who tried to explain to them but no one believed him. Seo was happy he managed to beat him. The auction ended chaotically, and the police arrested Julian on charges of stealing artifacts and blackmail. Although this would reduce Seo's credibility, he had to do this to get rid of Julian's harassment, who ruined his plan and forced him to hand over Nero's artifact to Sophia to fix what he did. After that, all the auction participants went to their homes, and our hero returned to his house in New York. After a while, we see Seo and his men looking at a bag full of gold, and they asked him, "What's all this money, boss? There are many artifacts too." Seo answered them, "I stole them. Where else would I get them?" One of the men spoke and said, "Seems like something big happened." Here Seo replied, "Yes, it would have been better if it was with me. Whose fault is this?" Yuji was doing push-ups and said, "It's my fault." Seo then asked him to do 100 push-ups while saying that the work Seo gives him, he'll do well. Yuji shouted and told him he made a mistake, and after making a mistake he must be punished, and that all this shouldn't have happened if he had been able to stop Julian, but he was happy because he got some artifacts. Suddenly, Seo saw the crown artifact standing behind the window. He opened it and let it in, asking why it came early. The artifact answered, "There's something important I need to do. Come on. Let's compete in writing now." Yuji got up and shouted, "What brought this artifact here? Isn't the princess supposed to have taken it with her to Monaco?" Here our hero replied, "Yes, she took it, and the whole story is that the artifact escaped again because we haven't competed yet. You don't know that we lost because of you." Yuji asked him loudly, had he planned all this from the beginning? He answered, "Yes, do you think I'm crazy enough to go and hand over the artifact like that?" Yuji cried and said, "Why are you punishing me?" Our hero told him this punishment is because he allowed Julian to enter the auction. Yuji justified that he tried to stop him and apologized to Seo. At that moment, Seo heard the crown sparking and calling him, asking him to start the competition, and taunting him that he fulfilled many requests for him, asking if he'll make him wait long. Our hero told him he'll do what he wants, but they won't compete here. The artifact asked about where they'll go, because our hero knows he's talking about a disaster, since the fire that will come out of this artifact will burn the place, and he didn't allow his house to be exposed to something like this. He asks the artifact to wait for him a moment until he searches for a suitable place. He searches the internet for an abandoned place where people won't get hurt. A specific place comes to his mind, and he executes immediately. Now we go to Monaco and see the princess's artifact burning. Firefighters were putting out the fire and saying that this fire was caused by the artifact that the princess brought. She was in her room and very nervous. One of her men enters and reassures her that they've put out all the fire in the palace. Here, Sophia relaxes, and the man continues, "The fire spread to the garden and the casino, but they'll be able to control it." Sophia asks him to do everything they can to put out this fire, and asks him if they found the artifact or not. He replies, "I'll go look for it now." The princess says, "This cursed artifact, I paid money, and many artifacts for it, and in the end, it runs away from me." She remembers that when she put her hand on the artifact, it started shooting terrible sparks and screaming at her. When she tried to explain to it that she had become its owner, it refused, left her, and departed. She says to herself, "Even though I put it in the bag, it broke it with sparks and escaped. It will definitely start fires wherever it goes. It's so annoying. How will I control it?" Suddenly, she hears Seol calling her with a girl. Sophia asks her if she found anything, and Seol tells her that she knows the location of the artifact, which is in a slightly strange and distant place in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, heading toward Hawaii. Here Sophia is surprised and asks her if there's something this artifact wants there. Seol replies, I'm not sure. It's not normal for artifacts to cross the sea by themselves, and because of that I don't know how to explain this situation. Sophia responds, I don't care about explaining this matter as much as I care that this artifact is actually there. We must prepare to go to Hawaii. I struggled to get this artifact and I'll never let it get away from me. Now we go to the beautiful island of Hawaii and see Yugi wishing he could take a vacation on this island. Do you like it very much? I'll cry when I see this beautiful place turn into ruins. Yugi is surprised and says, what will turn it into ruins? At that time, Seo explains to him that he'll compete with Nero here, and when the competition starts, the artifact's palace will appear just like what happened in Teodo. Here Yugi asks if there will be a shrine formed in the place, and our hero replies, yes, we came here to reduce the damage that could happen to people. Yugi asks him about the situation of the people living here, and Seo tells him that no one lives here, and it doesn't matter if this place gets damaged a little, because John's villa is located there. Because of this, he'll make the shrine be here to level John's beautiful villa that he loves to the ground, and see at that time how his reaction will be. After that, he starts to prepare for the beginning. We see John's villa with guards on it, and we see someone asking, what do you think about having a cup of tea after work? The other replies, of course, but I feel like time isn't passing. They're surprised by 4 of those who work at the villa standing happily with their hands raised, and above them is the rope holding a bag of money dropping on them. The worm tells them, go ahead and take the money you love. The guard says, you're from another team. What are you doing? A blonde-haired person answers him while collecting money and says, that talk isn't important now. These are dollars. Come collect them with us. Or should I tell you, don't do this because all this money is mine. I'll be rich. The guards look at each other and run to collect the money. The rope keeps moving and money flies in the air, and he says, yes, follow me, you idiots. At that time, Seo gets a call from Seong, telling him they got many people who work at the villa away from it, and that there's no one guarding it now. Seo replies, that's very good, you're very fast. Leave the rest to the artifacts and come follow me, and I'll send you the details. And you, Yugi, what's your news? Are you done or not? Yugi answers that he's almost done, and Seo says to start. He holds the crown with an aura forming around it and starts to rise in the air. Sparks come out of it and he says, the wide space and this forest are suitable for the Emperor and the confrontation, but we're missing something important. There are no judges or audience. Here our hero reassures him that he invited an audience and asks him to calm down so they can start. At that time, terrible energy vortexes form, an explosion happens, the villa collapses, and the shrine appears in its place. Yugi is amazed and says, the shrine appeared again. Seo replies, I told you, look like this. I made it more luxurious than the one that was there. Look at all these statues. These statues are all a display of the king's greatness. The stage is ready now. Encourage my wonderful art and glorify me. The artifact transforms into the form of the Emperor surrounded by fire. The screen appears and tells our hero that the shrine has formed and that it's isolated from the outside world and trapped inside the Golden Palace. He won't be able to leave unless he claps for the Emperor and praises him. This is because Nero's power inside the palace is very high and everything belongs to him. Seo says, very good, this is a strong theater. Now we can bring the crowds. He hears the artifacts asking, what's this? They're really starting. Let's go in. We paid 30 million in taxes to enter. Another artifact replies, what's this? I paid 100 million. Why are the prices different? Seo is shocked at that time and asks Yugi where he brought these artifacts from. Our hero explains to him that he asked Saiboku to bring them because he has many connections. They hear the artifacts belittling Seo's abilities because they don't believe he wrote the novel, The Secret Secretary. Our hero gets angry and Yugi says, from what I see, there are only haters around us, boss. Seo tells him it doesn't matter because their number is good. The Emperor laughs and says, this large audience is good and enough to display my art. Come on, Seo, let's start the competition now. At the same time, John was sitting in his office when his assistant enters and says nervously, boss, a disaster has happened. John asks him what happened, and the assistant answers, your villa in Hawaii turned into a disaster. Here John replies, tell me quickly. What disaster? The assistant tells him that Roman artifacts covered the villa's area and it completely turned into a shrine. John asks him about the artifact that did this and if there's any damage or not. Here the assistant tells him there are no human casualties, but there are antiques worth $70 million that burned in the Babar Gallery, and there's major damage to the farms and factories, and the damaged properties are worth about $200 million, and this is considered something minor. John is shocked and puts his hand on his face. The assistant was going to continue, but John yells yells at him, "What else is there? You haven't finished." The assistant continues, "We got calls from the royal family in Monaco saying they want to stop the trade of new products." John stands up and asks him if there's something wrong with the product or the design. The assistant tells him nothing like that happened. John asks him about the reason, and the assistant explains while afraid, "I have no idea about this matter yet. I called the royal family. Maybe they'll answer and inquire about the situation." John takes the phone and talks with the princess, who replies, "I haven't heard your voice for a long time, John. This is Sophia, Princess of Monaco." John is shocked and asks the assistant if the princess herself is on the line. He replies, "Yes, she is." John laughs. "You surprise me, to be honest. Tell me how I can help you." Sophia threatens him and says, "If you make a mistake in your words again, your foot will never enter Monaco again. I think you know that I have Julius Caesar's artifact, right?" John tells her he knows this because she won it at the auction. Sophia replies, "Yes, and I paid a very large amount to get it. But tell me, what is my artifact doing at your villa?" John was asking her if she's the one who destroyed the villa, and he finds her interrupting him and continuing, "I don't care what happened to your villa. I understood from your answer that you admit the artifact is at your villa. Why did you steal it?" At that time, John squeezes the phone hard and says, "Why would I steal it? Why are you saying this, you wretch?" The assistant alerts him that Sophia is hearing him. John continues, "Clearly a misunderstanding has happened. Let me clarify that I didn't steal it, and I'm the one who's supposed to ask what your artifact is doing at my villa. I'm a victim like you." Here, Sophia asks him if he doesn't mind that she goes and looks for herself, and tells him she's on her way. He tells her to do what she wants, and ends the call. John yells at his assistant, "Where are my employees at the villa? And what are all these problems?" He replies that there was a rope and a worm, and all this happened after the employees ran to collect money, and he doesn't know more than that. John interrupts him, "You dogs, surely someone distracted them on purpose. There's no one else. The person who brought the artifact from the shrine in Kyoto is the same one who sold it to Sophia. Surely Seo is the cause of all this." The assistant asks him, "This time too, Seo?" John replies, "Think like this. He's the one who stole the 7 shrines, and now he's at my villa. Why is he doing this to me? Listen, get ready now and prepare the planes so I can go to Hawaii. I'll enforce justice and destroy him." We go to the shrine and see Seong and his men with the rope guiding them. Seong asks if they're supposed to go this way, and one of his men answers, "If we look at the rope's direction, I think we're going the right way." Here the rope tells them they've arrived. They're amazed when they see artifacts filling the place. The emperor was standing in front of Seo and Yugi, saying, "Finally, the moment I've been waiting for has come, in which I'll get rid of the feeling of injustice." Our hero asks him about the reason for his feeling of injustice, and if he's going to do something to him. The artifact yells at him, "Jimmy's words didn't come to light because of you. He wrote and published his writings too. But the sales count was only 1, and this is all because you published first." Seo tells him this is all because of the stupid worm, because it did what it wanted, and asks him if he's the one who bought the book. At that time, the emperor gets angry and says, "What are you saying, you fool? Anyway, Jimmy is the victim because his work didn't sell because people were busy with your novel." We hear the artifacts asking each other if he wrote something, and if there's anyone who knows the novel's name. One of the artifacts answers, "I know its name, Ruler of Art Nero. Has anyone read it?" Another artifact tells him it's very bad, and no one saw it, and no one bought it except one person only. We see Nero lighting fires and asking them to shut up. Here, the screen appears with writing that Nero's violence and selfishness have increased, and that everything he wants will be achieved in this place. Everything will be in his favor, and no one can escape from this artifact before Nero allows him. After that, Nero screams, "I order you all to rule that Jimmy is the one who won this competition, and if you don't do this, I'll kill you." Yugi asks him how he can do this, and our hero says to himself, "This is what I expected. He's very strong even though he's stupid, and this is because he's from the 7 great shrines. I'll never be able to deal with him fairly." The fire reaches the relics that are screaming, and Nero tells them, "Shut up. This is your fault because you don't appreciate Jimmy's art." Meanwhile, Seo is thinking about how he'll win, and because winning will be difficult, he makes him turn his attention away from fighting and calls out to the relic, asking him to calm down and start the competition. He pulls out the novel he wrote for the audience to decide. Nero asks, "What makes me want to show it to you?" Seo replies, "You read my novel. Shouldn't I also read yours?" The relics mock our hero and say he's crazy and won't be able to understand their language, but they can understand the language of these worthless humans. The emperor confirms their words. Exactly as they said, humans won't be able to understand the language of high-ranking relics. Or do you want me to translate it for you too? Seo tells him to shut up and give him the novel. The emperor extends his hand that has fire and throws the novel to our hero. "Here it is, try to read it. I dare you if you can read a single line from it. And if you do this, I'll kneel before you myself. Seo asks him if he's the one who made this challenge, and he reads the novel, and Nero is shocked. Our hero continues reading and tells the relic, "It seems you were writing about your reign." The relics were very shocked at what was happening, and at that moment Seo asks Nero, "Kneel. You told me you'd do this if I read a single line. If you don't like it, I'll make you kneel another way. Since we're supposed to have a competition, let's talk about the writing itself. I've never seen such terrible writing in my life. It seems you don't know anything about writing at all." At that moment, Nero's heart breaks, and our hero knew from his reaction that his plan worked and that Nero wasn't good at art. And despite that, no one could admit this because he was an emperor, and they were always flattering him because he never accepted criticism. Seo decided to destroy his mentality and provoke him, saying, "What do you mean by this stuff in the novel? I don't understand anything. I bet a dog could write better than this. Throw this garbage away. I'll fix it instead of the competition." He opens the pen and changes the title, and Nero asks him, "How dare you correct my writings? What are you doing to the title? I put a lot of effort into thinking about it." Seo ignores him and changes the title from "The Ruler of Art Nero" to "The Emperor's Arrogance." And at that moment Nero hears the relics praising our hero and saying this title is much better. Seo keeps erasing the text and writing new text, and all this while the Emperor stands shocked, hearing the relics encouraging our hero. Yugi was objecting to the words, and Seo tells him, "What do you know about this? The audience loves this." Suddenly, you find the Emperor screaming and spreading his hand from which fire comes out, saying, "I can't stand all this. Tell me quickly that my writings are better than this." But the relics refuse to lie, even if they're going to die. Yugi and our hero were standing between the fire, and Seo asks him, "Nero, do you think you'll do everything with your power?" Then he cuts the novel and the Emperor tells him he doesn't have the qualifications to become an artist. The screen appears and tells Seo that Nero's heart has been broken and that he's fallen into shock and won't be able to hold the pen again, and that he needs some time to get better. Here our hero speaks and tells himself that the relic's mentality is completely broken and that he's going to die. He tells the relic who fell on his knees, "You can't endure, and we're just at the beginning. Do you still want to be an artist? I'll give you a personal example for the idiot in front of me. These criticisms I wrote are considered nice compared to reality." The relic is shocked when he sees what's written on the paper and says, "How can you say something like this?" Yugi asks Seo what he did, and he tells him, "These are a collection of comments from the evil world that has hatred." The relic was reproaching our hero and telling him, "How could you say these harsh words to an artist?" Our hero replies, "These days it's become easier, and this is what we call a mean comment. You didn't think you could get away with this." At that moment, the Emperor puts the paper on his face and screams, the place shakes, and the fire goes out. The screen appears saying that Nero lost his nerves and that he must have a certain rank to evolve and that he admitted defeat. Here, Seo approaches the Emperor and asks him to surrender and listen to him, so he can give him a writing lesson, and that if he were in his place, he would give up writing. The relic agrees, and energy comes out of him, and we see the crown burning and the tattoo being drawn on our hero's hand, and then he falls to the ground. The screen appears again, and it says, "Your contract with the relic of sloth has succeeded, and you took the power of sloth. You can now overcome the enemy's morale and manipulate the Golden Palace, and everything you dream of will come true. Your dominance has increased because you controlled the Emperor's relic, and all this will make you able to control difficult relics." As soon as Seo picks up the crown from the ground, another screen appears and tells him he took one of the 7 venerable keys, and he says to himself, "What is venerable? Is this also an imperial relic? Really, the relics of the 7 shrines aren't ordinary relics." You hear the relics asking if the competition is over, and they move to go to their homes, but our hero refuses. We see a large net wrapping around them and trapping them, and Seo pulls the rest of the rope and says, "This is a huge catch." The relics try to cut the net and ask Seo to let them go, but he tells them, "You guys are wrong. You watched my show for free, and now it's time to pay the price. Who said you're going home?" The relics reply, "Who said we came in for free? We all bought tickets." Here Seo silences them and tells them there's an additional tax. We see Seong and one of the men running toward one of the relics who get scared, agree to pay, and ask about the price. Our hero answers them that their body is the price, and he remembers that this competition was made for the price. When he asked Yugi to hold many ropes together, all so the relics couldn't get out. Suddenly he sees a hand holding an axe, cutting the net and coming out, and he's shocked because he thought they wouldn't get out, and this is because any relics lower than rank A have difficulty getting out of the net. He understands that there are relics of rank S or higher in this net. At that moment, a huge man appears from the net with terrible energy around him, and our hero hears Yugi calling him and telling him all the relics are escaping. Seo replies coldly, "I know that, and I have to do it another way." Stay in place, relics. The relics feel a very high aura of control, and Seo realizes their number is so large that he won't be able to control them alone. He calls the Egyptian dogs with him and tells them he needs to use their power. The 3 dogs appear, and Anubis asks where he is. At that moment, these relics recognize that Anubis, Set, and Osiris are asking them why they're in the form of dogs. Anubis looks at the relics and asks our hero what's happening, and Seo tells him the relics aren't listening to him and asks him to act. Here, the relics ask if Seo brought them here for this. Set, who's lying on the ground, screams that he can't and that he needs to be fixed before he works. Anubis gets angry at him and tells him, "Act better than that, Set." And here our hero says, "You do it, Anubis." The relics were asking each other, "This human controls the dogs. What's happening, Lord Anubis?" Anubis gets angry because he doesn't want anyone to know he's under a human's control and screams at them. Our hero realizes that relics have ranks. The relics ask the dogs to explain to them what's happening, and Set admits that Seo controlled them, and Anubis goes crazy. He explains to them that they're helping Seo because they saw his abilities are very high, and this is the only human who satisfies the relics, and that they're watching him to see if they'll appoint him as cultural property or not. At that moment, the relics believe the words and say, "We shouldn't have doubted our lord either." It's clear that Anubis read the novel too. "Honestly, we were impressed by this boy, and came here because we were bored with humans' bad writings. But since powerful ones like you like him, we're not ashamed to admit our admiration for him." Here Seo looks at the relics that approached him and tells them they'll support him until they make sure his culture is high. The screen appears at that moment and it says, "You became a candidate for relic appointment and to be cultural relic treasure number 1. And the blind fans have become active, and this will make you get promoted and you'll have more fans. Your physical fitness and attractiveness that the relics feel has increased. You achieved a rare achievement, and this will allow you to enhance relics and reach rare rank B, and you now have the ability to upgrade relics from rank A." We find the relics gathering around our hero and asking him when he'll publish part 2, and so all the relics became in Seo's hands thanks to Anubis, and this is considered a very big gain for him, just like Nero's relic. After that, the shrine closes and disappears. John's villa was destroyed to the point that it'll take a long time to be rebuilt. We see Yugi saying the place has become ruins, and Seo says that's a good thing, but he's surprised when John calls him and replies, "Where have you been for a while?" John and his men were running toward them, and John says, "I knew you did all this. What did I do to you to make you do all this to me?" Our hero answers him very coldly, "You understand it the wrong way. We chose this place only because it's suitable." John gets angry and threatens him that he won't return him safely, and orders his men to attack him. Seo says John is coming with the excavation team. Yugi screams, "They're too many. What are you doing now?" Our hero smiles and replies, "What do you think about doing this for old time's sake?" We see Seo and his men standing facing John and his men, and our hero says, "It seems you brought all the excavation team members." John replies, "That's because I'll finish everything between us. What are you waiting for? Come on, attack." Seo sees Brutus's sword relic from rank A, which Caesar was killed with, in the hand of one of John's men. He knew it could destroy relics higher than it, and he finds them with other relics of higher power that supposedly aren't found here. He tells Yugi, "I changed my plan, let's run away now." And he runs now, but John orders his men to light fires and run and direct the relics that shoot sparks towards Seo and his men, but they don't affect them. Here our hero is amazed, and Yugi asks him how he was able to deflect it. Seo answers him that he didn't do anything. At that moment we hear John screaming at one of his men because he didn't direct his strikes well, but he confirms to him that he fired at them. Suddenly they hear the relics they're holding say, "How dare you attack him, you fools? You don't know who he is. He's the candidate for cultural royalty. How are you trying to harm our heritage? You've insulted us." Here, one of the men screams that the relics aren't responding to them, and John orders them to throw the relics away and use others. Seo was happy and says, "I was asking myself what's good about being their heritage, and now I understand. Prepare the escape relics." Yugi agrees and takes out the painting relic. Our hero knows that the relics that came to them as guests suddenly started to activate. Seo replies, "It's clear that Seo's properties are integrated with them too. This is a good thing." Yugi is happy because all this is in their favor. At that moment, our hero grabs the painting and tells the relics inside it, "Calm down now. You didn't understand that I'm your boss." John was screaming at his men, "How are you using the relics with you? Do you think I gave them to you for all this to happen? Use your weapons instead of the relics and finish them off anyway." The men start shooting at Seo, who was reassured because the painting relic will absorb all the bullets. Here, our hero and John are surprised by Sophia, who has 3 people with her, and she asks them to stop what they're doing. Seo looks at Yogi, who's drawing on the ground, and says, "This is the right time." Yogi tells him that everything is ready. At that moment, our hero calls out to John and throws him the crown. John catches it, surprised, and Seo says, "Really? Everything you told me? This is the end of our agreement. I made that very clear." John asks him what he means, and finds Sophia very angry, saying, "What does he mean by this agreement? I knew you made him steal my artifact." John tries to explain the situation to her, and looks at Seo and his men, who are walking with circles of energy around them. He orders his men to stop them before they escape, but our hero and the men disappear. John gets very angry, and the princess continues, "Don't try to dodge this. What's the deal he's talking about?" John replies, "I told you that kid is lying." Sophia responds, "Do you think I'm going to believe that?" We go to the Green family villa in Hawaii and see our hero sleeping in a chair. Yogi asks him if he's sure they're safe. Yogi explains that they're not far from John, and that the 2 islands are close to each other. Here, Irene appears and reassures Yogi that they're safe, and asks Seo about his business trip. He tells her it was a very good trip, and that this place is suitable for rest. Irene is happy and asks him to rest and call her if he needs anything, telling him that dinner will be ready soon. Our hero agrees, gets up, and says to Yogi, "You need to focus a bit before all this." Yogi asks what he's talking about, and he tells him that he planted a listening device. Yogi asks who he's listening to, and our hero tells him, "Guess, I planted it in Nero's artifact." And that's good because they won't get rid of the real artifact. Even though I was listening to them, I didn't learn any important details except that John took out his anger on his men, but the conversation started to change a moment ago. Now John has started talking to Sophia. At that time, John was convincing Sophia that he had nothing to do with Seo. He gets angry when he hears his name and asks her to look at the destruction around her. He also asks her if she thinks he destroyed his own villa just to steal the artifact. The princess answers him, saying, "I'm starting to be convinced." John interrupts her. "Starting? I'll explain everything to you." At that moment, Sophia responds, "It's strange that you didn't show up at the auction. Were you planning to steal it from the beginning? It's Julius Caesar's artifact that people would kill themselves for, and you didn't do anything even though you care so much about artifacts." We return to Irene's villa and see Yogi slapping his hand on the table with the artifacts on it. "I'm bored, boss. The Pacific Ocean is right in front of us and you made me deal with these artifacts." Our hero replies, "Sounds like you're on a honeymoon." Yogi tells him, "I know it's a work trip, but honestly, the view is amazing. It made me very tense. And all this while I'm here and not enjoying it." Seo tells him that all oceans look the same. Yogi responds, "You know, sometimes I feel like you're 15 years older than me at least." Seo asks him to stop joking around because it makes him angry. Yogi asks, "What are you even doing? I'm the one fixing everything." At that moment, our hero explains that he's writing about the uses and types of the artifacts they have, including the artifacts they collected this time. This is because there are a lot of artifacts, and there are artifacts they don't know anything about. Because of this, he decided to take the useful artifacts with him everywhere, and the rest he'll leave for development. He'll send some to help Edward, and also develop them to a higher rank. Yogi tells him that just hearing this gives him a headache. Our hero says, "I'll do this one day." At that time, the screen appears and tells him that the chain he's holding is called the Old Yong Chain, and that it's a consumed S-rank artifact with 74 uses remaining. He looks at it and says, "I didn't know I had something like this." This is Dae Yong from the Three Kingdoms. He remembers Yong was born in a strange way, and because of this, she was able to manipulate ghosts. When the king heard this rumor, he asked her who could help him with spells, and Yong presented him with the demon Jidal, who was known to be excellent. This is the artifact that controls Seol, and she's one of the ghosts that Yong controlled. Because of this, our hero had the chain artifact that Jidal couldn't attack him with last time. Soo looks at the chain and says, "Obviously, it didn't appear much because it only works on ghosts, and there's nothing that would help me in facing Soo like it. You slave, fix this too." He throws the chain at Yogi's head, who yells at him saying, "Seriously, when will I rest?" Our hero asks him to pay close attention to this artifact, because it'll be with the useful artifacts. Yogi accuses him of never giving him a break and being unfair. At that time, Irene was watching the news. Seo asks her if there's anything important, and she answers, "Are you done with work? You must be tired." He tells her he's not finished and that they came out to rest. She tells him, "Finish up, sit down and watch. They're talking about the events that happened in your country." At that moment, they hear them talking about a large number of senators missing and that state affairs are unstable. Irene says, "It seems they're disappearing gradually." She's shocked when Seo tells her that the second of the 7 shrines will appear. Seo tells her that these are signs of prophecy and that it's obvious that Cleopatra's artifact will appear. This time, the shrine responsible for one of the 7 deadly sins, which is lust. Yogi shouts, "The famous Cleopatra artifact and the Shrine of Lust. isn't this the shrine everyone's talking about? Seo replies, I know what you're thinking, but this doesn't concern you at all. Lust isn't enough. It describes someone like Cleopatra, who was the last queen of the Ptolemaic dynasty. At that time, Egyptian internal affairs were unstable, and there was strong oppression from Rome. Cleopatra used the Romans as keys to solve problems. She managed to control Caesar and expelled the forces that caused all the problems. After Caesar died, she took advantage of the situation and made an agreement with Antony. Despite that, she lost to Octavius, and Egypt became a province of Rome. The only thing Cleopatra cared about was the men she had power over, and the disappearance of senators is proof of that. Yogi asks him if she would care about him. Seo answers, if I pressure her with my dominance, she'll care about me, but what would I do with her attention? There's another obvious way. Irene interrupts, I don't think it's just senators who disappeared. At that moment, the news says that city residents in Korea have disappeared and that authorities are searching for the senators. Irene is shocked and says, even the elderly, young people, and women have disappeared. How can this be an incident happening at the same time? Our hero tells her it's really strange and that he needs to go and check for himself. She asks if he's going from here to Korea right away and if she should go with him. Seo refuses to let her come. Irene asks why, and he tells her, you need to think about the danger of using your power. I'm uncomfortable because the risks are increasing. Don't worry, this type of shrine won't need your power. Even I'm thinking of going alone. We see Yogi getting angry and asking, what about me? You've been dragging me along this whole time, and now you want to leave me for repair work? Seo replies, I'm sure you won't focus if I give you this kind of work. You go to New York and continue the repairs. Yogi keeps crying after that. After our hero spends a few days classifying the artifacts, he takes them and travels to Korea. This is after he asked Yogi and Seong to return to New York again because they would bother him in the shrine due to their weak endurance and dominance. Seo arrives in Korea and realizes there's a problem when he sees many people standing. He says to himself, I followed the artifact's energy. Why are there so many people here? It's July, and we're not on vacation or even on the weekend. And if these are tourists visiting Seoraksan, this is too many as well. They're wearing different things. Some are office workers going to work, and some are wearing mountain climbing clothes. The artifact is definitely controlling them. I'm sure the missing people will come to this mountain, and there are definitely many people who have been affected after walking on the mountain. There's something strange. Cleopatra's artifact doesn't randomly pull just anyone like this. It might not be Cleopatra's artifact. Could the future have changed? He hears the artifact's voice saying, I'm sure these people will be enough. Suddenly, an earthquake happens, and Seo understands that the shrine is forming. He sees that it's an earthen shrine. He hears the artifacts again saying, now it's over, humans. You will never leave here, and none of you will mind this. You all like this situation, don't you? Our hero is certain that this isn't Cleopatra's artifact shrine. A screen appears with text saying, you are trapped in an earthen shrine and won't be able to escape it in any way unless you control it. Seo says to himself, I watched the artifact's energy and got trapped in a shrine that appeared out of nowhere. It's obvious this artifact intended to gather people in one place and trap them. At that moment, the artifact confirms to the people that they won't be able to escape and asks them to follow their desires. The screen appears again and tells Seo that all the people trapped in the shrine have started to be affected by the artifact, that its power has increased, and that people have really started to riot. Seo sees the people are indeed rioting with energy around them. He's certain this is the Shrine of Lust and not Cleopatra's shrine. He thinks, what artifact can do this? He's surprised that girls are fighting over him. The screen tells him that his girl artifact has been activated. Our hero runs from the girls, and the screen appears telling him that this is the shrine of Byokang, the strongest man in the world, and Ong, the woman with the greatest lust in the world. He's certain this shrine contains artifacts, and the girls keep running around him. One of them asks, why are these girls walking in this direction? The other answers, I'm sure the man ahead of them did something to them. The men, whose eyes are glowing, decide to go after Seo, who's running. He looks behind him and asks himself, why is the number of people increasing? But he's surprised that there are girls in front of him, and he doesn't know where to go. He heads to the mountains, but they also follow him. He doesn't know that he'll die if they catch him. He sees a tree in front of him and climbs it. The girls stop and ask him how he'll come down. He replies, finally, I can rest. What did I do to be exposed to Bion and Ong at the same time? I feel something strange. He remembers that Bion and Ong are the heroes of a famous song, and that the village ostracized Ong because all the men who loved her died. But one day, she met Bion, who had a bad reputation because he was a warrior, and they loved each other and got married. A short time later, Bion died and left Ong alone. This story is true, even though it's strange. He says to himself, I wonder if they're really S-rank artifacts of the heroic class? To be able to open a shrine from these 7, The artifact must be at least S rank. The girls were standing and asking him to come down, and he was surprised to find two people cutting down the tree. The silver rope appeared and asked Seo to grab it and hang in the air, and our hero said to it, "You're a rope from the sky, aren't you?" At that moment, the rope was happy with this compliment, and the screen appeared warning Seo that only good people could climb up and that he wouldn't be able to go up to the sky and would be punished with lightning. A powerful spark happened, and he fell along with the rope tied to him, but Seo hit the ground and put his hand on his head. The rope asked him if he was okay, and our hero reassured it that he was fine and still alive. Here the girls were happy and headed toward him. A girl approached him and said to the others, "Wait your turn and keep order. You seem different from the previous men." Then she pulled him away, and the rope hit her in the face and pushed her and the girls away from Seo. Here our hero was amazed and said, "The rope helped me and saved me a lot today." The girls were tied up with ropes and hanging in the air, and Seo ran and asked Seo to follow him, but he was shocked when he heard the rope tell him that he was the reason all these girls were here. Here our hero saw an aura of energy releasing terrible sparks, and he asked if this was Ong's relic, and if this relic had evolved because it faced a powerful and evil enemy. He knew the situation wouldn't be easy at all. We go to Irene's villa, where she and her mother were watching the news that said, "We confirmed that the shrine that appeared in Seoraksan in South Korea is one of the 7 shrines." And Pandora said it's the Shrine of Lust, and it's stronger than Teodo's shrine. Her mother asked her if this was the shrine where Seo was, and Irene answered yes. Her mother continued, "I'm worried. It seems like a dangerous shrine." Here Irene reassured her. She heard the news say, "Pandora's excavation teams will go to the shrine now. The closer people get to the shrine, their desires control them, and this makes evacuating the shrine impossible." Irene got worried and went to the relic of the Holy Book of Prophets about the wind that Seo asked her to use in emergencies, and she asked herself, is this the right time to use it? As soon as she touched the book, sparks came out of it, and it opened, and its pages flipped. Irene said, "He told me this relic lets a person know the disasters that will happen to them. I wonder what danger Seo is facing now." She was shocked when the book stopped on a page with chastity written on it. We go to the shrine and see Yuji laughing and saying, "Finally I did it. Even though I'm still on the border, I managed to reach the Shrine of Lust. Boss, you're harsh because you didn't want to take me with you. You want me to go to America to fix some relics for this good shrine. I'm sure something good will happen. Why isn't there anyone here? I came all this way just to see mountains. I feel like I'm on a stupid trip." At that moment, he was surprised by men running and asked them why they were heading in that direction. They told him all the girls were there. Yuji was happy and ran with them, but they stopped when they heard the relic saying, "You guys look really sad." The ground shook after that and broke under their feet, and a pillar with a scary human head wearing a hat came out of it. Here Yuji asked, "What is this pillar?" The relic released terrible sparks, and the men were scared. The pillar said, "I'll help you. Forget the old judgments you impose on yourselves. From today, there's no need to search for happiness elsewhere. Look at this man. Isn't he beautiful like this?" Yuji was shocked when he found the men running after him, saying he was very handsome. He ordered them to control themselves, but they asked him to come to them. At that moment, Yuji screamed and called for someone to save him. At that time, our hero was walking in the shrine saying, "Finally I managed to trick them. I feel the relic's energy, but what is this area?" Here he was surprised by the shadow of a girl, surrounded by an aura with her eyes glowing. Seol appeared, approaching him and saying, "Do you know how much I suffered because of you? You stole the girl's relic from me and attacked Teodo's shrine, but I won't let you take this from me too." She held a knife. Seo asked her to calm down and ordered the rope to tie her up. At that moment, the rope ran toward her and she said, "Do you think you'll scare me with it again? Be a man and come here." The relic went toward the rope, which blocked, and was amazed that she had become stronger than him. Then it wrapped itself in cloth with energy around it and asked her to get it out. The screen appeared with text saying it was Knight Fiona's bag, a distinctive A-rank relic. Our hero remembered that it was one of the most famous Irish legends that mentioned treasures and distinguished people, and that this relic could hold and store anything, and was very valuable. We see Seol holding the bag and asking, "What will you do now?" Seo answered, "I don't know, but I guess I'll get what's mine back first." He ran toward her, and she provoked him, saying, "And who will allow you to do that?" She knocked him down to the ground. Seol sat on top of him and pointed the knife at him, ordering him to surrender quietly. But her facial expression suddenly changed and she made a very strange request, and she started tearing his clothes with the knife. So was scared, and said to himself, "She's crazy. I suspect she's under the influence of the spell because it doesn't make sense that she'd be this weak." The screen appeared and told him that this relic could bind to any being. He continued to himself, "What's happening? Can it do this too? If the relic is directly connected to someone, this will increase its power. but not against the relic. Control yourself. How did you become this strong? He tried to push Seol away from him. When she got close to him, sparks came out of her, and she moved away from our hero. Here, the screen told Seo that there was a hidden power that made Seol back away. Our hero said, "Hidden power. Anyway, this is my chance. Now I can take the relic from her." He went to Seol while she was on the ground and grabbed her hand, but Seol pushed him away and asked him to stay away from her. He told her, "I just want us to switch places." When Seol got close to him, he knew his plan worked. He decided to search for the relic and felt the aura's power in her pocket. He pulled out the relic she was hiding in her wallet, but he was surprised when the relic slipped from his hand and he shouted, "Why did you slip, you dog?" Finally, Ong's relic appeared. Then the screen appeared and told Seo that these were Ong's socks that had been thrown away from the village, and that it was a distinctive B-rank relic. Here, our hero grabbed the sword and said, "I'll get rid of you and destroy the evil shrine." The relic replied, "You're just a human. I'm the one who will destroy you." Our hero raised the sword and pointed it at the sock and cut it in half. He said to himself, "It's too easy for a relic from the 7 shrines." The other sock was fine and asked him, "How dare you do this to me?" He told it, "Shut up and open the shrine door before I find Kang and destroy him too." The relic told him he would never be able to get out of this place, and said he wouldn't be able to hurt him or Kang. At that moment, Seol put her hand on her head. She heard Seo say, "How can I control this shrine?" The relic replied, "Don't think I'll tell you." Seo put the sword on it and said, "I guess you're forced to do this. You don't want me to cut the rest of you into small pieces." The relic got scared and told Seo that he had to meet the shrine's real owner to be able to control the shrine. Our hero was amazed and smiled, continuing, "Of course, this shrine has another master. This means you're not the owner of this shrine." Ong replied, "Yes, I just came to visit because they asked us to play with humans a little and we agreed." Seo understood that the voice he heard was coming from other relics and it seemed they were much fiercer than Ong. He asked the relic, "Who is the real owner of the shrine, and where is he located?" Ong refused to tell him, but our hero leaned on the sword and threatened her again, saying, "You don't know what will happen to you if you don't talk. You'll just be a torn rag." Ong told him she wasn't afraid and didn't care about anything if she died here, because the shrine's owner would kill her if she told him. Here Seo asked her to just tell him his name and he would deal with her after that. Ong told him he might fail. Suddenly, Yuji broke down the door and flew in the air and fell to the ground. Seo was amazed and pointed the sword at him, asking, "What brought you here?" At that moment, Yuji closed the door and told him, "Boss, the perverts outside are running after me." Ong replied, "Because you said that, Kang is near here." Yuji got scared when he heard the sound of the door and the men's voices screaming, "Do you think we don't know you're in there? Come out." Yuji sat in front of the door and replied to them, "No, and don't put hearts at the end of your words." He was amazed when he heard a relic's voice saying, "I'm supposed to open the door now. Get away, you idiots." The pillar relic Kang broke the door, and he and Yuji fell to the ground. One of the men entered and approached Yuji, who asked him to leave him alone and stay away. The man said, "Are you crying? But that will make you even more beautiful." Here Yuji screamed and Seo put the sword on the man's neck, who asked him who he was. Our hero answered, "This is my follower. If you anger him more than that, I'll break your necks. If you're not afraid for yourselves, attack him." The 3 men were scared. The pillar Kang asked Ong, "What happened to you like this?" When she told him that Seo was the reason, the pillar stood in front of the man and our hero, who told him, "This man started the fight first." Kang replied, "I have nothing to do with this. You destroyed Ong. Get ready, you dog." Kang was surrounded by sparks. Seo raised the sword at him and said, "Your power isn't bad, and since you're combined with Ong, your rank must be very high." He struck him hard with the sword and Kang split in half and screamed. Ong was worried about him. Seo said, "That's what I expected. It only took one strike." We saw the men who were affected by the relic return to their normal state. One of them asked, "What am I doing here? Let's get out." Seo looked at Kang and at Ong standing next to him and told them, "I think now you know you won't defeat me. Let's go to the place where the shrine's owner is." Ong repeated her words, "I told you we'll die if we do this." Kang asked, "Will you let us live if we tell you where the shrine's owner is?" Ong asked Kang to hold on and not change his mind, asking him if he wasn't afraid of what would happen. Seo answered, "I'll let you live if you tell me where the shrine's owner is." Kang hoped our hero was honest in his words and was talking, but we found the bag relic thrown around him, gathering him into the bag that had energy around it. Seol was holding it. Seo said, "You came at the right time. Hand it over to me along with the rope you took from me because you don't have enough dominance to control them." Seol replied, "We lost big in the shrine. These relics are all mine now and I'll take the shrine for myself." She brought out Jildal's relic and prevented Seo from going after her and ran. Seo stood in front of the ogress who was releasing fire. He laughed and said, "Did you forget that your ghost relic doesn't work on me? So what?" He ran with terrible sparks around him. Seol looks behind her and screams, "It didn't work again or what? Why is this happening?" We see So and Seol heading with their weapons, and Seol's knife flies in the air and Seol falls to the ground. Our hero was standing in front of her with his sword, ordering her to give him the artifacts. He tells her, "Don't try to waste your power on worthless things. I need to control this shrine to get out." Here Seol finally agrees and hands the bag to Seo, and our hero asks her, "Why did you do this from the beginning?" After that, he's surprised by the knife flying above him, spinning, and Seol catches it and tells him, "You're really good." He asks her, "Who gave you this silver knife?" Seol provokes him and says, "What will you do if I don't tell you?" Seo tells her he's just curious, nothing more, and asks her if the girl Jin gave it to her. Here Seol gets tense, and our hero understands from her reaction that his guess is correct, and that Jin has a connection to Seol. Jin is one of the 4 kings who was nicknamed the Queen of Greed, after the King of War Clara, the King of Failure, Aaron, and the King of Domination John. She was the strongest and worst enemy because she took her artifacts through greed, and she used the silver knife and started moving again. This is not good at all that Seol is cooperating with Jin, because she can use Seol's huge capabilities, and our hero thinks about how he can stop her from this. Seol responds, "I don't care, I knew Jin. Why not? Because I'm going to finish you here. Torture him, Jaldal." Suddenly, terrible sparks come down from the ceiling, and Yuji screams, and wood starts falling on their heads. Seo tries to escape as the arena gets destroyed. Seol tells them, "Look at yourselves, you idiots. You didn't notice that Jaldal was wrecking the arena because you were focused on me. I'll kill you." Suddenly, she finds our hero sitting on the ground holding the painting artifact and pointing it toward the ceiling. Yuji asks him if they're going to die here, and Seo reassures him that it's not that dangerous, and asks him to get close to him. The painting keeps pulling the wood falling from the ceiling. Yuji asks, "Are we alive?" Our hero was dying from exhaustion and sees Seol flying in the air holding the knife and approaching them. Seo says to himself, "She's really going to hurt me. The disaster is that if I get hit, I'll become infertile." The screen appears and tells him there's an unknown destructive force attacking the enemy. A circle of sparks appears going towards Seol, who was screaming, and falls to the ground. Seo was shocked and asks, "I wonder what this power is. The important thing is, I'm still alive. I'll make sure to check the hidden uses of Aaron's artifact when I get back." Seol responds with difficulty, "What kind of artifacts are you using? How did it attack me without any sound?" Seo was holding the bag artifact and responds to her, "I don't know, but now you're sure you can't stand against me. Give me back my things, you artifact." He opens the bag and the rope comes out along with Kang and Ong's artifacts. The rope wraps around our hero and tells him it missed him. Seo asks Kang to take him to the shrine's owner, and at that time Kang agrees and hopes he can carry out his words. Big sparks come out of him and energy vortexes form. Yuji asks, "Is this a portal or what? Are we supposed to go this way?" Our hero answers, "Obviously." Yuji gets more scared and continues, "I feel this is not good. It looks like the Black Playground. Do you think something will happen to us if we enter?" Seo reassures him and says, "We have to trust him. Honestly, he looks too dumb to pull suspicious moves." He heads toward the energy, and Yuji calls to him to wait for him. Seol gets up angry and decides they won't escape from her, and asks Jaldal to go after them. Our hero goes through the vortex, and Yuji was fallen on the ground but gets up and is shocked when he finds himself in a cave. Seo tells him there's another door there they'll go to. They reach a very big door that's tightly closed. They hear the artifact shaped like an iron dog's head hanging on the door saying, "You've arrived more than expected, humans." Our hero asks him to open the door quickly, and the artifact explains to him that it will open but with a condition. Here Seo asks him about this condition. The artifact sets a condition that would be difficult for them to achieve. Yuji yells at him, but the artifact confirms to them that this condition won't change even if he has an appointment. They hear Seol behind them saying, "What's happening? This isn't fair. Even girls don't have a chance." Our hero asks her, "What brought you after us? You never get tired." The artifact keeps repeating that they won't enter except after fulfilling the condition. At that time, Seol asks our hero, what can he do in this situation? Seo thinks, I wonder if there's someone who can open the door. He asks Yuji if he can do it. Here Yuji gets tense and responds, "Why are you looking at me? I can't open this door. Aren't you supposed to open it? You're even younger than me." At that time, Seo grabs his sword and tells them he won't be able to open it, but there are other ways, which is that they break it, and this will need very high power from them. He orders Yuji to get ready so he can fix the sword. Yuji asks him to use the sword calmly. Our hero runs and points the sword toward the door, but he's amazed when the screen appears with text saying he fulfilled the condition and that the door will be opened. At that time, the artifact speaks, "What a surprise. We thought people like you wouldn't exist anymore. I'll open the door for you." Indeed, we find the door opening and Seo enters, telling Yuji, I changed my mind about him, Yuji inquires. What do you mean you passed through it before, boss? The door is one piece. Here our hero gets angry and continues to himself. I forgot this was 15 years ago. Yuji provokes him. Why are you lying to me? Seo threatens him that he won't give him money, rewards, or vacations. When they enter, Yuji is amazed by the beauty of the place, and we see many boxes on the ground. Yuji says, "This place is really big. There's definitely something, but we don't see it." Here our hero calls out loudly, "Come out, you damn artifact." They see very strong energy and hear a voice saying, "Okay, is there anyone who managed to open the door?" The artifact starts to appear in the form of a girl. Seo is happy that the owner of this shrine finally appeared, and says to himself, "The owner of the Shrine of Lust appeared, but she's definitely not Cleopatra." The cave's decoration and the artifacts are in Chinese style, and this indicates lust and evil. This is definitely Dalji's artifact. Dalji was close to the Chinese King Shu, and had a bad reputation because she enjoyed harsh and difficult punishments. After that, we hear Dalji say, "Come on, let's calm down a bit." The screen appears saying that the artifact of lust is using its seductive ability, and that So's life is in danger and his energy is dropping. Our hero warns Yuji and Seol that the artifact will try to seduce them and asks them to get ready. Indeed, energy comes out of Dalji and fills the place. Seo knew this attack would affect them greatly, but he'll be able to endure it because of his resistance power. Unfortunately, Yuji starts to be affected by Dalji, and our hero hits him on the head and orders him, "Get a hold of yourself. You won't go with our enemy this easily. You should learn from the stubborn artifacts in times like these." Here Yuji holds his head, and Seo is shocked when he finds the artifacts inside his bag moving and talking. He understands that Dalji has controlled all of them, and that the only person who can help him is Seol. He offers her to work together this time, and she responds, "What's this? How is your skin this smooth?" At that time, Seo asks her if the artifact controlled her too. Dalji laughs and says, "I'll tell you my secrets if you give me a sacrifice." Seol looks at Yuji, who was scared, drops him to the ground and says, "I offer you this man as a sacrifice. Artifact." Yuji screams and asks our hero to help him. Seo threatens that he'll finish her before hurting his friends more than that. Here Dalji provokes him and tells him, "Show me what you'll do? That's if you're confident you won't die because of me." We find our hero pulling out the sword that says, "This is a masterpiece artifact. Get closer to her, human." Seo orders him to get ready because he'll finish Dalji. The sword responds to him, "Why would you hurt a beautiful lady like this?" Seo realizes the sword isn't responding to him because all the artifacts have been controlled, and that he'll need to double his domination to finish this matter quickly. After that, energy forms around Seo, and he points the sword toward Dalji, who told him, "There's no use." Sparks come out toward him and she grabs his whole body with tails. Our hero asks, "What's this?" "It's fox fur. You're a nine-tailed fox, you scum." Dalji answers him coldly, "Yes, that's correct." Seo wasn't expecting something like this, because this has to do with the fox that has 9 tails, because he read a story about a monster fox that transformed into Dalji. Suddenly, Dalji puts her tongue on his face and says, "Where should I start eating you? I'll suck all your energy and make it mine." Why does he taste this bad? Will his taste change if I eat him all at once? The screen appears saying the artifact is using the paralysis skill, and that Seo won't be able to control the shrine if Dalji takes his energy. Dalji approaches our hero and then acts strangely, which shocks Yuji and Seol. After that, the screen appears again with text saying, "Destruction artifact is activated," and then a big explosion happens. Yuji asks, "What's this? Did a bomb explode or what?" Dalji screams and grieves over the shrine she built after great effort. The shrine starts collapsing on Dalji, who's screaming. Our hero at that time was fallen on the ground, gets up, puts his hand on his head, and asks, "What happened?" He hears someone calling him and finds Eren helping him stand up. He tells her he's still alive thanks to her and asks her, "Why are you here?" She asks him that she came because the prophecy told her there was danger. He responds to her, "Help me get out. Since you came here this time, the shrine isn't easy." Eren reassures him and continues, "Leave this matter to me." After that, she says, "Is this girl still here?" She approaches Dalji, who tries to defend herself. "Come on. Let's agree. I'll eat this man first and then return him to you." She's shocked when she finds her power dropping and exploding and transforms into a fox running. At that time, So explains to Eren and says, "She transformed into a lesser power, but she has enough ability to stay in this form for a long time. The matter is almost over and I'm the one who'll finish it." At that time, the fox was sitting asking herself, "How did all this happen because of Seo? I need to escape first." Before she completes her words, she finds our hero interrupting her and saying, "Why are you here? Are you waiting for me? Why are you this scared? Did you see a ghost?" Dalji screams at him and tells him, "When did you get here?" She tries to escape, but Seo throws the rope at her and says, "Where will you run from me? Catch her, rope." The The rope wraps around her, and she insists she won't surrender. Seo asks her, "Why won't you surrender? I'm your master from today." The fox stubbornly says to him, "Do you think I'll listen to orders from someone like you?" Seo smiles and continues, "If I want to control you, nothing will stop me. I want to see now what you can do. And since foxes are from the dog family, I'll start by playing with your belly." He attacks her immediately. Now, we go to Pandora headquarters and see two people carrying boxes, one of them asking, "Wait, did you read the conference materials?" The other responds, "No, why?" The man answers, "Something good happened. 2 of the 7 great shrines have been controlled, and because of this, we're going to the meeting." The other man worries and says, "Pandora doesn't have many excavation teams. Why didn't they do this?" The man tells him that the funny thing about it is that only one person attacked the shrines. The other is shocked and asks him, "Are you doubting my words or what?" The other man clarifies that he's not doubting his words, but it's hard for anyone to believe something like this. Then they see Austin in front of them asking, "What's so hard to believe?" The men get scared and tell him there's nothing. Austin tells them he'll let them leave, and when the men apologize, Austin warns them to watch what they say and mutters to himself, "You dogs, I'm even more angry because what they're saying is true. What is Pandora's excavation team doing? They can't do anything. If I go home now, my sister will beat me." Suddenly, he hears a voice calling him and finds his sister Eve sitting with her men, saying to him, "Are you claiming you're busy when you're late here?" Austin gets nervous and asks her, "What brought you here?" Eve responds, "Why do you think? Because you're always stupid and fail at work, and also to see if the people you bought will benefit Pandora or not." Austin gets angry and says, "Why haven't I seen any of these people?" Eve tells him he's been fired and that she'll bring someone to replace him. He replies, "Don't be ridiculous. Next time I'll." He was about to finish but finds 2 of Eve's men surrounding him. Eve confirms that his firing was decided at the board of directors' general meeting. The men drag him away while Austin was screaming, "Eve, tell me now." It's Seo. One of the men tells her that Seo is considered the #1 artifact user according to Pandora's ranking, and that he injured his colleagues on the excavation team at Elexel's tomb. Here Eve asks, "Is he that strong? I'll leave this matter to the elite and destroy him. Someone like him should be burned to ashes to get rid of him." The man replies, "Pandora's advisor is interested in this matter and General Prince Richard is taking legal action and plans to stop Seo this time. That's why we ordered Austin to target the next tomb, because Seo will be in Korea now, and South Korea is actually helping us and following our new laws, so he'll definitely be able to catch him." Eve smiles and continues, "That's good. I'll leave this matter to him." Now we go to Seoul and see Yujin shocked, asking, "Is this Seo's house? You have all this money and you live here?" Our hero explains that he didn't have much money when he lived here, and continues to himself, "Obviously my financial situation has changed a lot from the past. The number of artifacts helping me is increasing." Yujin realizes they'll be staying here and responds, "Even if you say that, there's no rest for me." That's right. The tied-up Seol says, "Why won't you let me leave? I gave you all the information I have." Seo assures her he won't let her leave and insists on this because he knows she works with Jin. He grabs his bag and says he'll see if the artifacts he took are here or not. As soon as he opens it, the Ong and Kang artifact comes out, hugging each other while being very shocked. He hears them asking him to take them with him, because they have nowhere to go after Dalji's tomb was destroyed. He refuses and says, "Go wherever you like, or look for a new tomb." But the artifacts insist they won't do that and thank him for defeating Dalji. Seo responds, "You can't thank me from far away." Irene calls out to our hero and asks, "What are these artifacts doing?" Seo puts them in a bag, ties them up, throws them away, and says he doesn't need them. Irene is shocked and our hero tells her this is just garbage. The fox comes out of the bag, followed by Anubis who says, "Where's that fox smell coming from? You should have run when you knew he could control your tomb." Here the fox asks him, "Are you Commander Anubis? You're with humans and we know you hate them." They fight together, and Anubis justifies to her that he was in a difficult situation. Dalji provokes him more and says, "My situation was bad too." Then Anubis asks our hero what he'll do with this fox, and asks him to punish her for at least 4 hours. Here Seo says, "You're making me laugh. Are there betrayals among artifacts?" Anubis answers him, "Yes, and not like humans. Although this fox has a high rank, she has no value." At that moment, Dalji accuses Seo of stealing her power, and that she'll never forgive him. She and Anubis fight again, and our hero understands that if he doesn't watch them carefully, they'll cause a lot of problems. He orders the rope to accompany the fox, and the rope wraps around her asking to be friends. But the fox screams at him, "Don't touch me. Get away from me, you low-ranked dog." Here the rope squeezes her hard and she screams again. Then Seo says, "In this case you won't be able to get out." He hears his roommate Jion calling him and asking, "What's happening? Who are these people?" Seo says, "These are some acquaintances of mine." Jiun welcomes Irene and says to Seo, "Don't lie to me, since when do you know foreigners?" Our hero replies, "I've become social, haven't I? Even if the house is a bit crowded, we have to put up with this for a few days because I'll be traveling soon." Joan is shocked. "Were you traveling?" Seo tells him he was moving from place to place. Joan responds, "I understand from this that you haven't heard what happened." Our hero asks him what happened, and Joan answers that Kim has a problem. Here Seo is shocked and leaves with Yu-jin, who asks, "Who's Kim?" Our hero tells him he's his savior who raised him even though his condition wasn't good, and also helped him get out of prison after he returned to the past. He thinks, what happened to Kim? They actually arrive at Kim's house and see his wife Kion saying to two men, "Wait, I want to understand why you're accusing us of being criminals. We're just victims of a tomb accident." The black-haired man answers her, "Yes, but you also have to pay a fine and tax on the artifacts." Kion screams, "We didn't want to remove the tomb. Why would I let my daughter be harassed by the artifact?" The brown-haired man answers, "Not sure, but according to Pandora's data, level 1 tombs don't hurt anyone. Do you have any evidence of harm, or do you not want to pay the fine?" Our hero approaches her and tells her that Kim didn't tell him anything about this. Kion clarifies, "Obviously he didn't want to worry you because the tomb wasn't big." Seo asks the brown-haired man what's happening, and the man says there was a tomb that appeared in this house, and the owner of the tomb attacked the house without reporting it. Seo asks, "What's the problem with that?" The man explains, "What are you saying? It's not legal for ordinary civilians to destroy tombs or excavate them in Korea. Also, using artifacts requires permission first." Our hero is shocked and says to himself, "What are these strange laws?" The black-haired man continues, "If you excavate a certain tomb or use artifacts without permission, you'll be fined or jailed." Here Yu-jin asks about the fine amount. The man asks him to wait, pulls out a paper and reads that excavating a tomb costs 50 million yuan if the person took the artifact and didn't report it, and 50 million also if they use the artifact. So the total penalty will be 150 million yuan or imprisonment for no less than 10 years. Yu-jin screams, 150 million? But wait, they said they attacked the tomb but didn't say they'd use the artifacts. At that moment, Kion confirms loudly, "Yes, that's right, we never used the artifacts." The man says, "These people will drive me crazy." He enters the house and Kion tries to stop him but he doesn't care. He enters the kitchen and sees the water tap open with golden water coming out. He says, "This power is coming from artifacts. I can feel it from far away. This tap produces golden water, right? You must be happy using this water. I heard you opened a new shop. Did you exploit this to get money?" Kion clarifies and tells him, "I couldn't even touch it because it looks strange and scary. I don't know how to live in the house without water. And the shop I opened, its money is mine and from loans." At that moment, Seo intervenes and says, "You should finish this matter. We didn't even notice this golden water was coming from artifacts." The man assures him he can't do that, and that these laws were set by the state and Pandora to protect citizens. Seo asks himself, "Pandora, I understand now what's happening." He reassures Kim's wife in a low voice that he'll solve this problem, and Kim's wife agrees. The black-haired man speaks and says, "What are you two saying?" Seo tells him, "Nothing, but look at your clothes burning like this." The two men are surprised by the fire burning them. Seo runs and hits one of them, making him fall to the ground, asking, "Do you think I don't know how to direct artifacts? You can't even handle it." The brown-haired man screams because he's burning, and asks them to give him water. He puts his hand under the tap and burns more. Seo laughs because what's coming out of the tap is oil. The black-haired man says, "Don't just stand there and help me, I'll die." Seo says coolly, "I think what's happening is from the artifact and I can't do anything for you. And since I'm a person not allowed to use artifacts, I'll report this to Pandora. Give me their phone number. Not sure if you can wait until the rescue team arrives?" The man begs him to help, but Seo provokes him more. "I think you understood that your laws are bad, right?" The man answers, "Yes, I understand all this. It's my fault." Here our hero moves his hand, and at that moment the fire starts to go out. Yu-jin asks Seo if he used the hallucination artifact, and our hero replies yes. Kion responds, "I understand now, the reason for what happened to them." Suddenly, the black-haired man says, "You were using a hallucination artifact, you dog." At that moment, Seo orders him, "Yes, now take your colleague and get out of here, or I'll use the artifact again if you stay here again." We go to George's house in America, where he was sitting with a paper in his hand, and is surprised when his phone rings. When he knows his friend Seo is calling, he worries more and asks if something happened to his little sister. Our hero reassures him, "Don't worry, nothing happened. I'm just calling because I have work for you. Go and become part of Pandora. George is shocked and asks Seo why he should go there. He tells him he's busy and that Pandora is crowded with many strong people. Here our hero yells at George, "You're not ashamed saying the Hertel family doesn't have enough power to be a member of Pandora?" George replies, "Who said I can't get in? I actually can do it, but I feel it'll be annoying. I don't know why. Do you think I want to deal with an organization related to artifacts?" Seo answers, "Do you think artifacts are evil? You're a bit right because artifacts are dangerous to humans, and that's why we need an organization like Pandora. But unfortunately, this won't happen with the current members. So there needs to be a good person like you there. Don't worry about getting in there. Will be many empty positions in Pandora soon." George asks, "What do you mean by empty positions? What do you want me to do? These people won't straighten up." Our hero explains that he wants him to monitor what's happening there, then hangs up the phone. At that moment, George screams because Seo didn't tell him any details, and we find Yuji asking our hero about George's reaction. He tells him that George is stubborn when it comes to relics, but that doesn't matter because he'll go even if it's against his will. They return home, and when they open the door, they find John collapsed on the floor with his hand on his stomach in pain. Our hero asks him, "What happened to you?" Joan replies weakly, "The girl who was tied up escaped from that girl." Seo says to himself, "Soul. She focused on Jeon and escaped quickly. She searched the room for her relics to take them." Yuji asks our hero what they should do now, and he answers that they need to track her location because the listening devices are still on her, but he's sad that he didn't make a deal with her. The most important thing for them now is Pandora, and asks him to get ready to fix the relics. Yuji gets angry, and at that moment they see the crown relic and sit in front of it. Yuji asks Seo if this is Neuro's relic, and if he's going to use it. Our hero looks at his phone and says, "Yes, if we look at the list Edward sent, we'll see that Pandora has a lot of members. I'll need something like the golden relic to gather them together and punish them." But the problem is that his mind isn't with him. Obviously, he got traumatized after the writing competition. He doesn't talk or move and he looks like a crown of anger. But I won't deny that when I gave it to Joan, it was able to work like a walkie-talkie. He thinks about how he'll use it. Yuji hears him asking if this relic doesn't need fixing, and here Seo answers him, "Yes, because it's a possession relic." Isn't a relic restorer supposed to be able to fix its mental problems? Yuji puts his face to the ground and says, "That's not right. I'm bored." Our hero asks him to calm down because this is his mission and not to leave the room until Neuro wakes up. He explains to him that there's no problem with the relic's power, and it's all just tired. Yuji asks our hero what he wants him to do, and he replies, "You're an artist, and you're supposed to know what makes you satisfied with your work. Take this," and say it in his ear. Yuji goes crazy and says, "What kind of perverted work are you giving me?" After that, our hero thinks about the plan he'll carry out, which is to invite all Pandora members to Neuro's Golden Palace and punish them using Irene's bankruptcy relic. The number of people will be 200 according to the list Edward gave him, and this is a very new plan because he can attack all the people completely at once. He leaves the room, and when he closes the door, he sees Irene and asks if she was outside. Irene tells him she went to the store and asks if his friend is okay. He answers her, "Yes, I think we can solve it. By the way, can you help me?" Here Irene agrees and asks him how to help. He tells her, "There have been strange changes happening in your body lately, Irene." Irene reassures him that nothing happened, and our hero tells her that he thought side effects could happen without her noticing, but it wasn't like that. She replies, "I did use a lot of energy last time. Sorry, I feel like I bother you every time side effects happen." Seo tells her this isn't something she can control. He continues to himself, "If we use the bankruptcy relic, we'll have to plan to face the big side effects. What will happen next time? We need to stick to the plan exactly." Midas's hand gives the danger of greed that doesn't work randomly and increases one of the owner's major desires. In the past, it kidnapped people at 25 like the King of Failure and then left them and apologized, saying she didn't know what made her kidnap them. But this could be because she lost her parents, and the dangers made her have a desire for a father and mother. The symptoms that affected her in the previous period were body odor and then beer, and all of them were strange and surprising things. Unfortunately, the level is increasing. But no matter what, nothing worse will happen to her than what happened to her in her past life. Honestly, she was a very good person. He tells Irene what he'll do and decided, and asks her to help him. We go to the Korean Pandora branch, where there's a meeting. We hear someone laughing and saying, "This organization was very good, the relics we have, and also we got a lot of money from the fines." Another person replies, "Even Pandora's main headquarters reacted positively." He says he heard they'll support the Korean branch with money and additional relics. Someone asks, "Great, if they can keep the money and relics they collect properly?" Here the meeting chairman answers them, "We'll have to send a few of them to headquarters and divide the rest among ourselves and record that they're being used to collect the rest of the relics." They don't know anything. Suddenly they hear a noise behind the door and someone saying, "You can't enter because they're in a meeting." The chairman is shocked when two men in suits enter and shout, "They discovered what happened last time and there's 10 million and they caught it. Investigations have started, so we need to hide quickly. Your wife's brother's building was seized and all your wife's fake accounts were discovered." The men are scared, so one of them replies, "What are you talking about? How do all these scandals happen at once? This isn't normal. What happened to the stocks and real estate?" Then the man tells him that real estate values collapsed and stocks dropped by 75%, and here the man realizes he's bankrupt. At this time, our hero and Irene are standing outside and Seo asks, "Should we start, or what?" Inside Pandora's building, we see someone screaming, "What's this? I'm bankrupt. Something's wrong. How can we all go bankrupt at once like this? Someone must be attacking us." Suddenly, the place shakes and a screen appears for our hero, saying that the Golden Palace has started to appear and is taking over part of Pandora's building, and people in this area will be trapped in it. The palace and building start to collapse and the palace appears. People run and scream, "Is this a tomb?" Because they don't have any signs of a tomb appearing here. They're shocked when they find themselves in the palace. One of them asks what's happening and they see other people entering, with one saying, "Where are we?" The man from the Korean headquarters is shocked and says, "What brought the other Pandora members here? There should only be Koreans here. What's happening here?" Another group enters with someone saying that someone created this tomb, and the person with him asks if anyone knows what happened. Seo is reviewing the name list to see who came, and says, "People from other branches came with the Koreans. I shouldn't forget to call the big shots. Richard is here. So the total number of people present is 268 because I didn't leave anyone outside." When Richard sees the Pandora members, he screams at them and curses our hero who's standing next to Irene. Then they hear the relic speaking loudly, "Ah, you scoundrel. How dare you make noise in my palace? This is your mistake, Seo, that you invited people who don't appreciate the art in this palace." Seo replies, "Shouldn't someone distinguished in art like you teach them a thing or two?" Then, Schrödinger screams at our hero and asks if he's the one who did this. Seo answers, "Who else could do this horror?" Here Richard gets really angry and pulls out a weapon from his pocket and threatens our hero that he'll finish him off, but he finds Neuro directing a spark toward him and taking the relic from him. Seo understands that Neuro is starting to recover and asks him to activate the relic quickly, and Neuro agrees immediately. Then the ground starts shaking under the people with us and a screen appears, informing Seo that the Golden Palace's rules are increasing in power and the whole place is under his control, and the palace changes according to the user. After that, a maze appears on the ground, and Richard says, "This is a maze, and there are strange sounds coming from it." Our hero replies, "Of course, this isn't just an ordinary maze. This is the disaster maze created by Neuro with the help of the bankruptcy relic." Irene is standing with heavy sparks coming from her, and then the people inside the maze scream when they see a lake of acid and monsters. The remaining people get scared, and Seo tells them that those in the maze are facing difficult times, and they must cross through the maze to find the exit, and every two people will pay 100 million as entrance fee for the tomb. Here people are shocked when they find their money in their pockets and bank accounts being withdrawn from them, and they ask our hero what they did to him to make him do all this to them. He answers them, "Look, you didn't do anything to me, but you bullied my brother Kim's family, so you'll pay the price for what you did to people who belong to me, and very soon all the relics will be in my hands because you took my future possessions without my permission. And with this, you committed a big, serious mistake." Then Richard grits his teeth and curses our hero, who asks people to start moving and looking for the exit. People realize they'll die if they cross this place, and one of them raises his hand and offers Seo that he'll give him extra money, along with the entrance fee, in exchange for letting him out. Someone next to him asks, "Are you trying to make a deal with our hero?" Another one replies, "That's not a bad idea. The most important thing is to get out of here alive." People start offering Seo that they'll pay him money and give him information in exchange for him getting them out. Our hero says to Irene, "Look, do they want to make a deal with me or what?" Irene asks him if this is a good thing, and here Seo replies to the people, "Fine, you dogs, but what information will you give me? It must be useful." He hears a man telling him he'll tell him the location of land that will be expensive soon, and another one says he'll tell him about all the relics Pandora has. Richard is about to explode with rage, and warns people that Seo is deceiving them and won't let them out. He asks them to cooperate with each other and search for the exit, but he finds one of them refusing and saying, "Don't you care what will happen to people? Why don't you show us your skills and start, or will you mumble to us again? Since you're the head of Pandora and will leave us behind in trust, Mr. Seo, I know that this Richard's work wasn't legal." Our hero laughs and says he loves these things, and here Irene asks if what's happening is good. Seo replies, "Yeah, of course, taking information and money is good, but these are things they'll be able to compensate for. But if they reveal all the secrets and information they know about each other, and destroy their relationships with each other, it will be difficult for them to get it back again. And this is something nice for M. He films the people and tells them he'll leave evidence of what's being said, and that he'll let those who want to reveal big secrets go out first. So the people start telling him about the secrets of Richard, whom they hate. To change the subject, Richard starts exposing the secrets of Chief John, and from here they all start backstabbing each other and fighting. At this time, Neuro is watching them, and one of them says fearfully that entering this labyrinth is exactly like suicide. So Richard yells at him, "You're terrified too, so why? When there are so many people around you? How do you call yourselves Pandora members?" Suddenly, they hear the relic say, "It's too late, guys. You must pass through my beautiful labyrinth." They panic and tell him that CO made a deal with them. Then they're shocked that our hero left them behind, and the relic responds. CO says, "Thank you, you idiots, for the information you gave me. Come on, run through the labyrinth." He sets them on fire and the people scream and run. Then Richard reminds them, "Didn't I tell you that this scumbag won't let us out easily? Ah, Seo, you devil." We see the news showing the video that Seo filmed and saying, "This video spread this morning and attracted attention because Pandora members accused each other of corruption. We suspect they're being threatened, and since this video was recorded in the shrine, we deleted everything unnecessary so the video would come out properly. Now there's no interest in joining, and criticism of Pandora keeps increasing, and citizens are organizing a big revolt in front of Pandora headquarters." George is following the news and shocked by what he's seeing, and asks what's happening, and he hears his phone ring, so he answers our hero and tells him he was watching the news and asks him what he did. Then CO answers him, "You should know since you watched the news. The Pandora members in the video were all pretty much fired, and now there are more than 200 empty spots. What do you think?" George asks our hero, "Are you still insisting I join Pandora? I told you I don't have free time and don't want to get involved with relics." CO asks him to watch the video he sent him and think about it again. George opens the video and finds someone confessing to our hero. "I have something I want to say. You're close to the Hilton family, aren't you? You know that their illness is because of Austin and his men. I heard them myself." He sees Irene in the video, furious with anger, and CO calms her down and reassures her that he'll handle it. And here George is shocked and asks CO, "What is this?" He answers, "This is a clip I cut from the video before I posted it online. By the way, the scumbag who told me his name is Austin is still in Pandora. You definitely won't leave him alone, will you? There are people much worse than him in Pandora. They do all the bad stuff. All the people I face are just obstacles. And since I was only looking for shrines, it would be really good if someone could get in and steal some information." George agrees but asks our hero to tell him the name of the man in the video, and Seo replies, "You just focus on Austin, the man in this video. I threw him into the disaster labyrinth." George says, "It's not easy at all for someone to give someone a disease like this." Seo replies, "Looks like I made a mistake telling you. When you go, take a few men you trust with you because there are many empty spots and it would be good if there were many people on our side, right?" Then George agrees and Seo hangs up, happy that he managed to convince George and now has a good spy on his side. Our hero goes to his house, and as soon as he opens the door, he's surprised by Yuki holding Irene, who has a terrible aura around her, and says to him, "Good thing you came here, boss. Please stop Irene." Seo asks what happened to her, and when he sees Irene unable to control herself, he understands it's from the side effects. And at that moment he finds Irene running to him and hugging him. Yuki asks if he's okay, and Seo, who's fallen on the ground with Irene on top of him, says he's fine, and Yuki continues, "I'm sure she choked you," and he's very shocked by Irene's behavior. After that, our hero and Yuki go out, and Yuki says, "It must have been nice." So Seo asks him what he's talking about, and Yuki answers, "It seems like that, boss, that Irene really likes you." Here our hero clarifies, "No, that was just the relic's effect. You didn't see her apologizing after she came to her senses. The symptoms make the owner act strangely. Honestly, I enjoy seeing them embarrassed afterwards." But Yuki convinces him and says, "But Irene is always like that with you, boss, right? Just a while ago I was trying to stop her from going out to look for you even when she wasn't conscious. How can she act like that with only one person? Shouldn't the relic's effect make her act like that with anyone?" Seo replies while thinking, "You know what? You're right, Yuki. The side effects amplify the owner's desires." He keeps confirming his words, so our hero says to himself, "So what makes her act like this every time she's affected by the symptoms isn't because she's bad, but because she likes me. Anyway, I'm happy she doesn't do this with anyone else." He hears Yuki say to him, "So when are you two going to start dating?" So our hero yells at him and tells him to stop talking too much, and threatens that if he keeps talking about this, he'll finish him off. A little while later, we see a gold coin with eyes screaming and saying, "What are you doing, human? This is my home, you scumbag." Seo, who's sitting on the floor in front of the sink, replies, "This isn't your home. This is Kim's house." Just as I expected, there was a relic attached. But after I remove these 2 gold coins, everything should be fine. We see Kyun thanking him because she'll be able to use the water tap again because of him. So Seo asks her if he can take these 2 gold coins, and then the screen appears saying that these gold coins thrown by the Togeman brothers are of normal rank C, and are considered relics of the affiliation type. Kyun allows him to take them and asks what these relics do, and our hero tells her there were 2 brothers from the Juryo family who picked 2 gold coins and divided them equally. When they boarded the boat to cross the river, one of them grabbed a gold coin and suddenly threw it in the river. When his brother asked him why he did that, the first brother answered that he kept thinking if his brother wasn't there, he would have taken both coins, and that he felt relieved after throwing it in the river. From here, the subject of throwing gold from the ship spread. These relics probably turn the place where they sink into gold. Since their rank is low, I suspect the purity of the gold in them will be low. You're asking why I want them? I'll give you money instead of these relics so you can spend it right away. I heard you took a loan and used all the money I sent you. Kyun refuses the money and tells him she hasn't spent any of it. So Seo asks her why, and Kyun answers, "Kim said you worked very hard and worked all over the world to earn all this money. I'll save it and give it all to you when you get married." Then she receives a message that money will be transferred to her, so she gets upset, and our hero tells her, "I make a lot of money. Spend it however you want." Kyun replies, "How long will we just keep owing you these favors?" Seo tells her, "Don't worry about it." After that, Kim comes back, and they have dinner together, and our hero goes home late. And when he enters his room, he's surprised that someone is sleeping in his bed covered up. So he asks, "What are you hiding in my bed again? If it's you hiding, Rope, get up right now because I'm tired. And if it's you, Dalji, get up too." As soon as he lifts the cover, he's surprised that Irene is the one sleeping. And then he asks himself what brought Irene to his bed, because she's not the type who would do that on her own, and surely this is because of the side effect. And it hasn't disappeared yet because she used a lot of power recently, and this can't end with the hug she gave him. He decides to leave her and go out, so he covers her and walks away, but he hears her calling him, so he replies and says, "I'm not Seo, seems like you made a mistake." When he comes to open the door, he finds Irene closing it with energy, so he's very shocked and hears Irene, who has sparks around her, say, "I can't mistake him, I know you, Seo." Here our hero asks her if she's using her power to hold him, and why she won't open the door, and Irene answers, "I feel like it." He realizes that if she catches him, everything will end, and then the Ong and Kang relic appears to him, annoying him with words, so our hero pushes them away and asks, "How did this idiot get here?" "I threw him away." He finds Irene approaching him, so he asks her to let him go, but she refuses and tells him, "I don't want to let you go. I was waiting for you." The screen appears telling Seo that the relic's effect will happen once at a time. Then he remembers Yuki's words and asks himself, so this state reflects her inner desire? So everything is in my hands now. He decides to actually listen to Irene. Here the relic gets scared, and the tattoo on her arm glows, and Seo thinks, I wonder what the relic will do. The next day, something unexpected happens. When our hero wakes up from sleep, he finds the room crowded around him with gold on top of him, so he gets up and is shocked when he sees money, gold, and expensive and valuable things everywhere, and asks, where did these things come from? He remembers Irene, who's buried under the gold, and asks her if she's okay, and he's relieved when he sees she's still alive. And then the screen appears saying, Midas's hand. The power of wealth came out and was successfully used. The user of the Midas hand relic can now use the power of wealth and misfortune. Seo is very happy and says to himself, isn't this a nice thing? Irene suffered a lot pulling Midas's hand from the turkey shrine, but honestly, the Midas hand relic helped the misfortune power not get out of control. But this of course isn't like the bankruptcy relic that Irene used recently. She couldn't use Midas well, which turns anything she touches into gold. This is also very strange. This power was locked because of something, and this is the result of unlocking the power. He says to the one coming out from under the gold, looks like good luck hit us because of you. Irene asks him if she caused problems again, and our hero reassures her that this isn't a problem and that it's actually a good thing, and tells her she can use the power of wealth now. And here Irene asks, isn't this the skill I couldn't use despite all the effort we put in? Seo tells her it works now. Irene asks him if she can try it, and just as he's about to tell her not now, he finds sparks in front of him, and everything turns to gold and rises in the air. And the room after that fills up to the point that Jiyeon and Yuki are standing shocked in front of the treasures and gold coming out of the room. Yuki asks what happened, and then our hero answers, Irene did all this using the power of wealth. Are you shocked by these two small pieces? Come after me and I'll show you the real power of this ability. They all go out and are walking in the forest, and Jaeon says that the weather is very hot and asks how long they'll keep walking like this. And here So explains to him and says, until we reach a place where people can't see us. And Jaeon realizes that there's no one here. So our hero responds, didn't I tell you not to come and just stay home if you'll get bored? And Jaeon replies, no, I want to see you use the artifact. Then Yuji speaks, but boss, this isn't far enough. So Seo stops and asks them, you mean we should do it here? And Yuji asks what he's going to do. So our hero answers, I'll take Nobulo's gourd from Van Gogh's painting. This is the mysterious box artifact that the crow gave us before. I'll open it today. The thing is, I didn't open it until now because if it comes out, it'll cause a huge disaster. And if we use your power, Irene, we'll guarantee it'll come out 100%. Then Yuji screams, but don't you see this is cheating? So Seo responds, I don't remember the crow stopping me from using the wealth ability. We're using all available methods. Let's start or what? Please use the wealth power on this gourd. Irene agrees and points her hands toward the gourd. So strong sparks come out of it. And our hero knows that the gourd will come out completely this way. And they're all standing in front of this gourd that starts turning into a golden gourd. So Yuji gets shocked and asks, do you think it only turned to gold on the outside? So he replies, don't worry, look, this is even the first gourd that needs a lot of power to cut. And Yuji asks him, where did he get this saw from? But our hero ignores him, and suddenly this gourd explodes and another big gourd comes out of it. And the screen appears with text saying that Midas's hand multiplied the gourd, and we see Jion and Yuji stunned, and Yuji asks, how did this happen? If things keep going this way, that means you'll be able to get an endless number of gourds. And here, Seo answers him, so what's the problem with that? This is a good thing. Now we'll open another one. And he finds the gourd glowing, and angels come out of it. And then the screen appears and tells him, you won the grand prize, and you have great and holy power around you. And our hero looks above him and thinks to himself, angels, does this count as a grand prize? Just as I expected, the wealth power works well. How are you, angels? And since you appeared, I'm asking you to give me the best treasures and artifacts. Come on, don't waste time. And he gets shocked when he hears them say, you're really stupid. You think we'll give it to you easily? And they hold sticks with iron in their hands, and demons with horns and teeth start appearing, and they look scary. So Jion and Yuji scream, with Yuji saying, are there demons in the gourd again or what? What is this, boss? And the demons keep approaching them and ask them, you think this stupid trick will work? We'll punish you now for your greed. And at that moment, the screen appears with text saying, broke in a strange way. Your trick was exposed and you'll be punished. And our hero finds the demons running toward him and threatening they'll finish him off. And on the other hand, the angels say, you're all the same, and they run after Yuji and Jaeon, who scream and call on Seo to save them. So our hero asks them to run away, and they'll meet up later. And we see one of the monsters throwing 3 wooden axes towards Seo, who manages to avoid them so they hit the tree, and one falls on the ground. And our hero looks at the one that fell and asks if this is an artifact, and he hears the demons talking and saying, finally, you surrendered. We just want you to accept your punishment. Then a halo forms around Seo, and he smiles and says, I understand now. I really won the grand prize. And he grabs his sword and flies in the air and strikes the monsters and angels in front of him and cuts them to pieces. And he hears words being said, the grand prize will be that I'll take all their artifacts. Irene, use your power and destroy them. Irene agrees and points her hands from which sparks come out and blows them up. And at that moment our hero praises her because she improved a lot from before, and the screen appears telling him that the angels are retreating, and the demons lost their fighting spirit, and S-rank artifacts come out from the angels, and the demons ran away, and S-rank artifacts dropped. And then we see some artifacts thrown on the ground, so Seo starts collecting them and asks those with him to help him. And he tells them that after he collects these artifacts, he'll open the second gourd. So Yuji screams again, I feel like there'll only be demons with it. So Seo replies, then we'll take everything from them. Are you good, Irene? If you're tired, let us know. And here Irene reassures them that she's fine. And our hero decides to open the second gourd, so he finds Jaeon holding it and Yuji cutting it with the saw. So ghosts in the form of scary girls come out holding weapons in their hands and pointing them toward Seo and his friends. And they're talking, but Irene blows them up at that moment. And then they open the third gourd, and demons with different shapes appear, so they finish them off the same way too. We now go to another place and see a room full of games with someone playing PlayStation, so a man wearing a suit enters and calls him. So the boy, whose name is Joshua, responds, you scared me, you animal. Didn't I tell you 100 times not to bother me here? And the man gets nervous and tells him, I apologize, but there's a big problem. The value of your land went down and your stocks are falling, and also your art collection has become ruins. And Joshua asks him to shut up, but the man keeps continuing his talk. Many of your artifacts got destroyed too. And at that moment, Joshua screams at him, I told you, shut up. I knew this because of the prophecy. Those Pandora bastards were going to take them sooner or later. But I didn't expect it to affect me like this. According to the prophecy, everything that's happening is because of someone named Seo. I wonder what that jerk is doing. I can't wait like this, and I'll search for his weakness and step on him. And then I'll make him regret that he messed with me as long as he has the prophecy artifact. And in John's company in America, we see two guards talking. So Joshua enters and stops one of the security guys and tells him, wait man, you can't pass through here. If you have a visitor's card, show it so we can see it. And Joshua tells him he came to meet John and Richard. And suddenly the man who was sitting at the computer gets up and screams to the guards, wait, don't you know who this is? This is Crazy, one who controls Deimos's artifact and the Mazar Dolphy artifact. This is the prophet Joshua who's titled the King of Fates. This is a special person. At this time, John is screaming to Richard, what, me? What? That I stole Pandora's money? And Richard gets nervous and responds, no. And then John continues and tells him, what do you mean no? All the websites in the world are saying that, and the person who confessed to this is you. And then he shows him the phone, so Richard watches the video where he's snitching on John and accusing him of stealing money from Pandora and supporting scammers, and Richard tries to defend himself and says he didn't have another choice at that time, and that if he didn't act that way, Seo would have finished them all off, and that the most important thing for them was to get out alive. At that moment, John replies to him, so, you're confessing to things I didn't even do just to save your life? Then Richard answers him that there's some truth to what he said, and here John orders him, shut up completely. You should have kept the artifacts no matter what. I'm fed up with you. Do you still consider yourself one of my men after you sold me out? And Richard is heard replying, don't think you're so important. Are you saying I should have died? And John asks him, who made the mistake first? You want to throw your mistakes on others? At that moment, Richard explains that he didn't mean to do that, and that what happened was because of the situation he was in, and Joshua is eavesdropping on them and kicks the door open with his foot, and says to them, how are you doing, old geezers? Richard gets startled, and John asks, Joshua, what brought him here? Then Richard tells him, don't you hate leaving your house? And Joshua approaches them and says to them, as you both know, there are times when you're forced to do something you don't want to do, right? What are you doing here, Richard? Everyone's worried about that kid named Seo. That's why I was thinking we have to do something about it. I've got a good plan already. You'll like the plan, John. Will you lend it to me? So John asks him what he's talking about. Joshua answers him, I mean Francisco, the person who has the artifact of theft or begging. It won't matter because their uses are the same. And here John asks him, why do you want this artifact when it's not strong enough in combat? So Joshua replies, we're not going to fight Seo. We'll just teach this artifact something so it becomes more powerful and can control humans, not just objects. And this way, the people close to Seo will abandon him one after another, and then we'll take them as hostages. And John replies, but that's not your style at all, Joshua. You used to use the prediction artifact to uncover your enemy's weak points and then finish them off. You have specific goals. And Joshua tells him, you turned out to be smart. I wish I could do that, but I can't. I don't know how to read this bastard's future. I used the artifact of those countries' shrines first, and asked it to open the dimensional void for me so I could know information about So. And when the void opened, I slept a little, but unfortunately I didn't see anything in the dream. So John asks him what he means by that. So he continues, as I told you, if I sleep in the dimensional void, the target's future comes to me in dreams as a vision. But for a reason I don't know, I couldn't see anything except rewards, and that's all I can do now. We can't let this kid do whatever he wants and play with us more than this. If you want to get rid of him, then you have to listen to what I'm telling you. So John asks Joshua if he's sure that Francisco has the abilities he needs, so he replies, at least from what I saw in my dreams. So John agrees and tells him he'll bring him to him right away. And we go back to the forest where our hero is, and they're still blowing up the goblins, and we see Seo carrying the artifacts saying, these things are awesome, put them in the painting artifact. And Yuji is holding the painting and says, just when I think you'll open all these gourds I get worried. I thought we wouldn't finish today. And our hero tells him he's overthinking it for no reason, and thanks Irene who made the task easier for them. So Irene tells him she's very happy to help them, and here Seo asks them to go back home so they can take care of the artifacts. And they go home and we see our hero sitting in front of the artifacts and Yuji next to him asking, when will you finish organizing these artifacts? And there's no space in the house to walk in from how cramped it's become. So Seo answers him, help me if you want me to finish quickly. And here Yuji asks if there's something he can do. So Seo asks him to take out all the artifacts that need organizing. So Yuji replies, do you call this organizing? Which of these can you use? And our hero looks at the artifact in his hand and says, yeah, These are all S rank and A rank. The artifacts you're holding are of the offensive type, and the ones in front of you are instantly of the medical type, and the ones behind them are of the resource type. And there are many powerful, useful artifacts. The best thing is that there are many defensive artifacts like the Three Little Pigs House artifact and the Dragon Blood Killed by Siegfried artifact. We didn't have any defensive type artifacts until now. That's why. We couldn't do anything when we were attacked except run away. I'm honestly relieved now that I have these artifacts. So Yuji is happy that he'll be safe after this. And at that moment the screen appears and tells Seo that the artifact he's holding is called Odin's Raven and Munin's Tears, and this is a depleted artifact with no uses left. So our hero asks, are there artifacts whose data is unknown? Ah, this is a gift from the Raven. Odin possessed the treasure of wisdom and was the lord of mythology in Europe, and he had 2 ravens that told him all the news of the world every day. One of these 2 ravens was called Hugin, meaning thought, and the other was called Munin, and that means memory. And since these are Munin's tears, I wonder if this artifact is related to memory? You won't tell me about its benefit, Raven. Okay, I'll take it now. The more artifacts we have, the better.